King Shifter and Queen Fae. Wicked Fae, Book 4. Written by Amelia Shaw. Read by Mia Tucker. Chapter 1. Aurelia. The crushing weight of losing Zeke bore down on me as heavy and physically painful as enduring the crushing cascade of an avalanche. Gray skidded to a stop. Our escape halted. Damn it. I spun instinctively to see the problem, trusting my mate's actions. Secret Service agents pursued and surrounded us like a swarm of hornets, their hands on their weapons ready to lay fire. They weren't going to let us get away. I stared one of them down, but there was something unnervingly off about the man's gaze. It seemed oddly blank, vacant. I glanced back at the doors we'd come through just moments ago, and my shoulders slumped. We were leaving behind Zeke. He'd pissed me off more often than not, but ultimately he was my friend, someone I could trust, and I hated having to abandon him, even in death. Asher clamped a strong, firm hand on my shoulder.
You would want us to get out of here, Aurelia.
I know. My voice wobbled.
Then stop looking back when the fight is in front of us. You've got to survive this, or a sacrifice will have been in vain.
He nudged me forward. But how are we going to get out of this? I asked, glancing around. Gray ran his hand down his face in frustration.
I don't know how we can without using magic against the humans. It's our only option,
Dan said, his tone steadfast, although tinged with regret. One of the agents stepped forward, his eyes glassy and strange like all the others.
Come with us quietly, and no one else will get hurt.
Yeah, right, I growled. Your bosses planned to murder us all, the same way you did Zeke. Magic pooled in my palms. It wasn't the solution I wanted at all. I hated the idea of using magic against humans. But we need to get out of here, and I won't let Zeke's death be for nothing. I peered over at Gray, my chest heaving with emotion and the sheer willpower it took to hold back my shadows. He nodded his head in confirmation, approving the only option we had available to us.
I don't want to use my magic on them any more than you do, but it's the only way.
He clenched his hands into fists as if steeling his nerves. The men surrounding us took aim, but didn't move to shoot us.
Using magic against us is illegal. You will be tried and put to death.
The agent in front said in an eerie monotone as he took another step closer. Gray growled low in his throat, and his eyes glowed, revealing his inner wolf. Together, Gray, Ash, and Dan formed a tight circle around me, even though I was the most powerful among them. Overprotective men, I whispered under my breath, even though a part of me would always appreciate their chivalry and protective natures. Gray shot me a quick wink. His oversensitive wolf hearing picked up everything, including my mild annoyance at the men protecting me. I took a step forward, ready for action. Gray blocked me.
What are you doing?
He snarled low, as if admonishing me. Fighting. We need to get out of here before even more of them show up. I rolled my eyes at my alpha lover and nudged him to the side. I'm not helpless. I can do my part.
Stop.
That voice was one I knew all too well. How did he manage to evade us inside the event? I spun on my heels to face Malcolm. He stood at the top of the steps at the exit of the building from which we'd fled.
I need them alive,
he barked, offering me a sinister smile. The Secret Service agents holstered their weapons and lunged for us as one, limited to their physicality to take us. My shadows writhed up my arms before flooding to my hands. They shot out in streams of darkness toward the leader as he rushed me, trapping him in chains. How did we miss him in there? I called out. I didn't see him anywhere, not once.
It doesn't matter,
Asher grunted.
We just need to get out of here.
He tossed the man he was grappling with over his shoulder. The man gasped as he landed on his back mere seconds before two more men rushed Ash. With a roaring battle cry, he roundhouse kicked them both, one after the other.
Aurelia, behind you,
Gray yelled. Receiving the warning just in time, I ducked and spun around in a low sweeping kick, taking my attacker off his feet and jumped back up into a fighting stance. The Secret Service agents outnumbered us 4-1. The odds of us getting out of this situation without using further magic on the humans were terrible. Sheathing my shadows temporarily, I let my natural purple magic fill my palms and prayed to whoever might be listening that what I wanted to do would work, then flung the magic at the men closest to me. The magic hit the first man in the chest, and his eyes rolled back in his head. He fell into the man next to him, out like a light. I just hoped I'd only knocked him unconscious and hadn't killed him instead. But there was no time to worry about that, as 3 more men rushed forward to take his place. Ash stepped up behind me and plastered his back to mine.
You need someone at your back, Princess. They seem to be gunning for you specifically.
Yeah, I think that's Malcolm's influence, I mumbled, and threw another sparkling ball of magic at the men encircling me. One agent dove out of the way just in time for the ball to miss him, but it struck the man fighting Gray in the back, and he toppled over. Please don't be dead. Magic, I learned, was about motive, and I had no intention of killing them. I only wanted to disable them for the moment so that we could make our escape. I had to believe they were simply unconscious, trusting my inherent talent, learned skills, and instincts, because I was not a cold-blooded killer. I never would be.
Get her. I don't care what you do with the others. I want her alive,
Malcolm bellowed. He just doesn't fucking get it. I will never be his. He's still an obsessed psycho, I muttered and shook my head. I blasted more of the agents with my magic, one after another, but the first ones I'd struck were already starting to wake up. Fuck. That didn't last nearly long enough. The men wasted no time in taking Malcolm's declaration to mean that he didn't care if everyone else died. Several of them drew their weapons once more, pointing them at Gray and the others. 10 agents surrounded Ash and me as we fought back to back. My magic pooled even faster in my palms, answering my dire need, and I threw it as quickly as it appeared. In short order, I'd knocked out enough of them that I could at least maneuver and escape the tight circle in which they'd surrounded us. Ash, go help Gray, I yelled as 3 agents attacked Gray from all sides.
No, he'll be pissed if I left you unprotected,
Ash said before his voice broke off in a pained grunt. I turned at the sound to see a man holding a long, sharp blade dripping with Ash's blood. I screamed and launched myself at the man without thinking, my hands glowing with a chaotic mixture of purple magic and shadows. I refused to lose anyone else. You stupid man! I roared in frustration and anger. You took a knife for me, didn't you? I glanced back at Ash. There was a rip in both his shirt and jacket, and a small line of blood dripped from the thin laceration.
Aurelia, watch out,
Ash bellowed, his expression distraught. The distraction cost me. The blade-wielding attacker took the opportunity and stabbed me before I could even think to move. Pain lanced through my gut, seared up through my chest, and a burning agony lit all my limbs on fire. The man grinned at me with genuine malice. He wasn't being controlled or under some kind of magical influence like the other agents. His will was free, and his eyes were cold and cruel. He yanked the blade from my stomach just as my magic erupted, striking him in the chest. He screamed as he flew back, the shadows eating away at his skin with a vengeance. It was gruesome to behold. They burned away the fabric of his uniform, then melted through his skin until bones and bleeding tendons could be seen under his charred flesh. I fought the urge to puke and forced myself to my feet, lurching away from the true horror my magic could unleash upon another being. I did that. My head spun, and I swallowed hard as I clutched at my gut. My magic was something truly terrifying, or at least it could be, but I didn't have the time or strength to break down over what I'd just done. I'd wanted the man to hurt just as badly as he'd hurt me. Does that make me a terrible person? Could I be a cold-blooded killer? I shook off the grim thoughts. This was war and we were fighting for our lives. I could unpack that mess later. Blood dripped down the front of my dress, seeping through my fingers, but I wasn't too worried, despite the pain. My wound would heal soon enough. I turned to find more agents wielding long blades. They clearly weren't human at all, but rather Fae pretending to be Secret Service. One of them slashed out wildly at Gray, and I saw red. Thankfully, he jumped back unharmed. Pain distracted me, echoing in the wound left behind by the traitorous Fae guard in my belly. It pulsed to the beat of my heart, and blood continued its steady stream from the wound. It should have started healing already. Perhaps the adrenaline of the fight was keeping the blood pumping out of me. Maybe I needed a breather to allow my magic to catch up, but it was a luxury I couldn't afford. I couldn't stop. I had to keep fighting no matter what. We had to get out of here, push through. Everything depended on us escaping this mess alive, but we were heavily outnumbered, and more agents continued to flood the streets like a virus. I'd lost sight of Gray and Dan in the commotion as I spun, kicking out at a guard. Blood gushed from his side as my stiletto, which had seemed appropriate for the gala event, pierced his skin. I shoved him away from me and searched for Gray and Dan, but there were just too many enemies and barely any allies. How the hell are we going to get out of this? Without warning, something hit me like a battering ram and shoved me to the side. I blinked up at Ash from where I'd landed on my ass, stars dancing momentarily before my eyes. He punched an agent in the face, and a crack filled the air as the man's nose gushed blood and he fell to the ground, limp. Ash reached out to me, his knuckles cracked and bleeding. In an instant, he pulled me to my feet. I nodded gratefully as I fought to catch my breath and banish the stars. A second later, a sharp pain sliced through my back. I instinctively arched and screamed as I tried to evade the agony cutting through me. Blood gushed from my back as I stumbled gracelessly forward into Ash, my face contorted. He shoved me behind his impressive bulk, shielding me with his body from further harm, and disarmed the agent in a swift maneuver before slicing the blade across the man's throat with a bellow of rage. Tears pricked at my eyes, my breath hitching as I pressed my free hand to the gash on my back, which came away slick with blood. I stumbled sideways from blood loss. I wasn't healing as fast as I should have been. Why am I not healing? I don't understand. Arms banded around me from behind, locking my arms to my sides. Whoever had taken me hostage lifted me from my feet. I kicked back desperately with the pointy heel of my shoe, catching him in the shin.
"Stop fighting,"
the man hissed. I kicked him again and again as I thrashed in his hold like a worm on a hook. My shadows writhed along my arms in response to my distress, and slid like tar onto the man where his arms held me tightly. He screamed as they burned away the cloth of his suit jacket and melted his skin beneath.
"Aurelia!"
Gray roared. The agent dropped me to the ground as he batted at the shadows and continued to scream. Even though I was losing an obscene amount of blood and in agony, I still hated to witness the wrath of my magic. I hated having to use it this way. And though I could justify the brutal use of magical force as we fought for our lives, I didn't have to like it. I stumbled back to my feet with considerable effort. Gray was fighting to get to me, but there were too many guards rushing toward me. He'd never make it through alive. Dan appeared instantly at my side, a blade in each hand. He must have stolen them from the agents he'd fought and bested. He handed one of them to me. "Thank you. I hate using my magic like that," I gasped as I took the blade and twirled it in my grasp. With what strength I had remaining, I slashed at anything that came too close to me. But the only agents who would venture near the blades were the ones with blank eyes. The others very carefully and consciously kept their distance. Without warning, my head spun suddenly and violently. I pitched to the side, directly into Dan. What's happening to me? I blinked, trying to clear my head and vision, but the ground was uneven and the night sky swirled around me in a chaotic and haphazard kaleidoscope of color and darkness.
"Aurelia, are you okay?"
Dan asked, gripping my shoulders to steady me. "I'm dizzy," I managed. but my words were slurred and my tongue felt thick in my mouth.
Shit,
He swore.
you're not healing.
He glanced down at the hole in my stomach, blood still openly flowing from it. But why am I not healing? I shook my head in denial. It didn't make sense.
You were stabbed.
He said, his gaze shifting to the daggers we both held.
The blades might have been coated with something to prevent the healing process.
Twice, I said, and stumbled again, the world spinning.
What?
Dan asked, searching my face. I was stabbed twice. I slurred as I dropped to my knees. Well, stabbed once and then slashed from behind. But why was I being pedantic? The point remained that I was injured and my strength was failing me at an alarming rate. Why do I feel so tired? My knees gave out, unable to hold me anymore. I fell to the side, heavy and uncontrolled, like a dead weight. My head slammed into the concrete sidewalk, pain exploding behind my eyes so fiercely it stole my breath away.
Gray,
Dan roared.
the princess is injured.
Darkness swirled in and out of my vision. I slapped at the ground, unwilling to accept defeat, desperate to get up. I needed to help them, to get to my feet and continue to fight. But my limbs were so heavy, and I'm so tired. Unable to hold them open a moment longer, my eyes fluttered closed and darkness engulfed me completely. Chapter 2. Gray.
Gray, the princess is injured.
Dan's words hit me like a sledgehammer in the gut. I spun to face him with a bellow of anguish. My wolf exploded out of me without my consent, ripping through the agents gleefully and without mercy as he raced to his mate's motionless form. Aurelia was pale, and her eyes were closed. Please, gods, let her be okay. My wolf nudged her with his nose. She felt cool to the touch, which disturbed him deeply. I stood over her protectively, snarling in my black wolf form. No one would get to my mate again. I wouldn't allow it. My wolf howled. Ash materialized next to me. My wolf overtook me, growling a warning at the rider.
Easy now. We need to get out of here. Let me carry her for you.
Asher raised his hands in surrender. He's a friend. Let him help. I commanded my wolf, asserting my authority. It went against everything my wolf stood for to let someone else touch his mate. But Ash had proven his loyalty time and time again to me and my future queen. My wolf nodded his furry head in agreement, then snarled again at the encroaching agents. He crouched down, ready to pounce on anyone that dared to get too close to us. All around us, guns were drawn again and pointed squarely at my wolf.
Give up, Shifter King.
Malcolm cackled from his observation point on the stairs.
You're surrounded. It's over. Shift back, and they won't kill you all.
Ignoring the pompous ass, Ash secured Aurelia in his arms and glanced down at me.
Are you ready to mow them down, Gray?
I nodded, since it was the only way I could communicate with others while in my wolf form. My wolf howled with rage-fueled glee and launched up from his crouch, crashing into the first row of agents with the force of a cannonball. Guns were fired, one after another, cracking like thunder in our ears. But Ash's magic prevented the rounds from hitting us. He tossed the bullets away with his powerful breeze, as another gust of wind pushed back the second row of agents trying to advance. They fell like dominoes into one another, providing us with a small window to escape.
No!
Malcolm bellowed.
Get up, you fools! They're getting away!
Vacant-eyed men scrambled in response, and a hand grasped my leg. I tripped over my own paw and landed heavily on the man's chest. A crunch sounded beneath me. The man screamed, but the sound was short-lived and his hand went slack. Damn, my weight must have broken a rib. Not that I gave a shit. He was merely an obstacle between me, my mate, and freedom. So without a backward glance, I bounded away from him.
Where are we going?
Dan asked through heaving breaths as he joined us a second later.
We can't let them follow us back to the building. There are innocents there,"
Ash said, adjusting his hold on my precious mate.
"We need to get to the car so Gray can shift,"
Dan answered and picked up his pace, jogging down a dark alley. We'd known going into this that things could end up going south, so we'd organized a backup plan for just such an outcome. All we had to do was make it to the SUV. Thundering steps sounded from behind us, and my wolf growled low in my throat. They're following us. I'd known they would. We had to move faster. I rammed my head into Asher's thigh, urging him on. Dan opened a door at the end of the alley, and it creaked. The sound like a gunshot to my oversensitive shifter ears. The human agents were still fairly far off, so hopefully they wouldn't have heard it. I bounced into the dark room, which was likely a storage closet. The four of us barely fit inside the small space, but we weren't intending to stay there long. Dan closed the door quietly behind him and clicked the lock into place. The businesses in the alley had all been owned by shifters until we'd been outed to the world. Now they provided places that shifters or other supernaturals could go to hide if the need arose unexpectedly. We'd always had a contingency plan, until the Fae Council came along and ruined everything. We had never planned for this level of madness, but we were doing our best to keep it together on the fly. Dan flicked on a light and threw a bundle of dark clothes at me. I shifted quickly and dressed to leave. We still needed to get to our vehicle.
"There were agents following us,"
I informed them.
"We need to get to the SUV, but we can't risk everyone."
I ran my hand through my hair in frustration. This is all so fucked. I reached for Aurelia, still unconscious in Ash's arms. The only way I knew she was alive was the faint beating of her heart.
"What the fuck happened?"
I scowled as I followed Dan out of another hidden door and into what used to be a thriving restaurant.
"Those knives the Fae agents had. They must have had something on them to prevent healing."
We followed him through the dead establishment and out into the cool night air on the street that ran parallel to the alley. Dan clicked the front door shut behind us.
"We need to get her somewhere safe. She's lost too much blood,"
I said as I pulled her carefully from Ash's arms and to my chest. Ash sighed.
"The compound is heavily warded and there's no one there, with my brothers helping at the Syndicate. Okay, let's go."
I gripped the door handle and pulled it open, climbing up into the back seat with Aurelia curled in my lap. I pressed my lips to her cool forehead, praying that we would figure out a way to save her in time. I need her. The entire supernatural world needs her.
"Fuck!"
Dan yelled as a gunshot exploded in the air nearby. He dove into the driver's seat and slammed the door quickly behind him as a hail of bullets pinged the metal. Thankfully, my SUVs were all bulletproof, which was why I insisted we bring one of them instead of the mission-ready SUVs the Syndicate used.
"Drive!"
I shouted, as bullets continued to ping off the vehicle's armor. Dan sat up in his seat and pushed the button to start the vehicle and threw it into drive. We tore out of the abandoned parking lot along the street as quickly as possible, while men in suits chased after us, shooting the entire time.
"Take as many turns and side streets as you can before going into the woods east of Dallas,"
Ash instructed. Dan tore down alley after alley, but our evasive path was taking too long to get us where we needed to go. Aurelia's respiration was getting lighter the longer we took to get to the rider's compound.
"We need to get there now,"
I stressed.
"I think we've lost them."
I pulled Aurelia's head to my shoulder, squeezing her tighter.
"Are you sure?"
Dan asked and glanced at Ash from the driver's seat.
"Yeah, I think Gray is right. We've lost them, and the princess needs healing."
Ash clenched his fist. He glanced back at me holding her with a grimace. Meanwhile, Dan's knuckles were white. He was gripping the steering wheel too tightly.
"There's just one problem with this plan,"
he announced.
"None of us are healers."
His eyes widened in the rearview mirror as he spoke.
"We'll worry about that when we get to the compound,"
Ash said, but his tone wavered, as if he seemed genuinely scared for Aurelia. My mate inspired loyalty in nearly everyone she met. The gods couldn't take her from me. She had to survive these wounds. She has to. My wolf whimpered in my mind at the thought of losing his mate. His power was stronger than that of almost any other supernatural. If he lost his fated mate, I didn't know if I would be able to rein him in, or that I would even want to. The world will burn if she dies, and I will light the match. Dan maneuvered my SUV through the city streets, avoiding unnecessary detours, and in no time, we were driving down a dirt road and into the forest. The road was bumpy as fuck, and I shielded Aurelia from the jostling motion as best I could. She didn't open her eyes during the entire drive, but at least she was still breathing. Ash pulled something from his pocket and hit a couple buttons when we got to the wrought iron gate that surrounded the compound. The gates creaked open in response, though far too slowly for my liking. I shifted in my seat. This was taking too damn long. How much blood had Aurelia already lost? We needed to get her inside safely and then get a healer there quickly. Dan hit the gas hard as soon as the gate opened and followed the curved driveway that led up to a state-of-the-art garage which was already open and waiting. As soon as the SUV was parked, I threw my door open.
Get Fenric on the phone immediately. I'm on it, boss.
Dan pulled his phone from his pocket and raised it to his ear. Ash ushered me through the door in the garage that led into the main house. I didn't even so much as look at the place as I followed him down a long hallway. Dan was hot on our heels seconds later.
How's Fenric gonna get here?
Dan asked me as we turned a corner into a spare bedroom. I laid Aurelia on the bed.
The King of Faery's been here before. It was a very long time ago, but he should still be able to sift to the gate.
I ran my fingers tenderly through Aurelia's golden hair as the two men spoke quietly in the corner about Fenric's impending arrival. They would figure it out and get him here. I knew they would. They'd never let me down before. My wolf whined in my head, begging to be let out, to curl up around his mate like a furry shield. But I couldn't lose control right now. After she's healed, I promised. Once Fenric arrived and healed her of her injuries, I could shift and sleep by her side until she woke. I didn't want to be apart from her any more than my wolf did, and I knew he could feel that and knew it to be true.
Fenric and the king will be here momentarily,
Ash said, interrupting my discussion with my inner wolf. I glanced up from my mate and noticed that Dan was gone, and Ash had pulled a chair up on the other side of the bed. I peered back at Aurelia, not wanting to take my eyes off her for another second. Her heartbeat had slowed significantly since we arrived, even though the bleeding had finally stopped. She's probably running on empty. It was a grim thought, but she'd lost so much, I imagined it wasn't too far from the truth.
I think you need to get cleaned up, Gray,
Ash suggested with a grimace. I was covered in blood. Mine, Aurelia's, and the gods only knew who else's. But I couldn't bring myself to care. I wasn't leaving Aurelia's side until she was healed. I just couldn't.
No. Gray, you're covered in your mate's blood and the blood of the men you killed tonight,
Ash said.
You're covered in blood too,
I retorted, never taking my eyes from Aurelia's pale face. I leaned down and kissed her forehead, pushing every bit of love and devotion I had for her through my lips, willing her to feel it, to absorb it and draw strength from it.
I know. And as soon as Dan gets back to make sure you don't shift and tear Fenric apart while he heals Aurelia, I'm gonna go get cleaned up.
Ash shook his head, one heavy-set brow hitched.
I have no intention of hurting Fenric,
I huffed back.
I know you don't, but your wolf nearly maimed me earlier for getting close to the princess.
He shook his hand out, trying to relieve the pain of having clenched it through most of our drive over.
You got too close to his injured mate, but I calmed his ass down.
I brushed the hair away from Aurelia's face.
What do you think is taking them so long?
I asked.
We're here,
Fenric announced from the doorway. He rushed inside the room and cursed when he inspected the wound in her stomach.
It's not healing. I need you to heal her, I mumbled, my heart in my throat.
What if he can't heal her? Are we about to lose our mate even after all of this?
I'm going to try my best, Gray, but I need you to move.
Fenric patted my shoulder.
I can't. I have to stay close.
My hand tightened around hers. Dan gripped my other shoulder much more firmly than he would have ever dared before.
Move, Gray. She needs a healer now or she's gonna die. I will move you myself if I fucking have to.
He's right. I need to move. But how could I force myself away from her when she was injured? My wolf howled in my mind and butted against my barriers with all his might as I stood. He didn't want to be too far from his mate. We're not going far. I held my hands up in surrender and backed away from the bed slowly. Every step away from her was painful, like walking on glass with bare feet. My heart cracked in my chest with each footfall, but I stepped back all the same. I needed her to be okay more than my next breath.
Just fix her,
I whispered, my voice betraying my fear. My hands clenched into fists at my sides even as my wolf howled and whined and attempted to break free. I had to keep it together just a little while longer, because there would be no world left for me if she died. I would incinerate it all, and every single fucking person responsible for her death would pay dearly. I would make sure of it. Chapter 3. Aurelia. My body burned painfully on my left side, and I grimaced, sucking in a quick, deep breath to avoid the hiss that wanted to escape from between my teeth. Why am I so hot? I lazily threaded my fingers through soft fur, and not 2 seconds later, did a mental double-take. What? My eyes blinked open instantly to a sterile white room and a dark wolf fast asleep, practically on top of me. What the hell happened? Where are we? The wolf was obviously my beautiful Gray, but what had happened to us? Nothing in the room seemed familiar. We weren't at the Syndicate, that was for sure. I sat up gingerly, wincing at the pain in my gut as memories flooded back to me of the fight with the human agents and the disguised Fae with their poisoned blades, and me being injured. I ran my fingers over my abdomen with hesitant fingers where the blade had cut through my skin. It was no longer bleeding, and there were mercifully no puckered scars or visible damage left behind by the serrated blade. Did the council capture us? I shook the big wolf's body next to me and tried to wake him, but he didn't budge. Did they do something to my mate? My chest fluttered with anxiety and fear. Was that why I couldn't get him to wake up? What was going on? This room wasn't the best by any stretch, but it also didn't remind me of how the council treated their prisoners. No, this was something else. I just didn't know what. Gray? I croaked, my voice hoarse. I needed water in the worst way. It felt like I'd chewed glass the night before and swallowed it, the jagged edges cutting all the way down. I nudged Gray again, my anxiety growing with uncertainty. His wolf whined in his sleep, but still didn't open his eyes. Gray, wake up. What happened? Where are we? I shoved his flank harder. His wolfy tongue lolled out of his mouth. Under any other circumstances, I would have found that adorable. But my hands were shaking and my imagination was running wild. If we weren't being held prisoner by the council, had we been captured during our daring escape and handed over to the humans? Was this a room in another testing facility? The wolf whimpered and turned blinking blue eyes at me before that same tongue licked up the side of my face with a yip of excitement. Hey, Wolfie. I'm glad to see you too, but I need to talk to Gray. I buried my face in his fur, surreptitiously wiping the wolf drool off my face. His wolf whined, but seconds later, a very naked Gray pulled me into his arms.
You're alive,
he breathed. We have to find a way out of here, I whispered harshly. What happened? How did they catch us? Where are we? I asked rapid fire. I tugged out of his grip and grasped his hand in mine to pull him out of the bed, but he was immovable.
Stop. We're safe, Aurelia. What are you talking about?
Gray frowned. Where are we then, Gray? I've never seen this place before. I chewed my lip, my chest rising and falling as my heart pounded like a racehorse at full gallop.
We couldn't go back to the Syndicate because we were being followed. This is the Riders' compound. We're safe.
He kissed my temple, trying to ease my stress.
I promise, we're safe.
Safe? Are we really safe anywhere? The Riders' compound? I asked, my heart cracking in my chest at the memory of Zeke. They had lost their brother because he was helping me, and now I was taking refuge in their secret space. How was that even fair? They had all done nothing but help us with our Fae Council problem, and I was grateful to them for it. But now guilt gnawed at me. There was no replacing Zeke. No matter what I did or how we succeeded, life would never be the same without the burly rider who excelled at hacking.
Hey, don't think like that,
said Gray, interrupting my thoughts.
I can already see and smell the guilt all over you. Helping us helps all supernaturals, and Asher would be happy to help you heal.
Gray wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me into his naked body despite my initial resistance. How the hell can you smell my guilt? I asked with a defeated sigh.
I'm the Shifter King, mate. My nose is better than anyone's.
He rested his chin on the top of my head. We're really safe and at the Riders' compound, I asked. I trusted Gray with my life, but I still needed confirmation for my peace of mind with everything that had happened. I just couldn't believe that they'd actually gotten us away from the President's Secret Service detail. There had been so many of them, and the last thing I remembered was being overwhelmed, and then darkness.
Yes, but now I need to ask how you're feeling, Princess.
He responded with a subtle smirk.
You didn't heal. They stabbed you and you weren't healing. It drove me and my wolf to madness thinking you were gonna die.
I feel fine, I assured him as I turned my gaze up to his and kissed his chin. There was a shadow of a beard there that tickled my nose, and I giggled with relief. Resting my head on his chest, I allowed myself to simply listen to the sound of his heart thumping beneath my ear, steady and strong. He was solid, and I was thankful. I could always rely on Gray, and that thought gave me a great deal of comfort regardless of what peril faced us. His fingers trailed over the line where the knife had sliced my stomach, but there was nothing there. Only the memory of that wound still existed between us. The same as with the slice to my back. I was practically good as new. Should we get dressed and figure out our next steps? I asked with a lopsided smile. Gray's arms tightened around my waist like he didn't want to let me go. I understood the sentiment, because I would have been the same if the roles of our situation were reversed.
Not yet,
Gray said with a growl. His wolf was riding him. His eyes glowed as the wolf lunged to the surface. I raked my fingers through his hair and nuzzled into his neck, pressing my lips to his skin, just breathing in his scent before speaking again. I think everyone might want to know that I'm okay.
Fuck everyone else. I'm your mate, and I'm not ready to give you up to the rest of the world yet.
Gray growled again. It was so strange after all the years that I'd had no one, to now know that I had a mate and parents who loved me. I also had wonderful friends who trusted and needed me. I felt out of my element when I thought about my past. Who is this new, beloved, magic-wielding warrior princess? The idea of how much I'd changed and grown almost made me chuckle. Life was beyond strange. I could never have imagined living and walking the path I was now. It was like a dream, yet it was very much my reality. The sheer volume of love and pain I'd endured since meeting Gray was testament to that. Gray's arms tightened around me briefly again, and then he sighed, the man understanding what his wolf could not.
You're right. We need to go so they all know you're okay, or I'll never hear the end of it.
Are gonna have to come up with a plan, I mumbled into his chest, a part of me lamenting that we had to return to the proverbial and literal front so soon. It seemed like quiet moments like this were few and far between lately. Things were unfortunately worse now than ever before. The agent's eerily blank eyes flashed in my memory, and I shuddered on Gray's lap. They weren't normal. Malcolm had been controlling them, of that much I was sure. And if we didn't do something about it, we were going to find ourselves in a lot more trouble than we'd bargained for. Malcolm needs to be removed from the board. His influence is toxic, a disease that spreads wherever he goes. Consciously retreating from the darkness of the Fae who had once been my betrothed, and back to the light of my mate, I grinned. "You should probably get dressed first," I said, suppressing a giggle. Gray glanced down at his naked body. His sudden reaction drew my own gaze. Do I really want him to get dressed? With all that tanned, toned skin that was on display, he looked mouth-watering. I shifted next to him and winced in pain. Damn it. I sighed. There wouldn't even be time for a quick roll in the sheets. I was still too stiff and sore, even though someone had gone to the trouble of healing me. Though I showed no outward wounds or scars, the internal pain was still very real and present. Gray pushed me gently back to the bed and got up, grabbing a pair of sweats from the chair next to the bed.
"You're still sore,"
he said, not wanting to injure me further. "Only a little," I said and pouted. Though a little was an understatement. I didn't want my gorgeous mate to think I no longer desired him, because I did. And as soon as I was back to 100% strength, I'd be seizing the first opportunity we had to prove it.
"Come on. Let's go tell the others you're awake and figure out how we're gonna stop the council once and for all."
Gray held a hand out to me, a wry smile on his lovely lips. I glowered momentarily, but gingerly got up from the bed. Someone had changed me from my blood-stained gown into a comfortable pair of sleep shorts and a tank top. I was pretty sure that would have been Gray, so I squeezed his hands in unspoken thanks. No matter how much I trusted my friends, I didn't want anyone else seeing me so vulnerable or changing me, and I'm pretty sure my mate felt the same way. Gray opened the door, trailing me behind him. A heartbeat later, Fenric fell inside the room, toppling over from his seated position on the floor. He blinked his eyes open rapidly and jumped to his feet, suddenly alert.
"What's going on?"
he asked as he scanned the hallway. His shoulders hunched and his hands clenched into fists at his sides while he searched for a threat that wasn't there. "Everything's fine," I said and smiled at Fenric. "I think we just woke you." His eyes widened and he blew out a relieved breath.
"Yes, sorry. I was on guard,"
he explained.
"I didn't want to go too far. You scared us, Princess."
"I kinda scared myself," I chuckled.
"Never again,"
Gray growled, his eyes flashing. "None of us can promise that," I answered. "All we can do is try not to let it happen again. And I promise to do my best so it doesn't." I stepped forward, feeling a little more myself with each passing moment. "Now, we need to come up with a plan. This has gone on long enough."
"You're right, Princess,"
Fenric muttered as he led the way down the hall.
"I picked up Zeke's laptop in case we needed it before I came to help heal you."
So it was Fenric who healed me. I would have to thank him, but not now. I hung my head and a single tear leaked from my eye. Zeke. He'd been shot, and I'd left him behind. Gray squeezed my hip, as he no doubt felt and smelled my guilt over the loss of the rider through our mated bond. What does Ash think of me? It's my fault his brother is gone.
"It's not your fault, mate,"
Gray assured me as he squeezed me again. "Isn't it, though? That was my plan. I'd wanted to take Malcolm out, and then we couldn't even find him." I shook my head.
"You can't blame yourself, Aurelia. We forced you to leave him behind. You're the future Queen of Faery. Your life and safety were paramount, mate. It's what he would have wanted."
Gray pulled me down the hall. "Are you sure about that?" I asked, my heart in my throat. "I hate that we had to leave him. You all made sure that even though I was injured to the point of near death, that you brought me back to be healed. My life isn't worth more than anyone else's." Overhearing our conversation, Fenric turned sharply and scowled at me.
"It's not. You are the one who is prophesied to save the supernaturals and usher in a new era. How can you say your life isn't worth more? You are meant to rule and save us all.
But why? I threw my hands up in frustration. Because some seer 200 years ago said it was true? I haven't done anything so far but screw up and get people I care about killed. Both men stared at me with equal expressions of disbelief. What were they thinking? I couldn't even begin to guess. I certainly hadn't saved anyone. Zeke had died because he was protecting us. Because he was protecting me.
You were the one who organized the people at the Syndicate to rescue the supernaturals being targeted by the government. Or did I imagine that?
Fenric asked slowly. It was just the right thing to do. I crossed my arms over my chest. They were all innocents and didn't deserve to be persecuted.
Indeed, but not only that, you helped destroy a prison that was holding and running tests on innocent supernaturals, and on top of that, you destroyed much of the Council's research into mind control.
Fenric had a point, but I still wasn't sure what it was. That was selfish, I said. I needed Gray and the rest of you back. It was entirely for me. I needed my family. I couldn't lose you all after having just found you. As for the others that were released, well, that was a happy coincidence. I glared at him in frustration.
They were all innocent. None of us had committed the crimes we were accused of. There weren't even any logical crimes, really. Simply existing was the crime they accused you of as well, Princess.
Fenric crossed his arms over his chest, looking every bit as defiant as I felt. Ugh, I know. I just don't think I've done all that much to inspire this kind of loyalty. When we've saved Faery and everyone can return home, I might feel worthy. But until then, we need to get a plan together to get rid of the Council once and for all. I stepped past Fenric to the door behind him. People were whispering on the other side, and my shoulders slumped as I recognized Ash's voice. Does he hate me? How can I even face him when I let his brother die? I squared my shoulders and pushed through the door. My father was the first to glance up at me, and he was on his feet before I could even take a step into the room. His arms wrapped around me, and I blew out a relieved breath.
I'm so glad you're okay, daughter,
he said. I'm not exactly sure I am, I admitted, though I embraced him in return. What information do we have that can help eliminate the Council and stop the humans from targeting supernaturals? My voice was robotic even to my own ears.
We know the location of one of the facilities where they are holding more supernaturals. We could rescue them. They could help us in the coming war,
said Fenric. How? I asked, my brow furrowing.
Zeke was searching for them. He left us all we needed to know.
Fenric hung his head, his voice thick with emotion. He must have heard what happened to Zeke. A tear rolled down my cheek as shame and self-pity overwhelmed me, but I nodded for him to continue. My throat practically burned with grief, and I knew that if I tried to talk, it would sound unrecognizable.
He found one that we could infiltrate. From what I can see, we have a real chance of rescuing these people.
Given that he's gone now, I think he would want us to go after them. It's the least we can do in his memory. Let's make a plan and free them before more lives are lost, I said with the conviction I didn't feel. We were going to save the supernaturals, and then we were going to destroy the Council. Zeke deserved that from us. Chapter 4. Gray. I pulled Aurelia against my chest and heaved a sigh of relief, relishing in the feel of my mate's curves and her delicious, familiar scent. It was late. We'd been strategizing all day, trying to figure out how to infiltrate the facility Zeke had located. Weariness tugged at the fringes of my consciousness. The last 24 hours had been an emotional and physical whirlwind.
We need to rest and recharge, beautiful,
I suggested as I brushed a lock of golden hair from her eyes. But I don't want to wait to save them, Aurelia said, suppressing a yawn.
You almost died less than a day ago,
I argued back quietly against her ear.
You need sleep, and I need to hold you.
The others in the room we'd been deliberating with clearly heard me, but none of them moved or acknowledged our conversation. Dan cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself with a curt nod. Good old reliable Dan.
I need to make some calls and organize supplies. I think it's best if we wait. We don't want to go in half-cocked or ill-prepared, not with innocent lives at stake. Let's call it a night.
Aurelia leaned forward as if to rise to her feet, unhappy with the notion of waiting, even if it presented our best chance. My arms tightened around her. I wasn't letting her off my lap. She cast a tired and unimpressed glare at me over her shoulder, then proceeded to wiggle her hips. If she really thinks that's going to be incentive for me to let her up, she is sorely mistaken.
Stop it, mate,
I growled in her ear.
Rest is going to be the last thing on my mind if you keep that up.
Her breath caught in her throat and she bit her lip. I squeezed her thigh, rubbing my thumb in slow circles as I held her down against my heart. I was always hard when she was near me. With her wiggling in my lap, it was even more torturous. I needed to show her how much I needed her, and soon. She'd almost died, and ever since we'd been planning our next course of action. I had to prove to myself and to my inner wolf that she was still here, that this wasn't all some strange fever dream and my mate wasn't dead. Fine, she huffed. I don't want to fuck this up. We'll go in tomorrow night and rescue them. I stood in one fluid motion and tossed my mate over my shoulder as if she weighed nothing at all. Aurelia squeaked in surprise and slapped my ass in playful objection as she hung upside down. Gray, I can walk. She pummeled my back with the flats of her palms. I nipped her ass cheek and continued strolling out of the room to the sound of muffled laughter from the others. I didn't give a fuck. I needed my mate. Now. Once out of sight, I raced down the hall to the room that Asher had given us for our stay and kicked the door shut before tossing her on the bed. Gray, what are you doing? I thought you wanted to rest, she emphasized as she leaned back on her elbows, one prominent brow raised.
There's plenty of time for that.
I pulled my t-shirt over my head with one hand and smirked with bone-deep satisfaction. Her gaze followed my movements, her teeth worrying her lower lip. She is so fucking perfect, and she's all mine. With a knowing smile, Aurelia sat up on her knees before me and reached for the button of my jeans. I batted away her attempt to undress me and wrapped her wrists in one of my hands behind her back. My wolf howled and battled to the surface at the knowledge that we had our mate at our mercy. My fingertips shifted to claws, but I was careful not to let the one encircling her wrist scratch her milky skin. Gray, she peered into my eyes. These don't belong to me. I traced the back of my claw along her collarbone to the thin strap of material holding the tiny tank top on her body.
I'll buy them new clothes,
I growled. Without further discussion, I cut both straps and leaned over, licking a hot path down her neck to her shoulder, and finally to the confluence of her throat where I planned to mark her as mine forever. I nipped the skin there, tasting her. Aurelia moaned as the tiny tank pooled around her waist, revealing her beautiful full breasts to my hungry gaze. I want to touch you too, she protested, struggling in my grip to no avail. I wasn't letting her go. I would never let her go again.
Lean back and grab the headboard, gorgeous. If you're a good girl, I'll let you touch me all you want.
Her eyes lit up at my words. Licking my lips, I released her wrists, enjoying the vision before me. Aurelia pulled the ruined tank top off along with the small sleep shorts, and lay back on the bed, gripping the headboard as she'd been instructed. Aurelia's lust-glazed eyes glowed with love as she stared up at me, her chin resting on my chest.
I think that was exactly what we needed,
I whispered, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead.
We need to remember what's important, now more than ever. We need to remember what we're fighting for.
Aurelia cleared her throat and licked her lips before answering. And what if I've forgotten what that is? She asked, glancing away, her lower lip trembling. I gripped her chin and turned her back to face me.
What do you think we're fighting for?
I asked, my gaze searching hers. Right now, it feels a lot like vengeance, she whispered.
No, my beautiful girl,
I said, brushing her hair aside and trailing the backs of my fingers down her flushed cheek.
We aren't fighting for vengeance. We're fighting for the right to live and be free, to love who we want without persecution. And when the time is right, we will defeat the Council, because they're fighting for nothing but greed and power. Their cause is corrupt, while ours is just, Aurelia. We will prevail because our very lives depend on it.
Aurelia sighed and nodded against me, a single glistening tear leaking from the corner of her eye. We have to fight, she agreed. For all those who aren't strong enough to fight for themselves, and for those we've already lost. Chapter 5. Aurelia. Anxiety and nervous energy thrummed through me. I was fidgeting. I knew it, and everyone else did too, but I couldn't help it. Gray wrapped his hand around both of mine to stop me with a subtle, empathetic smile. The last break-in didn't go so well, I mumbled by way of explanation. We lost Zeke. He's dead because shit went south.
Strategy was changed on the fly last time. It was unavoidable, Aurelia. But we have planned this from start to finish, and no one here is going to change those plans. I promise you, we're prepared this time.
Gray squeezed my hand, offering me his silent strength and support. A million things could go wrong, I argued anxiously as I chewed my bottom lip, fighting the anxiety within myself like it was a physical beast to be slayed or shoved back down into the pit from whence it came.
It could also go smoothly, baby. Now more than ever, you must have faith that we're exactly where we're meant to be.
He leaned back in the driver's seat of his SUV as we waited for the signal. What about Dan and Fenric? They have to set it off. Ash patted my shoulder from the back seat, his hulking figure offering a semblance of comfort in his brother's absence.
Stop worrying, Princess. They're both skilled warriors. They won't fail you.
It almost sounded like they were doing this just for me and not for the good of all supernaturals from the way he said it. And I didn't know how I felt about that. I didn't want them to fail. It was the very last thing I wanted. But if they did, they wouldn't be failing me. They'd be failing us all. We were here for everyone, after all, not just a special few. Gray tensed noticeably. My senses immediately became hyper-aware in response. I turned to him just as an explosion rattled the windows of the SUV. Fire and smoke rose from behind the building we were watching, and I shoved open the door, breathless as I drank in the sight. We all scrambled from the vehicle, ready to execute our plan. Fenric appeared in front of us with a grin.
Time to go.
He placed a hand on my shoulder, the other on Gray's, and sifted us into the building. I stumbled slightly as the world lurched. Gray reached out, his hand on my arm steadying me as we appeared in a dark room. Dan stood in front of us, his gaze far off as he stared at something I couldn't see. Dan? I asked, my voice catching in my throat. Something is wrong. He spun around, his eyes wide and glistening with emotion. I gasped at the glimpse I got from behind him. No, I gasped, my stomach convulsing inside me, rebelling at the gut-churning sight before us.
What?
Gray asked, his brow furrowed. He marched forward to peer around Dan and stopped still.
What the fuck are they doing?
He breathed. The scene before me was like something straight out of a horror movie. The large rectangular window Dan stood in front of was a viewing window. Ultraviolet lights glowed in the room beyond. Beds lined the walls in rows, and supernaturals lay in them, unconscious, with countless tubes coming out of them as IV bags pumped a bright blue liquid directly into their veins. What's going on? I asked in shock, a sour taste of stomach acid in my mouth. Is this a testing facility?
It is,
Fenric growled.
But I never even imagined it would be like this, though. They're not testing anything. They're just killing them.
This is fucked. How are we supposed to get everyone out when they're hooked up to tubes? And how do we even know if we disconnect them that they'll survive what they've had forced into their bodies already? I hugged myself and hung my head. We didn't think this through. We weren't prepared for anything. How could we rescue these people when we didn't even have enough help?
The facility is huge. Maybe the Shadow Warriors are in a different section,
Fenric said as he patted my shoulder.
They're all shifters,
Gray said, sniffing the air and engaging his keen senses.
They aren't gonna last much longer in here. We need to get them out now.
I squeezed Gray's hand in comfort, despite how physically and emotionally sick I felt. As the Shifter King and their ultimate alpha, I knew he could feel their torment. This had to be the hardest on him. Fenric, can you go and get my parents? We need as many Fae that are on our side as possible to sift these people out. I glanced at my childhood protector, my eyes beseeching him. Fenric nodded dutifully and sifted from the room in an instant. Something doesn't feel right. How are we able to sift in and out at all, let alone undetected? It doesn't make sense. Is the council getting sloppy? I wondered aloud.
Why would you think that?
Gray asked, cracking his knuckles one by one. Doesn't this seem too easy to you? We sifted in undetected, and despite the explosion, there are no alarms, no swarms of guards.
Maybe they think the human government got to us first. They may have assumed their facilities were no longer in need of maximum security.
Gray folded his arms over his chest. Fenric popped back in a minute later with both my parents and the Shadow Guardian who'd helped me get out of Faery when I was trapped there. I sighed in relief. They were here to help get these people out, and in this instance, it was a case of the more the merrier. I rushed to the door next to the viewing window and wrenched it open, not wanting to waste another minute. A siren blared as soon as I stepped through the door, and I froze. So much for no security. Fuck! I shouted over the blaring noise. We need to get them all out of here immediately. My parents and the Guardian jumped into action, unhooking the slew of shifters as quickly as possible and sifting several of them out at once.
Come on.
Gray gripped my hand and dragged me through another door at the other end of the room. This room was more of the same, and I deflated. We had our work cut out for us. How on earth were we going to get everyone out of here with the sirens blaring and guards most likely closing in on us? I spun in a circle, searching for someone, anyone, who could help us get some of the shifters out. A man sat up in a bed at the other end of the room, catching my gaze. His eyes glimmered with hope as he stared at me. Gray, the Fae are in this room. I ran to the man and pulled the wires from his arms and unbuckled the straps around his wrists and ankles. Can you walk? I asked breathlessly.
Princess Aurelia, I knew you would come.
The man bowed his head to me. Less bowing and more getting the fuck out of here, I grumbled, still hating the bowing and scraping thing. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. Ugh. Gray chuckled apologetically.
She doesn't like that. We also don't have a lot of time. Is everyone here, Fae? Yes,
he answered.
Mostly guards from the Shadow Kingdom who refuse to fall in line.
The man jumped from the cot and stumbled slightly, holding his head as if he felt woozy or disoriented.
Easy there. You've been tied to that bed for a while, I'm guessing.
Gray reached out and gripped his arm, helping to steady him.
I've been here for a long time,
the Fae grumbled.
I just need a second to get my bearings.
We may not have a second. Can you sift? I glanced back at the door with growing apprehension. The deafening sirens continued to wail as I scanned the room. I glanced up at the ceiling and groaned. In each corner was a dome with a blinking red light on it. They're recording everything that happens here. Fuck. We're being watched, I warned them. They're probably waiting to ambush us at any second. I straightened my spine, on edge. Gray rushed over to the next nearest gurney where another man was struggling and helped remove the tubes from his body. The man stood quickly, seemingly having fared a little better than the first man we assisted, and the two of them went to work on the rest of the men in the room.
Come on, we need to keep moving, or there's no way we'll get everyone out of here,
Gray urged, running back and reaching for my arm. We moved through the room, making good progress, only to find another door, unfortunately locked. I shoved against it, but it wouldn't budge. "Stand back," I said to Gray. Without waiting, I let a small trickle of magic fill my palm and flung it at the door. A deafening boom filled the space a heartbeat later. Gray launched himself at me, tackling me to the floor, shielding me with his body as debris sailed over our heads and smoke billowed from the now open doorway.
"We could have thought of a better way, Aurelia,"
he chided. "We don't have time for all that." I grunted beneath him. There could be more that needs saving. His big shifter body was too heavy for me to move, so he rolled to the side and hopped to his feet, reaching a hand down to me. Dan pushed through the main door we'd entered, his eyes wild.
"What happened?"
He stared at the burning rubble that was once a door. "That was me," I grinned. Gray grabbed the fire extinguisher and blasted the door with it until the flames died down, and we could walk into the next room. Even more beds filled the room, supernaturals lying in them unconscious. How many of my people are being held in this awful place? The door at the other end of the room flew open, and men flooded through it one by one in tactical attire. I backed up into Gray and turned to him, my stomach dropping and my heart rate increasing tenfold. His eyes were widened in the opposite direction, at the door we'd just come through.
"Fuck,"
he growled. More council soldiers were blocking our exit, and we weren't any closer to getting the others out. There had to be hundreds of beds in this room. It was easily 10 times larger than the ones before. "What are we gonna do?" I asked, panicking. "None of us can sift." I would be able to sift eventually, but I had yet to learn how. Is now the time to experiment? Probably not. But if we couldn't figure something else out before we were captured, then I would have to try my best and pray to the gods it worked. The guards filed in with batons in their hands, raising them threateningly as they lit up with electricity. Fenric popped in and cursed before gripping onto 2 of the gurneys and sifting right out again a mere second later. We're on our own. Fuck. We're in so much trouble. What the hell are we gonna do? I pulled magic in my palms and scanned the crowd of about 20 guards on my end. Another 20 were poised for action on Gray's side, and there were only 3 of us. The odds were well and truly stacked against us.
"You need to try to sift back, Aurelia."
Gray grabbed my arm and turned me to face him, his expression one of utter and bereft seriousness. "I can't." I shook my head, my chest aching with the pressure. The man nearest to me smirked. I recognized him as one of the men who'd captured us outside the prison. He wasn't the asshole who'd wanted to keep me as a toy, but he was just as bad. From what I'd heard, Gray had personally killed the man who tried to lay claim to me, but I wasn't losing sleep over that. He'd deserved to die for his crimes against his own people. I only wished I could have been there to see it. Shit. Maybe I'm becoming bloodthirsty when it comes to the council. Oh well. More magic pooled in my hands as I gazed around the room at all the supernaturals they were keeping in stasis or slowly killing. How was I supposed to get them out of here when I couldn't sift? Dan and Gray couldn't either. Dan was only half Fae and Gray was a wolf shifter. We were completely stuck.
"Give yourselves up and no one gets hurt,"
The Fae guard roared in warning, not humoring us any longer. The others fanned out around him and held up their batons. There was nowhere to go. Power buzzed beneath my skin as I held my ground. "I'm not leaving without my people, asshole." The guard smirked like he knew whatever I was planning wasn't going to be so easy. It wasn't. I couldn't let it be easy for them. They'd hurt too many of us and caused chaos in the human world. If they were going to catch me, they were going to have to work for it. Shadows writhed around my arms as more magic than I had ever used before built inside me, buzzing like a swarm of angry bees. The men attacked as one, but they were too late. A blinding light mixed with swirling shadows shot forth from my palms in a beautiful and terrifying cacophony of magic. The guards screamed and ducked, but it was to no avail. Every last one of them was burned to ashes in seconds. Frantically, I turned to Gray and Dan, but they were fine. I breathed a painful sigh of relief. but the magic writhing inside me was like a living thing. It knew we wouldn't be safe until we got everyone out of here. I closed my eyes tightly and focused with all my might, imagining the infirmary at the Syndicate. I need everyone out of this building and healing. Magic erupted from me in a blinding wave that knocked the breath out of me, and I swirled through time and space as I sifted for the first time. I stumbled as my feet hit solid ground, and strong arms wrapped around me, keeping me upright.
You are truly incredible, Aurelia,
Gray said, squeezing me to the comfort of his solid, warm, and sturdy chest. His eyes weren't on me, though. They were on the hundreds of Fae and shifters that were still in beds in the facility. I slumped into Gray's chest, but my relief was short-lived as complete and utter exhaustion took over, stealing the legs from under me. If Gray hadn't been holding me, I would have slumped to the ground and passed out. Instead, I blacked out safe in his arms, one last thought flashing through my mind with beautiful, crystal-clear clarity. I did it.
Chapter 6. Gray. A couple hundred warriors are great, I said as I ran a hand down my face. But they still won't be enough, not by a long shot.
Aurelia was fast asleep on my lap, wiped out from her overuse of incredibly powerful magic. Fenric checked her over to make sure she wasn't in distress or injured. I was more than thankful for the Guardian. He cared about her almost as much as I did. Or maybe he loved her every bit as much as I did, but just in a different way. He'd cared for her and known her since she was a child.
They won't be well enough to march into battle for a couple days, Fenric warned. They've been through a lot. What are we gonna do?
I asked with a hint of frustration.
The council soldiers still outnumber us.
Dan tapped his index finger on the golden book, his brow raised in query.
Did Aurelia end up finding anything that could help us get rid of them yet?
My mate stirred in my arms temporarily and sighed, before laying her head back on my shoulder, drifting off once more.
Not yet,
I conceded.
She's been looking, but hasn't found anything concrete.
I shifted her slightly in my arms so she was more comfortable. Aurelia's body suddenly stiffened, and she shot upright in my lap, nearly headbutting my chin. Her eyes wild and alert, she panicked. Where are they? Did we get them all out?
Easy, love, I soothed. They're all in the infirmary, recovering.
I rubbed her back in comforting circles.
You got everyone out, and turned the guards responsible for maintaining that hellhole to ash.
Her shoulders slumped, but she relaxed against me. I wasn't sure if it was in relief or guilt for killing the guards. It's probably a bit of both. What were you just discussing? Aurelia yawned, still exhausted. I hated that she wouldn't take the time for a proper rest after expending so much magic. I didn't even bother suggesting it because I already knew what her answer would be. She was stubborn, determined, and just wanted to end the Council's reign of tyranny against our people every bit as much as I did.
Even with the Shadow Warriors recovered from the facility, we don't have the manpower to take on the Council. We still need more help.
I squeezed her hip affectionately with a grimace. Shit, she breathed. What do we do? We could break into the other facilities Zeke had on his radar, but those people aren't warriors. They're civilians. She tapped my hand and moved to stand. I held her firmly in my lap, unwilling to let go just yet. We need to come up with a plan. We need more help, she said, reiterating what I'd said moments before. A knock sounded on the door to the office.
Come in,
I called out to whoever waited on the other side. Everyone knew not to disturb us unless it was vitally important, and by the scent reaching me, I had to guess it was Magna. Has she had some kind of vision? Sure enough, Magna pushed through the door a second later with a glint in her eye. I've got a possible solution, she announced. But it's not going to be easy. I scoffed and chuckled, shaking my head.
When is anything ever easy?
I asked, a single eyebrow raised. Do you want to know the solution, or are you just going to snark at me? Magna asked, mimicking me with a prominent brow of her own.
Sorry, yes.
I backtracked.
Tell us, what's the plan?
I knew Magna wasn't one to beat around the bush, even if she was as mysterious as the dark side of the moon. There's a group of rebels in Faery, and their numbers are growing every day. With the rebels' help, we will have enough people to take down the council. Magna sat heavily in the chair from which Dan had stood. Dan ran a hand through his hair, pursing his lips.
You want us to go to Faery?
He asked. The two of us are needed here, advised Magna with a shake of her head. You need to work with our recovering army to get them ready. Who did you see going to Faery? Aurelia asked, sitting up straighter in my lap, her gaze focused on the seer. I wished like hell that she would stay behind where it was the safest, but I knew that would never happen. My strong-willed mate would never let us go off into danger and leave her behind to babysit the operation here. Your father must go, she said. So that means Fenric will volunteer. The two of you must also go, of course, so Asher will likely volunteer his protection. She wasn't wrong. Ash had become very attached to Aurelia. He'd protected her just like Zeke had. I'd never seen the riders of the hunt care about something or someone other than their bikes and each other, but they definitely cared about the princess. Ash crossed his arms over the massive bulk of his chest.
You would be right about that. I'm not letting the princess go back into enemy territory without me again.
It turned out just fine last time, Ash, Aurelia said, grinning.
You were lucky last time,
he countered.
This time, you'll be protected at all costs.
He glared down at her, not taking no for an answer. I don't need a babysitter, but fine, Aurelia answered. If Magna has seen that we all go together, I won't stop you from coming with us.
Right then,
I said.
Everyone go and grab what you need, but not more than you can carry. We'll likely need to change into Fae clothes once we get there to blend in anyway.
I squeezed Aurelia and helped her stand. We're going back to Faery. What could possibly go wrong? With our plan to keep it light, we didn't need to grab clothes, and Aurelia was a weapon in her own right. But I still grabbed a dagger and a weapon belt for her to wear. Everyone there had magic and likely wouldn't hesitate to use it, so having additional protection couldn't hurt. Do I really need this? Aurelia asked, her nose scrunching. You've seen what I can do. I clipped the belt around her waist.
Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
The others met us in the garage not long after I got her sorted.
Are we ready to go?
I asked. There was no point delaying if Magna had already seen events unfolding. It was obviously what needed to happen, one way or another, if we were to stand a chance of defeating the council. All our friends and allies nodded. Our minds made up. We trusted our future to fate and raced out past the wards surrounding the grounds of the Syndicate. Aurelia frowned. How did I manage to sift us into the building?
I don't know,
I admitted as I squeezed her shoulder.
I guess you're even more powerful than the wards. You are the Shadow Princess, after all.
That's only slightly terrifying, she groaned.
Why?
Ash asked from next to me.
It's a good thing you're powerful enough to take care of yourself.
Power corrupts, she countered. Just look at the council. I don't want to end up corrupted like them. She shook her head and swallowed hard.
The mere fact you're worried about that possibility tells me something, mate, I said, glancing at her drawn features.
What does it tell you? She asked.
That you could never be corrupted.
Ash answered before I could. I glared at him with a hint of humor. That was my line. She could never become corrupt like the council. She was too pure. And the fact that she was worrying about having too much power for good and honest reasons proved it.
He's right, my love. I was just about to say that exact same thing.
Are you sure? Her expression was skeptical, her tone uncertain.
Absolutely.
I said when we made it through the last and strongest of the outer wards. Aurelia didn't shudder like she usually did when she passed through them. She frowned in confusion. But it made sense that if she was stronger than the magic holding the wards in place, she wouldn't feel the effects of walking through them anymore. She'd truly come into her power, and when she learned to harness it completely, she'd be the greatest force to be reckoned with in all of Faery. Fenric lay a hand on my shoulder and his other on Aurelia's. The king placed his on Ash. It was time. We had a mission, and it was time to execute it with or without a plan. We needed to get to Faery and try to recruit the rebels to our cause. The goal seemed simple enough, but the means of achieving it remained elusive. I swirled through time and space as we sifted to Faery once again, breathing out a sigh when we landed in the forest just outside the Shadow Kingdom.
There's a small village close by where we can get information,
Fenric said, jumping straight into action. Then let's go, Aurelia announced and waved a hand for him to lead the way. We picked our way through the forest and around the brush on our journey. Aurelia occasionally laid her hand upon a tree, smiling softly as it spoke to her through her inherent bond with the land. When we were just inside the tree line, she stopped and frowned. Something isn't right, she warned. The trees want us to stop and go in the other direction.
Why?
I asked as we came to a temporary halt. Danger, she answered simply and shook her head. Their method of communication is beautiful, but very basic. All they know is that the town is dangerous to us.
Should I glamour myself and take a look?
Fenric asked, unwilling to place the princess in danger. Aurelia tilted her head to the side as if she were listening to them. They don't like that idea either, but it's worth a shot.
I'll go with you,
I said, determined to get my eyes on the situation myself.
If you can glamour me too. I can do that. Princess, you stay here with Asher and your father. We'll be right back.
Fenric stared at Aurelia, likely expecting her to argue. Instead, she nodded. Good idea. Go scope it out. No one goes alone. We need to stick together. Fenric's eyes widened in shock when she didn't argue, but the expression was quickly replaced with one of determination. The Guardian turned his stare on me. Magic tingled along my skin, making me shiver.
Is it done?
I asked. My voice sounded lower and rougher than I'd ever heard before. I had no idea glamour could change the pitch of my voice as well as my appearance. He inclined his head.
It's done. Let's go see what we can find out.
Fenric stormed across the tree line, ever the dutiful guardian. I jogged up next to him and crossed my arms over my chest. What are we even looking for in this tiny town? It seems unlikely the rebels would have their base set up in such a small place. Fenric squared his shoulders and marched to the town like he was still a soldier working for the king. Having that kind of attitude in unknown territory could be dangerous if he wasn't careful. We needed to blend in with the locals, after all, not give them a reason to turn us over to the council. Unexpectedly, something drew my attention.
Shit,
I cursed. Fenric turned to me with a frown. I pointed at a sign in the town square. Wanted posters were plastered all over the town's message board. I strolled up to the board as casually as I could while dread coursed through my body like liquid ice.
What are they?
Fenric whispered as he glanced at the board as well.
They're wanted posters. They have rewards out for us even here,
I mumbled. There was a picture of me that must have been taken without my knowledge when I was at the prison, and one of Fenric and the king as well. Aurelia's picture, meanwhile, was hand-drawn and looked like it could be just about any pretty female in Faery.
Can you read what they say?
I asked quietly.
Basically, if any of these people are spotted in Faery, they are to be turned over to the council guards immediately. The reward is no taxes for a full year.
Fenric clenched his fist.
What do you mean, no taxes?
I asked.
I didn't think the kingdoms believed in taxation. They have enough land to remain powerful and employ the common fae to tend to it all.
Is this the council's doing? Are they taxing the citizens of Faery to keep them weak and under their control?
The king never taxed his people, so I don't know what this means, but we need to find out and stop it.
Fenric spun on his heel and stomped back to the tree line. I followed close behind him, fuming as I made sure to avoid unnecessary eye contact. Even glamored, I didn't want us to draw attention to ourselves. How can the council just start taxing the people when they've never been taxed before? It was disgusting. And then to add insult to injury, the reward for turning the true good guys of Faery over was a return to their normal way of life for a year. We burst through the trees, ready to relay what we learned. Ash tensed, stepping in front of Aurelia like a mountain of a man before he realized it was us in glamour, and relaxed.
The council is even more corrupt than we realized, Your Majesty,
Fenric revealed and hung his head.
What is it now?
The Shadow King asked, his brow creased with concern.
They are taxing the citizens of the Shadow Kingdom,
Fenric growled. Taxing? Aurelia questioned. Don't taxes just help keep a kingdom running?
No, my daughter,
said the king.
That's just what the humans claim. The Fae have never taxed their people. We help keep our people fed by employing them to tend the land, and giving them opportunities to be productive with what skills they possess. This is disgusting, and a betrayal of our ways. Also,
Fenric said with an apologetic grimace,
they have bounties on all our heads. The most desperate will try to hand us over to the council for the reward. So what's the bounty?
Ash asked, folding his arms over his chest.
What are the Fae willing to betray the royal family for?
1 year of no taxes, I growled. So we basically need to treat everyone in this realm as if they're an enemy, or we could get captured by the council. Aurelia chewed her lower lip, the delicate skin whitening where her teeth pressed down.
This development has just made our lives 100 times harder,
Fenric bemoaned as he scrubbed a hand down his face.
So everyone needs to be glamored, and no one goes anywhere alone, just like Aurelia already suggested. We need to stay on our toes. Desperate people do desperate things, and we don't want to be casualties of a war before it's truly begun,
I said with a huff. This is fucking bad. How are we going to find the rebels while dodging desperate Fae? If any of our glamours slip, or our plan gets tripped up, the outcome didn't bear thinking about. It was far too dire to even contemplate. Chapter 7. Aurelia. We still need to go into town, I reasoned. What if the rebels are there and we miss them? I shuffled my feet anxiously. We couldn't just skip the town because there were signs plastered on the notice board asking for information on us, even if they were putting bounties on our heads. We needed information no matter how dangerous it was to obtain.
I doubt the rebels will have made this tiny village their base of operations,
Gray said skeptically as he peered around the forest. They most likely didn't, I agreed. But shouldn't we at least check it out before making assumptions? It'll save us time in the long run. We don't want to miss anything that could prove vital. I crossed my arms over my chest. I wasn't going to back down on this issue. We weren't going to make progress if we started doing things in a half-assed manner. If we're all in, then we're all in, and that's that.
Okay,
Gray conceded.
But we all need to be glamored before we go in. Desperate people do desperate things, and they can't be held responsible for those actions. Faery is living in tyranny, and the people are panicked.
Gray ran his hand down his face, revealing his frustration. Glamours? Is that all? That I can do. I grinned. I'd been glamoring my wings for as long as I could remember. How hard can it be to change my appearance? I closed my eyes, focusing on what I wanted, and allowed a trickle of magic to pour from my core to my limbs to coat every inch of me like a shimmering, magical gossamer blanket. I imagined red hair and brown eyes to mask my blonde hair and blue eyes. When I was certain I'd achieved my goal, I opened my eyes, everyone's shocked expressions meeting mine.
Very good, daughter.
My father nodded with approval.
You look completely different.
Gray grinned.
You're really getting the hang of your magic now, beautiful.
Despite the serious nature of our mission, I couldn't help but feel my cheeks flush with heat at his comment. It felt good to have my growing skills recognized and praised. "And what about Ash?" I asked, pushing my butterflies back down. "He's not Fae. How is he going to blend in?"
I'll glamour him,
Father said, turning to Asher.
if he will allow me. Of course, your majesty.
Ash nodded, turning to the king. It was the first time I'd ever heard the rider show deference to my father as the Shadow King. He called me princess all the time, but I couldn't remember him ever addressing my father that way. I glanced between the two of them with a shrug. The Shadow King summoned his power forth and poured a strong glamour over the huge rider, disguising him with ease. Next, he glamored himself. It was amazing to witness. My father and Asher looked nothing like their true selves at all. There was no way they could possibly be recognized. Gray wrapped an arm around me, and we looked like a completely random Fae couple from the lower working class. We picked our way through the underbrush and crossed the tree line into the little village.
This town mainly consisted of people who once worked the fields for the palace,
My father said as he casually glanced around. "And now they're doing what?" I asked, keeping my tone low and conversational.
I don't know,
He admitted.
but if the council is taxing them, then they're basically indentured slaves at this point.
He clenched his hands into fists by his sides, keeping his royal anger in check. "They need to be stopped," I whispered back. My father might be trying to hide it, but I felt a unique connection with both my parents, not dissimilar to what I felt with my maid. And I knew how they were feeling even if they were presenting a poker face to the rest of the world. My dad was like a bomb about to explode, his lethal rage simmering just below the surface, and I understood why. Seeing our people like this was difficult, to say the least. We strolled through the town, peering at the drawn faces of all those around us. This isn't how I remembered this small village. When I was little, it had always been lively, with smiling fae and an atmosphere of friendliness. Now everyone glared at one another with suspicion. What's happened to them? Is the council truly so abominable as to keep its own people as slaves? Who was I kidding? Of course they are. As we walked through the town, whispers started to follow us. The gazes of the suffering townspeople were distrusting and accusatory. They brooked no compassion. I imagined they had none left to give if things were as terrible as they seemed.
Shit.
My father breathed from behind me. That does not sound good. I don't think I'd heard my father ever curse until now. I turned my shocked gaze on him. "What?" I asked, my gaze roaming over the growing crowd. He nodded to a man standing in a nearby doorway.
Thomas can see through glamours.
"How?" I hissed. But there was no time for explanations.
My king,
The man mumbled, stepping forward.
how could you abandon us like this?
My father's shoulders slumped at the accusation.
I didn't abandon you.
He tried to reassure the disgruntled Fae.
Hold on to hope, my friend. We are here to fix everything. There is no hope left.
Thomas said flatly, shaking his head.
They're making us work your fields and are giving us just enough in return to sustain one person. Even those of us who have families. Everything else they take for their army. They take everything.
"We're going to stop them," I said evenly, stepping toward Thomas with a placating gesture.
I'm sorry, my king,
He apologized.
but I have to feed my family.
Thomas glanced away, his lips pursed. "What are you talking about?" I asked, my brows furrowing as I searched his face. A moment later, Thomas made a hand signal, and suddenly we were surrounded by council guards.
Forgive me.
My father nodded to the man, at a loss. He couldn't blame him. He certainly understood, but had hoped to be afforded the chance to set things right. Swords were drawn all around us, but I quickly noticed there was something off about these guards. Their eyes were blank, just like the human Secret Service agents that attacked us outside of the ball. I thought Fae were taught to shield their minds from a young age, I asked, glancing between my father and Fenric.
They are,
Fenric said, stepping up to my side, ever ready to defend me. Then how are they being controlled? I hissed. Magic pooled in my palms in response to my hammering heart rate and the danger surrounding us. I controlled my magic, but in dire circumstances, it seemed to have a mind of its own. Without warning, the guards rushed forward. Ash used his elemental magic to shove them back, but it didn't work for long. There were 10 of them and only 5 of us. We'd survived far worse odds before, but we'd always been in the human realm. Now we were surrounded by innocent Fae, and everyone in the village had magic. And as Gray had highlighted earlier, it was more than possible that any of them would do whatever they could to capture us, if for no other reason than to simply be able to feed their families. The scent of desperation grew thick in the air, pungent and choking. The promise of a year without taxes and more food to feed those they loved was too tempting for people who had been starving.
What do you mean they're being controlled?
My father asked. Their eyes are just like the Secret Service agents in Dallas. They aren't just soldiers following orders. They've been robbed of their free will. I threw a small ball of magic at the encroaching guards. They dove out of the way before the magic could hit them. Gray slid in front of me and growled. My beautiful, fierce, and powerful mate. My protector.
We can't worry about that. We need to get out of here. We've drawn quite a crowd,
Fenric observed with a grimace. I glanced over my shoulder to find a small sea of angry Fae staring at us like they wanted to kill us all. Well, isn't that just fucking great? What were we gonna do now that we were surrounded by even more enemies? And I was using the term enemies extremely loosely. Most of those now baying for our blood were our poor people merely trying to survive. They felt used, hurt, and betrayed. And more than anyone, I understood that feeling all too well. I don't want to hurt them, I sighed. They're just desperate Fae that need our help.
We can't help them if the council gets their hands on you again, Princess,
said Fenric, clapping a hand on my shoulder.
I don't know how much longer I can hold them off, Princess.
Ash grunted as he continued to use his elemental powers to hold the guards at bay.
We're gonna have to fight our way out, Aurelia. It's the only way.
Gray said over his shoulder. My shadows pulsed and writhed along my arms as I allowed magic to pool in my palms. I couldn't help but wonder what might happen if the guards were no longer under the control of the council. Would they be on our side? Or would they still come after us? Let them come, Ash, I said heavily. We aren't getting out of here any faster this way. Ash dropped his magic begrudgingly and raised his fists, ready for hand-to-hand combat. The guards rushed forward like a swarm of angry wasps. Gray pulled the sword from his side and rushed the nearest guards. My loyal men, my family, friends, and allies formed a circle around me, swords drawn, creating a shield of bodies, and began battle with the council guards. My magic pulsed in my hands, bright and glimmering, while my shadows writhed down my arms, mixing together to form a huge sphere of sparkling shadow. I blinked down at the magic, my heart racing and gut-wrenching, unsure if I should use it. What will it do to the desperate and innocent Fae around me? The memory of my shadows and magic melting the skin off the guards who'd assaulted me at the facility returned to me, and I grimaced. No, I don't want my magic to do that. I want to help these people. They're not my enemy. They're my people. With my intentions clear, I sent a silent prayer to the gods, and magic shot from my body in every direction like a blast wave. It knocked every enemy on the ground, but my friends immediately around me remained standing. I stumbled at the magical toll on my body and covered my eyes, hoping against hope that I hadn't just made a terrible mistake and incinerated the entire damn village. I could never live with myself if I'd hurt all the innocent people in this place. A town I used to frequent and play as a child. A town where there was once joy, prosperity, and love. I covered my face with my hands, not daring to look upon the possible carnage. But screams of anguish and agony never came. Someone grabbed my hands, and my breath caught in my throat. But I'd recognized Gray's presence anywhere. He pulled my hands away from my face and grinned at me, his expression one of wonder.
What did you just do?
He asked, standing directly in front of me, most likely so I couldn't glimpse the silent carnage I'd unleashed upon the town. Are they all dead? I choked out, my heart tangibly aching in my chest as if someone were squeezing it and purposely digging in their nails. A groan met my ears, and then another and another. What the hell have I done? Are they all dying cruel, slow deaths? I couldn't take not knowing a moment longer. I needed to know what I'd done to these poor people. I moved to the side and glanced over Gray's shoulder, my throat tight with tension. The guards were all blinking as if dazed and confused and were holding their heads.
What happened?
One of them asked.
My head's all fuzzy.
I blinked back at the Fae man. His eyes were no longer blank. They were alert and showed a presence of mind, though they were very evidently confused. Did I actually lift their mind control? I dropped my glamour and stood directly in front of him, stepping around my mate to speak with him. Do you know who I am? I asked. He instantly dropped his face to the ground in a deep bow. The rest of the guards, his comrades, all followed suit.
Your Highness,
he breathed.
What's happened? They told us you were dead.
I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. They had you under mind control. I shook my head in dismay and motioned for them all to rise. The Fae guard's eyes widened, and he met my gaze with a horrified expression.
I remember now. They put us in prison for refusing to join their ranks. We refused to stand against the royal family. But how did we end up here?
He glanced at the others. The small contingent all shrugged, none the wiser than he. They somehow figured out how to mind control the Fae despite our learned mind blocks. It's extremely concerning, I answered.
How many of the guards here are actually working for the council of their own free will?
Gray asked, interjecting in search of knowledge.
I don't know.
Fenric peered around at the townspeople.
But we need to get out of here before these Fae call more guards.
You have a choice to make, I said to the guards. We're leaving here now. Are you with us or the council?
We want to take those snakes down,
the same man said, looking to his fellow soldiers. Then we need a way out of here without these Fae following us. Do you know a place that's safe, at least for a time? I asked.
We don't know what's safe anymore, Princess. And what's worse, we can't remember what atrocities we may have committed while under their control. We're so sorry, Princess, he said, speaking for them all. We have failed our kingdom.
He hung his head. The other guards mirrored his remorse, clearly in agreement. None of that's your fault, I said, but we really need to get out of here. I glanced around the village. There were so many Fae.
I think I know a place,
Gray growled with a frown.
That is, if it's still even there and warded after all these years.
Are you helping us or the council? I asked the 10 men around us. You need to decide now. We aren't taking anyone with us who intends to assist the council. The men all dropped to their knees again and bowed to me.
I swear fealty to the Princess of the Shadow Court,
said the first Fae guard.
I swear my sword and my protection to any monarch to come after Princess Aurelia and her shifter king.
The others echoed his oath, awaiting my command. I was stunned, but breathed out a relieved sigh. They're actually on our side. Things were starting to look up if we were already adding more trained soldiers to our ranks and cause. Was it possible that there were others in Faery who were also under the council's poisonous influence? And if we found them, could I lift the mind control on all of them the way I had these men to build ourselves an army? Please rise now, we need to run. The locals are getting restless. I peered around at the villagers and swallowed. They didn't want to hurt us, I was sure, but their survival was more important than their morals. The council had the realm right where they wanted it. The Fae would do anything to survive, and I had a feeling that was exactly why Ronaldo had started taxing them. It was disgusting, and I had every intention of destroying him for it. He'd already earned his death by my hand 100 times over, but this was going too far. Making starving innocents choose between their loyalty to their benevolent monarchs or their very own flesh and blood? It filled me with a rage so cold I even frightened myself.
Let's go.
Gray wrapped a hand around my wrist and pulled me away from the soldiers. Wait. I pulled against my mate and turned back to the shadow guards. Can you sift us out? Perhaps to somewhere in the forest where the townspeople won't be able to follow.
Yes, Your Highness,
the same man said, bowing his head as he held out his hand to me. Gray got there first.
You take us together, and do not touch my maid.
He growled low in his throat. I stared up at Gray with wide eyes. He was always possessive, but why was he acting like this with new allies? The guard had sworn fealty to me, as had the others. They weren't gonna hurt me. I seriously needed to have a talk with him and the others about the overprotective bullshit they were constantly pulling. It was getting stifling, especially when we all knew I was the key to stopping the council. I couldn't do whatever it was I'd eventually need to do if they kept me locked within the suffocating bubble of their protection. The loyal shadow guard simply nodded in response and took Gray's hand without complaint or question. He's sworn fealty to Gray and our future children as well. That's good enough for me. Apparently, Gray wasn't as easily convinced. He pulled me into his arms, and we were sucked into a swirl of time and space. I had to trust we'd be safe with these Fae, even though I had no real idea where the hell they were going to take us. Please don't make me regret this. Chapter 8. Gray. The world spun like a kaleidoscope of colors and chaos before dropping us into the middle of a forest. It was dark and gloomy, and I recognized it instantly.
This isn't the same forest we were just in previously,
I said, drawing my sword from its sheath.
Why did you bring us here? You mentioned you might know of somewhere to hide out,
the Fae guard said.
So I brought you to the dark forest. What's your name?
I asked, my blade still at the ready.
Talon, Your Majesty,
he answered and bowed his head. I flinched. I wasn't the Shifter King yet, and I was no one's majesty, and wouldn't be even after this was all over. It's not who I am. I may be the next rightful Shifter King, but that didn't mean I wanted everyone to bow and scrape at my feet. I was very much like my mate Aurelia in that regard. Being a leader was one thing, but being royalty wasn't something that sat well with me.
Talon, I'm Gray, and you will address me as such. I'd recognize the dark forest anywhere. It was just outside of my original home, long ago. But where are the others?
I peered through the blackened, gnarled trees, but none of the others had sifted in yet. I don't like this. I pulled Aurelia behind me, still not trusting the Fae even after his oath. It hadn't been made in blood, and I never trusted an oath not sealed with blood. We couldn't exactly spill blood in the village for an oath when we were running from the council, though.
The others are right behind us, I'm sure,
Talon said. I narrowed my eyes at him, not convinced.
How can you be sure? We have a shared mind link. The king enacted it himself to ensure his men could always communicate effectively during battle. But when we were under the council's control, I'm not sure if it still worked or not, or whether the council did something to sever that bond. I'm hoping they got my message. So we're just waiting here, just hoping that the others got your message.
I threw my hands up in frustration. Aurelia placed a calming hand on my back. I took a deep, cleansing breath. I still didn't like this, but at least we were close to Shifter territory and a place I could protect my mate. I hope.
We are. They will be here soon, I'm sure of it.
Talon looked over the forest with a hopeful expression. I crossed my arms over my chest as I waited impatiently. This had better not be a trap. I will not hesitate to shift and rip this fucking Fae apart with my bare teeth. I bared my teeth at the man, uneasy. Sifting was an instantaneous form of transport. What was taking them so long? Aurelia stepped around me, her expression calm. They will be here, Gray. I know he's not lying to us. She rested her hand on my biceps, meeting my gaze.
How can you possibly know that, Aurelia?
I asked.
You trust far too easily. I love that about you, but it also scares the hell out of me.
I closed my eyes and tilted my head back. I needed to protect her, But how could I do that when she was constantly getting into situations just like this? She was too trusting, almost bordering on naive. Talon watched us warily as another guard popped into existence in the dark forest. My shoulders tensed, and I reached for my sword before I realized the guard had Asher with him.
Where are the others?
I asked Ash as I took a step closer to him. Ash smirked.
Worried about us, were you?
He asked with a chuckle.
They're being transported. But the moment you and the princess left, the villagers sort of went a little feral and tried to attack us.
What? Aurelia shrieked, her eyes wide and her expression aghast. I pulled her into my side to comfort her.
They're all warriors, mate. They'll be fine.
How can you possibly know that? She retorted, throwing my question right back at me as she clenched her fists in the fabric of my shirt. There were so many people there. They would have been horribly outnumbered. Ash shook his head.
The people in that village are not trained in combat. They don't stand a chance against trained warriors, Princess. Your father and Fenric are fine.
Then where are they? Why aren't they here with you? She shrieked, revealing the depths of her level of attachment to her father and childhood protector. I pulled her against me with my hand on the back of her head in reassurance.
They will be fine, my love. And if they aren't here in the next 5 minutes, we'll go back for them. I promise.
She blinked back her tears as she stared up at me. They better be here in 5 minutes unharmed, or the council is going to have a battle on their hands much sooner than they ever expected.
There's my bloodthirsty maid.
I chuckled and kissed her forehead. I would personally make sure the council paid dearly if anything happened to the king or Fenric. They had become important to me simply because they were important to Aurelia. It was a new feeling, one I hadn't felt in more than 2 centuries. The Shadow Princess was like a bulldozer as she came into my life, changing every fucking thing. But I have no regrets. I love her and she's worth it. I'm not bloodthirsty, she growled back. I just want to protect those I love. Ash cleared his throat.
All right, it's been long enough. I want to go back and help them. No need.
Fenric's voice sounded behind me. I spun with Aurelia still tucked into my chest to find Fenric, the Shadow King, and the rest of the previously mind-controlled guards standing behind me.
Thank the gods.
I sighed, my heart flooding with relief.
Okay, let's get a move on. We need to find shelter.
I thought you knew of a place, Fenric said with a raised brow.
I do. But we were waiting for you to show up. Took you long enough.
I winked, just glad to see them after what Ash had revealed to us.
Those people were crazy,
the Shadow Guardian bemoaned.
I get that they're starving, but they were like animals, and we didn't want to hurt them, so, yeah, it took a bit longer than expected to make a clean break.
Fenric turned his gaze to my mate. She was the sole reason they had shied away from hurting the villagers. She wouldn't have liked it one bit. We were in the midst of a realm-wide war, and she was still too kind-hearted for death and destruction. She was the same way with the Secret Service agents. How were we going to defeat the Council once and for all if she refused to use her magic to harm others unless they absolutely deserved it? That was why we continued to protect her. We couldn't afford her kindness-inspired hesitation when it came down to her life or someone else's. I would burn the realms to the ground if they hurt her because she'd wavered. I would not hesitate to destroy everything because she was my everything. As I stared at Ash, the king, and Fenric, I realized they would all do the same. We didn't even need to discuss it to know we were all on the same level. I sniffed the air and peered around the forest to get a grip on my bearings. My sense of direction wasn't as great as it once was. I'd been away far too long, so I leaned into Aurelia.
Can you ask the trees where we are?
Aurelia nodded and pulled away from my arms to set her palm on the nearest trunk. She flinched slightly, her brows scrunching as she communed with the tree. We're about a mile west of the Shifter King's castle. She stared at me.
Good. We should be able to get to the safe house quickly then.
I nodded and headed toward the castle. My own personal hideout as a pup wasn't far away. I'd had wards set up, and I hoped that they were still there and the council hadn't taken over my secret space. I'd had an extremely powerful witch set them, so I held out hope. Will Aurelia be able to get through them? I guessed she would, because the wards at the Syndicate were strong, and she got past those just fine. It would help my mate to be able to pass through them in a time of crisis, especially if she needed to sit there. "Where is this place?" Aurelia asked, observing the terrain as we kept a brutal pace.
"Shifter territory."
I wrapped my hand around hers. We raced through the woods like the riders of the hunt were on our asses. But of course they weren't, because Asher was with us. We burst through the tree line to the perimeter of the house I'd left behind more than 2 centuries ago. Everything looked exactly the same as I'd left it. I raised a hand to the wards, and they buzzed briefly beneath my palm. They were still there, which meant that no one had crossed without my knowledge in my absence. Well, at least no one who wasn't stronger than the witch who'd cast them in the first place.
"It doesn't appear to have been tampered with, but I'd still like to do a perimeter sweep before we assume it's safe," I said.
"Agreed," Aurelia nodded.
"You're not sweeping the perimeter. You're staying with your father in Fenric, where it's safe."
I glared down at her. "Oh, I'm not? And who made that decision?" Aurelia crossed her arms over her chest.
"I did,"
I growled.
"I'm your mate, and I can't even begin to explain what the fuck I would do if something happened to you. You are mine, and I will not back down where your safety is concerned."
"You all have got to be kidding me." She threw her hands up in the air. Her father and Fenric had discreetly taken up positions on either side of her, flanking her as I spoke the words that would probably damn me with her for eternity. I refused to let her become a casualty. She wasn't just my mate. She was the Shadow Princess, future queen, and the key to the prophecy. My safe house might be warded, but I wasn't taking chances when it came to her life. She is the key to everything. If the council had gotten inside my protections to ambush us, and I didn't check first and lost her, we would all be doomed. The others more than me, because I would become the monster the council thought I was. I would become the threat of Faery and destroy them all. She glanced between Fenric and her father, tapping her foot on the grass all the while. They both looked at her with pleading eyes, willing her to listen to my wisdom. Aurelia finally sighed. "Fine, I'll stay here for now, but you can't protect me from this war. You can't protect me from everything. I'm the key to saving Faery, and I will have to fight." I ignored the wolf in my head that growled angrily, not wanting our mate anywhere near the impending war. All he knew was his mate was in danger. Is that why I'm lashing out now? My shifter was being a massive pain in the ass and pushing me to hide her from everyone and everything in a bid to keep her safe. But Aurelia was right. Neither of us could shield her forever. Pushing that thought from my mind for the moment, I took off and ran the perimeter in wolf form, searching for anything that could possibly harm us while we stayed. But I found nothing. I can't believe it's really been fully warded for all these years. When I got back to Aurelia, I shook my onyx head, indicating the immediate surroundings of the safe house were free of threats. My mate dug her fingers into my fur, rubbing between my ears with a smile. I shifted quickly, much to my inner wolf's protests.
"I didn't find anything problematic,"
I said and shook my head.
"The wards have held steady and strong. I think we could make this our hideout."
"We aren't hiding from the council," my mate countered. "We're simply biding our time until we can take them down." Aurelia shoved at my chest playfully, but her tone was serious. "We're not fucking around."
"I know that, my love, but we need to lay low for a while, just until we can figure out what to do."
I allowed my gaze to wander over the clearing. "That may be, but you don't need to treat me like a liability." She crossed her arms over her chest and marched past the wards, clearly unhappy with my attempt at placation. I glanced at the others and grimaced. They all shrugged. What the hell was going on? She wasn't being reasonable. She didn't even know if the house she was walking into was safe or not.
You're not a liability. You're my life.
I shouted at her back, unwilling to let it go. Then maybe you should remember that I'm not a baby or a helpless female, she called over her shoulder.
You're neither of those things,
I said as I stomped toward the house. If she was going to be angry and walk away, I was going to follow her and make her realize what was really going on. I would do anything for her, anything to keep her safe, no matter the consequences for the world. And that's the truth, whether she likes it or not. She was mine, and I didn't care how mad she got about my need to protect her. I would do it 1,000 times over, and she couldn't stop me. Not a hope in hell, mate.
Aurelia, stop, I yelled. I haven't checked the house yet.
No, she argued back. I don't answer to you or anyone, Gray. My life is my own.
But we don't know if it's safe, I growled.
I don't care. I'm strong and capable, and I can take care of myself. I'm tired and need to crash, so either give me the benefit of the doubt or leave me the fuck alone. She turned to me with a glare, her eyes hard. You're suffocating me. Shit. Had I crossed too many lines with my mate? Was she done with me? I moved faster toward her, ready to pull her into my arms. But was she right? Am I being an ass? We couldn't defeat the council if we were busy fighting amongst ourselves. I needed to make my mate see that there wasn't a problem. She needed to realize I was on her side no matter what. But if she wanted me to give her space, to let her walk into what could be her certain doom, for the sake of some misguided sense of independence in all this chaos, well, I wasn't sure I could do that. We all just want to protect you, Aurelia. You're our only hope. Chapter 9. Aurelia. I stormed toward the beautiful old house fuming. Why did he have to behave like that? What made him think I couldn't take care of myself? Anger bubbled up within me as I pushed through the double doors and stepped inside. Dust puffed up in my face and I coughed. It was old and had been sitting unused for centuries, but the amount of dust was slightly off-putting. I waved a hand in front of my face and stepped further inside. It would be beautiful if it was cleaned up. There were a few worn sofas under high vaulted ceilings, but otherwise there were no decorations of any kind.
Aurelia, where are you going?
Gray shouted from behind me. I stomped through the house and down the hallway. I didn't want to be in the same room as that overbearing asshole right now. I'm gonna find somewhere to sleep. Alone, I yelled back. Maybe I was being slightly dramatic, but I was empathically tired of everyone thinking I was helpless. I was the one who'd stopped the mind control on the guards outside, not any of them. I was also the one that transported hundreds of innocent men from their medical beds in the facility. I've done my fair share to demonstrate I'm capable, for fuck's sake.
We don't know if it's safe,
Gray called again. And I'll be the most powerful person in the room, so I'll be fine. I waved a hand over my shoulder. I trudged to the end of the hall and shoved the door open. A huge bed with bedside tables awaited. It was the perfect place for a nap. I strolled inside, but the heat at my back let me know I wasn't alone. An angry shifter was right behind me. Great. Couldn't he just give me a little time to myself? I spun on him and poked a finger into his chest. I said I wanted to be alone.
And my father always taught me to never go to bed angry with your mate, so we're gonna have this argument now.
Gray crossed his arms over his chest and crowded closer. His woodsy scent filled my nose as I sucked in a breath. That wasn't gonna help me stay mad at him. My shoulders slumped. What do you want, Gray? I'm tired.
We need to check it's safe before you sleep,
he said as he reached for me. I backed away, tired of proving myself and demonstrating I was different from everyone else, only to be coddled and treated like a child. I didn't need a cuddle. I needed to be trusted and respected. Then check the house already. I need rest. Do you have any idea how exhausting that magic was for me? I shoved at his chest. It was the wrong move. I knew it the second I touched his sculpted pecs. He pushed forward and crowded me until my hands were pinned between us.
Do you have any idea what I would do to the world if something happened to you?
He cupped my cheek. I turned my face away so I couldn't see the fire in his eyes and did my best not to breathe through my nose as I glared at the floor. You're treating me like a helpless damsel in distress when we both know that I'm anything but. I saved you from the council prison, remember? My gaze clashed with his.
I would be the monster the council expects me to be if anything happened to you, Aurelia. I would burn down the world and anyone who ever hurt you or looked at you wrong. Know that. You are mine. Mine to love and mine to fucking protect.
I gasped at his words and the glowing intensity of his eyes. He was deadly serious. He would actually destroy the world for me. Don't do that. I just need you to see me as an equal. You and the others are constantly surrounding me in fights, guarding me like I'm some kind of porcelain doll that needs protection in case I shatter. How do I prove more than I already have that I'm not going to break? I threw my hands up in the air in frustration.
I do see you as an equal. Hell, you're better than me in every way, Aurelia. You're the one who made it possible for any of us to go home. You're everything to me, and the idea of losing you makes me crazy.
Gray growled. Without warning, he slammed his lips against mine in a brutally passionate kiss. I tried to push against his chest, but my fingers gripped his shirt and pulled him closer instead. He was mine as I was his. I just wished he'd give me the same consideration I gave him. I didn't cuddle him the way he did me. But a moment later, all thoughts tumbled out of my head. He wrapped his arms around me and plastered his chest to mine.
I love you, mate. I will do anything for you. I'm sorry for upsetting you. I'll try to be better,
he said between heated, breathless kisses. I love you too, but sometimes the overbearing alpha bullshit pisses me off. I pulled back just enough to glare at him. Gray gripped my ass, pulling me impossibly closer.
Then how about we fuck all that anger out before our nap? Together.
I told you, I'm taking a nap alone.
Then I guess I have to grovel a bit to get you to let me sleep with you again.
His sexy grin alluded to all kinds of dirty promises. And how do you plan on doing that? I shoved him back, successfully this time, allowing myself to catch my breath.
You'll see.
He grinned as he crowded me until I was backed against the wall. What are you doing? I protested.
I'm showing you how I'm gonna grovel.
He pressed his lips to the hollow of my neck. I shuddered under his touch. I couldn't deny him, even angry. He's mine. His lips trailed down my neck and his tongue poked out to lick at the spot where he would mark me for real one day. Every bite and mark before then were simply love bites. They weren't the final truth of our union I'd wear on my flesh for the rest of my life. I squirmed but couldn't move, finding myself firmly pinned against the wall. Gray, I moaned, his name like a prayer on my lips. We were both breathing heavily as he rolled to the side and pulled me into his chest. His hands rubbed soothing circles on my back as he kissed my forehead with something akin to reverence.
It's not in my nature to let my mate jump headfirst into danger, my love.
He rested his chin on the top of my head.
But I'll try to stop being so overbearing and protective if it makes you happy.
We aren't going to have a choice soon, my love, I echoed. The council is coming for us all, and I'm the only one who can stop them. My hazy thoughts roamed. Why would the fates rest this mammoth task firmly on my shoulders alone? It seemed impossible, but it was something I had to do, no matter the consequences. Chapter 10. Gray.
The house is secure,
Fenric said just as we walked out of the bedroom.
Though there are 2 centuries worth of dust caked everywhere. That's to be expected.
I shrugged. I still think we should look for more council guards that are under the council's control, Aurelia said, crossing her arms in the hallway.
I don't want you going after the council's guards just to see if you can do for them what you did with your father's men. It feels like an unnecessary risk.
My wolf growled in my head in agreement. He was riding me hard to keep our mate protected, but after the conversation I just had with her, I knew that wasn't a practical approach. She was part of this, whether I liked it or not. My wolf was just gonna have to learn to get over the fact his mate was stronger than him and accept it. I'm not going in without a plan or setting myself up as bait, Gray. If you would just listen. She glared at me, the relief and pleasure of our hot sex already forgotten. Shit. I'm fucking everything up.
Sorry, my wolf is being a total pain in my ass.
I apologized. It's fine, she sighed, clearly making a concerted effort to rein in her temper. I personally think the guards should return to their posts and pretend like they're still under the council's influence. They can get inside information and send word whenever they discover a new group of blank-eyed guards, so I can try to heal their minds and get them on our side. Ash stepped forward, grinning.
That's a good tactical plan that puts you in as little physical danger as possible, Princess. I like it.
He's not wrong. The plan was solid. And while the guards were out searching for others, we could still work on tracking down the rebels. Fenric nodded.
It makes sense. We could divide and conquer, with both groups looking for something different. And if we both succeed, we might actually stand a chance against the council and increase our numbers. Agreed,
I said, nodding. Aurelia's gaze snapped to mine. You're agreeing? Even though we have no idea if I'll be able to free the others of the mind control? Her gaze flicked back and forth between my eyes, searching for something.
My love, we all know you'll be able to do it again. You're the only one who's unsure. We all believe in you. We have all along.
I wrapped my arms around her. Then why fight it? She asked, her brows furrowed.
I thought you were planning on taking unnecessary risks. You kinda have a track record of doing that.
Ugh, only to save you, you big dumb wolf. She laid her head against my chest and sighed. My heart thumped harder. It scared the hell out of me and made me proud in the same breath that she'd risk her life for me. I leaned down and kissed the top of her head again.
As much as I appreciate your courage, my beautiful mate, no more risking yourself, especially for me.
I whispered into her golden hair. I'll make no promises on that, Wolf. Her words muffled against my chest. I still heard them. How could I make this woman see there was no life for me without her in it? There was no life for anyone without her. Well, none that anyone wanted. If the council won the upcoming battles, they would enslave everyone. We have to stop them before their greed dooms us all.
Let's get back to the plan,
Ash said, clapping me in the back with a crooked smile. He was right. This wasn't a conversation for mixed company. The guards peered at us with amusement, like watching their princess spar with the Shifter King was the highlight of their day. It probably was, since they couldn't remember much since being under mind control. Aurelia turned to the guards and straightened, rolling her shoulders back as she peered at every man in turn. Do you think you can do this? Can you pretend to be under their control? What about the villagers who saw you run off with us? What do we do about that? The leader of the group stepped forward and bowed his head to both of us in turn before he spoke.
It would be our pleasure to deceive the council and save our fellow warriors from their insidious influence. We will gladly accept this task.
And what about the villagers? Aurelia pressed again, chewing her bottom lip.
We will tell them that we followed you to apprehend you, but you escaped us.
He clasped his hands in front of him.
It's a smart plan.
Fenric nodded. Okay, but if the council suspects anything, I want you to get out of there immediately. I won't risk people. I just can't. Aurelia wrung her hands together. I bet she's still dwelling on Zeke.
On your order, Princess. If we are found out, we will abort the mission.
He bowed again and placed a fist over his heart. The men filed out dutifully to fulfill their new orders. I wrapped my arms around my mate once more.
You're gonna be the best queen, I assured her.
Someday, but only if we can conquer the council. The only way to beat them is to find the rebels, which is obviously easier said than done. She sighed.
There's a town a little larger than the village we were in on the other side of the dark forest. We could start over by checking there, Fenric suggested. Hopefully there's no one you can see through glamours there.
I rubbed my eyes. That had been a total fucking cock-up. What were the chances? We'll need different disguises this time, since the council will probably be on the lookout for us. Aurelia huffed. She stepped away from me and closed her eyes. She was so beautiful, it took my breath away. I still couldn't believe she was mine, or that she'd forgiven me for the mess with Dan and her foster mother. It was a miracle we were all here. Her body transformed before my eyes, and I grinned at the black-haired beauty standing in front of me. Fenric gripped my shoulder, and cool magic washed over me in a wave as my own new glamour slid into place. I was just lucky shifters weren't allowed back into Faery yet, because they would sniff me out a mile away.
So, are we all good then?
I asked, my voice raspy and rough. It still amazed me how far Fae glamours could go. They could change you into an entirely different person.
We are good to go,
Fenric confirmed as he gripped both my and Aurelia's arms. At the same moment, the Shadow King held out a hand to Ash, and we were all swirling through time and space in a matter of seconds. My feet hit the soft, packed dirt a heartbeat later, and I caught Aurelia before she stumbled and fell. The chattering of Fae met my ears from the other side of the tree line. Fenric had sifted us to the other side of the dark forest.
The Fae have already heard that the Shadow King is back somewhere in Faery, but the excitement doesn't appear to be because they think they're going to be saved. It sounds like several of them are openly discussing the reward. We need to be wary.
I clenched my fists at my sides. We'll be careful, Aurelia promised me and patted my arm.
I know you will be.
I held my hand out to her. She placed her hand in mine with a smile.
Because you're not leaving my side,
I finished. Aurelia rolled her now green eyes, but didn't comment further. I was grateful for that, because her lack of argument meant she would listen to me just this once.
Let's try the local pub,
Fenric suggested.
We can enjoy a meal and hopefully garner some new information.
He strode toward the village with the rest of us in his wake. I kept my hand in Aurelia's the whole way as we walked past the Fae. All chatter died away as they saw us striding through their little town. Are they simply wary of strangers? Several older Fae glared in my direction, while others just scurried into their homes, slamming their doors shut behind them.
I'm not getting a welcoming vibe here, I whispered.
They're scared, Aurelia said under her breath. The council has taken everything from them, and newcomers must be suspected now.
The council has spies everywhere,
Fenric agreed.
Any strange people in town are suspicious. It makes sense, but it's going to make this twice as hard.
The Shadow King squeezed Fenric's shoulder.
That's why we're going to the pub. People get drunk and let things slip out in mixed company.
Fenric's plan was solid, but as we rounded the corner to the pub, whispers floated to me. The word rebellion caught my attention, and I flinched, stopping in my tracks.
You all go ahead. I'm gonna check something out quickly.
I squeezed Aurelia's hand before I let go. I thought we were sticking together, she said.
It's probably nothing, but I overheard a whispered conversation. I just want to check it out. I'll be inside in a few minutes.
I strode away from the group and rounded the corner of the pub. Two men stood at the back of the stone building with their heads together, whispering about something I couldn't quite make out.
You're part of the rebellion,
I whispered so only they could hear me. Both men flinched openly and spun on me, magic flaring in their hands.
There is no rebellion. What nonsense are you speaking? I was told by a powerful seer to seek out the rebellion. That's you, right?
I was still whispering so as not to draw unwanted attention to the conversation. But the men before me had no such issues.
Your powerful seer was wrong. Or maybe you're a spy for the council.
The same man spoke, crossing his arms over his chest, his bushy eyebrows pinched down in a scowl. I'm not a council spy. I laughed. I couldn't help it. That was the farthest thing from the truth. The other man took a threatening step forward. If you're not a spy, then you're working against them, and there's a hefty reward available for any council dissenters. Give us one good reason why we shouldn't call the guards and have you arrested for questioning, the man with the bushy eyebrows said. Because we both know it won't just be for questioning. The council is on a massive power trip. I planted my hands on my hips. Plus, I could take both of you down before you could even open your mouth to call for the guards. The men glanced at each other warily, and then back to me, as if assessing their options. I held my hands up in the air. But I don't want to do that. We're on the same side, I think. But I won't be taken by the council again, so make your choice. I clenched and unclenched my fists at my sides. My wolf was snarling in my head. He wanted to be let out, to prove who the Shifter King really was. I can't shift, though. It'll blow my cover. What do you want? The bushy-eyebrowed man asked as magic filled his palms again. He didn't believe me, that much was clear, and he was ready for a fight. I couldn't blame him. His life would be on the line if he was found out by the council. I just want to talk. I need to locate the rebellion. I've already told you, the rebellion doesn't exist. We've all been thoroughly beaten into submission by the council. We couldn't rebel even if we tried. Why don't you take that back to the council? He snarled. The other guy stepped forward, magic pooling in his hands too. They were ready for a fight, and clearly convinced I was working with the council. How bad would it be if I shifted in this back alley and showed them once and for all that I definitely wasn't working for the council? No. If I shift, they'll know who I am, and I can't let that happen until I know for sure they're rebels. Whether I liked it or not, it looked like I had a fight on my hands. I just hoped this scuffle didn't destroy any chance we had of enlisting the rebels' aid in the war ahead. Chapter 11. Aurelia. Where is he? I asked, chewing my lip nervously. Gray was taking too long and it was making me twitchy. Is my mate okay? Maybe I should have gone with him. He'll be fine, daughter. My father patted my shoulder reassuringly. He couldn't know that for sure, though. We had no idea what Gray was facing behind the pub. What if the men he'd confronted had called the guards and I wasn't there to clear them of their mind control? What if he was attacked? Could he stop his wolf from shifting and betraying his glamour? I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. A woman brought over 5 bowls of hot, fragrant stew and a round of drinks for us all, but Gray still wasn't back yet. I need to go check on him, I grumbled. You're not going anywhere alone. Ash gripped my arm lightly in warning. He'll have my ass if I let you go out there. You're a bunch of cavemen. I huffed under my breath, trying to maintain a low profile and not raise suspicion. Why can't any of them sense something is off? She's right, Fenric said with a sigh. He's been gone too long. I think we need to check. See? It's not just me. I glared with pursed lips at Ash and my father. Fenric and I will go take a look while you two stay here. No, we aren't splitting up again. We all go or none of us. Ash crossed his arms over his barrel chest. Fine, together then. But what about the food? I asked. We still need to eat and we've already been served. We'll come back as soon as we find Gray, my father said, and waved to the woman behind the bar and handed her some coins when she approached. Her eyes widened in surprise. Give these bowls to anyone in need. We'll be back to eat once we find my daughter's maid. The woman nodded and dropped the coins in her pocket before hurrying to clear the bowls from the table and shuffle back behind the bar. That was nice, I said, grinning at my father, feeling a touch uplifted by his gesture. I hate seeing what the council has done to my people, he growled under his breath. We'll fix this, don't worry. I stormed out the door. The men grumbled in my wake. I rounded the same corner that Gray had and gasped at the scene in front of me. 2 men were standing in front of Gray, glittering magic pooled in their palms. "What's going on here?" I asked as I strode closer, ready for action. Gray's shoulders bunched up at the tone of my voice, and he glanced at me over his shoulder.
Go back inside, love. I have this under control.
"No, I'm not going back inside. They're threatening you." I took a step closer to the men. No one threatens my mate. My shadows appeared instantly on my arms in response, writhing with anger. The men's eyes widened in horror as they stepped back.
You're a shadow fae?
The one to the left with the big eyebrows whispered. "I am," I grinned. "Now, do you want to tell me what's going on here, or do I need to make you talk?"
You're in league with him. We'll tell the council that you're dissenters and we will be rewarded,"
he said too loudly for comfort. My father gripped my arm and pulled me back. I glanced over my shoulder to see his head cocked to the side.
"Teo, is that you?"
he asked, his brow furrowed.
"How do you know that name?"
the man asked in return.
"Bram,"
he said a moment later, recognizing the other stranger too.
"What are 2 of my best guards doing in this little town?"
My father dropped his glamour for just a second, revealing who he truly was. Both men cursed. "You know them?" I asked, frowning at my father. "For fuck's sake, Dad, you could have led with that."
"We can't talk here,"
said Teo, glancing up and down the empty alley.
"How did you get here? Where have you been all this time?"
"Not here," I said, meeting their gaze evenly. "You already said it's not safe."
"We're looking for the rebellion,"
Father whispered. Bram and Teo glanced at each other and then glared at Gray.
"You vouch for him?"
Bram sneered. I edged closer to Gray, my shadows still swirling along my arms, begging for a reason to put them in their places. My father pushed me gently toward Gray and stepped in front of me.
"Of course I vouch for him. He's my daughter's mate and the rightful shifter king."
He raised a brow at the men. They both cursed again and glanced at Gray with wide eyes.
"And you're the princess? Shit,"
Bram said softly.
"We need to get you out of here,"
Teo interrupted.
"The town is crawling with council guards."
He waved for us to follow him further down the alley. "Dad, are you sure about these guys? They threatened to take us to the council," I whispered.
"Yes, daughter. They were just keeping themselves safe against strangers and traitors. They don't want to wind up in the council's grasp any more than we do. They are 2 of my most loyal warriors."
"Okay," I said with a heavy sigh and followed the 2 fae. I hoped I wouldn't follow them to the destruction of the realms, because that was what it felt like. Can my father really trust these fae after everything that's happened? What if they're leading us into a trap? I gripped Gray's hand in mine, willing myself to remain calm and in control of my emotions. Asher and Fenric closed in on us from both sides, my shadow guardian next to Gray and the rider at my elbow. When did their loyalties shift? I glanced up at Ash warily. He winked at me.
"I take my promises seriously, princess. I will protect you until the end of this war and until you stop requiring my protection."
"My magic could put you on your ass, you know." I raised my brow. A gust of wind hit me from the side, and onyx hair flew into my face in a stream of darkness. Ash chuckled and called his magic back. Smartass. I stuck my tongue out at him and willed my shadows to shove him back. He stumbled but righted himself quickly.
"You played dirty, princess. I like it."
"Don't ever forget it," I snarked with a playful wink of my own. Teo and Bram stopped in front of a decrepit building. The door was barely hanging on by a single hinge. I shot them a dubious look. This wasn't what I'd expected the underground hideout of the Resistance to look like. "Are you sure this is where we want to go?" I asked. "This feels like a trap."
"It's not a trap, I swear it,"
Teo said, shooting my father, the king, a look that said, "Trust me."
"It's just a safe place to talk."
I glanced at my father for confirmation. The Shadow King nodded. For better or worse, he trusted these Fae men. It's now or never, I guess. If we wasted this opportunity, we might never find it again. Gray squeezed my hip in reassurance.
It'll be okay, mate.
The two men who meant the most in all the realms to me said it was safe. So I suppressed my anxiety and followed the warriors into the gloom. Bram lit a small oil lamp once we were all inside and away from the door. Teo walked around the room, his palms facing the walls as they glowed a soft yellow. Is he putting up wards? I need to learn how to do that if it's something Fae are able to do.
It's safe to speak now,
Teo said as he took a seat next to Bram. Bram waved a hand for us to sit around the wooden table and get comfortable.
This conversation may take a while, so you might as well sit.
We took the seats offered, and I ended up sandwiched between Ash and Gray. They were never going to stop being the cavemen who always had to protect me.
How did you get out of the castle?
My father asked, starting the conversation.
Everyone was either sent to the cells or mind-controlled if they didn't willingly join the council's side. Can you drop your glamours?
Teo asked, frowning.
It's weird talking to strangers when so many of them have been council plants lately.
I dropped my glamour, feeling the subtle magic slough off me to reveal my true appearance. Both men bowed, cursing themselves for the way they'd behaved before.
Princess, please forgive us. We didn't know who you were.
Bram practically laid his head on the table in front of him. I was glamoured, it's fine. Please continue. I glanced around, shifting uncomfortably in my seat. I'm never gonna get used to this royalty shit. Tell us how you escaped the council.
We weren't at the palace when everything went down. We were here visiting with family,
Bram answered.
A few days after the council ransacked the castle, word reached us that the king was in prison and the council now ruled Faery. We were set to head back to the castle, but hid out here until it was safe to return and search for survivors.
Teo shook his head in dismay as he recalled the council's betrayal.
We found a couple men huddled in the passageways under the castle, practically starved, and brought them back here.
I gasped at his words. I'd been in the castle, but had only encountered one person. Did I not search hard enough? I hung my head as tears burned the back of my eyes. I could have helped them, but I didn't look hard enough. Gray pulled me to his side, sensing my emotions, and rubbed my back. I buried my face in his neck to stop anyone from seeing my weakness.
Princess, what is it?
Teo asked, leaning over the table. I could have saved them, I sniffled.
What? No. This was early on in the council's uprising, Princess. You weren't at the castle at the time. There's nothing you could have done.
Teo shook his head.
Besides, even if you had been, they were well trained to hide in the tunnels if the council ever turned on the royal family.
Of course, he's right. I didn't make it into the castle's tunnels until after my father, Gray, and Fenric were taken captive when we returned. Relieved, I sniffled again, wiping away my burning tears. Bram straightened and stared at me with kind eyes.
Those men are alive today, Princess. They went through hell, but they are alive. You did not fail them by not finding them when you came. They are much improved now and remain on our side.
All right, I'm glad to hear it, I said, pulling myself together and returning the conversation to the task at hand. We need to find the rebels. We need an army. I'm working on it, but we just aren't sure we'll have enough men to take them down. I ran a hand down my face.
The rebels definitely want the monarchy back, said Bram. They just don't think it's possible with the king in prison or possibly dead as far as they know. The council has spread many rumors and lies to sow unrest among the people.
Bram clenched his hand into a fist.
The king is right here,
my father said firmly.
And I'm disgusted with the taxes and the slavery the council has subjected my people to. We had to flee the village closest to the castle because they are basically slaves there, and the council isn't giving them enough to survive on. It's horrific. Most of the people there tend the fields,
Teo said, rubbing his chin.
Yes, and they still are, but they're only being given enough rations for one person even though many have families to feed. They're starving and desperate. They need our help, And the only way we can do that is to take the council down once and for all. And the only way we can do that is with the aid of the rebels.
My father slammed his fist on the table.
We'll take you to the rebels as soon as we can. But I just want us all to get on the same page first,
Bram said, leaning back in his chair. It seems like we're all on the same page already. I crossed my arms over my chest, wondering what they were getting at or not revealing.
How did you get out of prison?
Teo asked my father.
Aurelia busted us all out.
He nodded to me with a hint of fatherly pride. Zeke helped a lot too, I mumbled and glanced at Ash. I hoped that by mentioning our lost friend, I didn't bring up a bunch of bad shit for him. The memory of the night when Zeke was shot blasted through my mind and my shoulders slumped. The loss was still too fresh. It had only been days since we'd left Zeke bleeding on the ground. My father took over the conversation, obviously realizing I needed a minute to compose myself.
They got us out of the prison, even if it was in a most unconventional way.
I may have blown a few 100 gallons of their fucking mind control serum sky high. I shrugged with a smirk. I was glad I'd done that, but Zeke was still on my mind and it hurt. Ash seemed to realize it, placing his hand on my shoulder and squeezing it gently. I nodded my thanks for his silent support. Okay, I think we're all caught up. Now, can you please take us to the rebels? We don't have time to spare. I grimaced as I stood.
Yes, Princess. We'll take you to the rebels now,
Teo said, rising to his feet also. I smiled briefly, thankful things were finally falling into place. Hopefully the rebels would help our cause. Because if they didn't, I had no idea what else we would do. I'm powerful, but I'm not a one-woman army. And I sure as hell hoped I didn't have to be. Chapter 12. Gray.
Okay,
Bram said as he pushed up from the table.
Let's go to the rebellion.
Instead of taking us back the way we came, he moved through the room to a different door shrouded in shadows. Where are they taking us? I wrapped an arm around Aurelia's waist and followed. The men opened another door. It was dank and cold as they led us down the corridor. What the fuck is happening? Why am I following these Fae into dark tunnels without any real assurance that we'll be safe? The king trusted them, but was that enough? Apparently, he had blindly followed the council for centuries. Was this going to be more of the same? I pushed Aurelia behind me and nodded to Ash and Fenric. Neither of them needed further instruction to close ranks at our sides. Aurelia huffed with an exasperated sigh. I glanced back just in time to see her roll her eyes.
Don't argue,
I warned under my breath. I have no intention of arguing, she replied in the darkness with a grin.
Good.
I nodded and continued to follow the two Fae men who'd accosted me in the alley. They'd been assholes, and I still didn't trust them. No matter what the king said, I would have my guard up when it came to Aurelia's safety. Her security always came first, and the king knew that as well as I did. We traveled through the tunnels to God's nowhere, and the longer we walked, the more wary I became. All of this could have been an elaborate trap set by the council and the guards Aurelia had freed with her magic. We had no way of knowing who was loyal to our cause without proof, and the proof would be in action. Are they really in on it with the council? Are they trying to figure out exactly how far my mate will go to help her people?
Here we are,
Bram yelled and threw his arms out wide.
Welcome to the resistance.
Were the dramatics necessary? The entire room fell silent. The sounds of swords clashing subsided as everyone turned to stare at us. There were people of all walks of life in the huge space into which we strolled. I even noticed some shadow fae with shadows writhing over their arms. They were trying to learn from the centuries-old fae how to wield them, even though my mate had all but mastered them in a few short months. A man on a dais stood as he saw us walk through the passageway, glaring at our group. I didn't like the look he was giving us. Were we going to be handed over to the council after everything we'd been through? Was this an elaborate ruse? We didn't have our glamours on, So the whispers from those on the ground all spoke of the kings and the princess. Some even recognized Fenric as Aurelia's guardian. They knew who we were, so why weren't they welcoming us? We were obviously on the same side.
Centauri,
The king boomed, taking a step toward the man on the dais.
is that really you? My king, it can't be.
The man mirrored the king's approach.
How did you escape the council?
The king turned to Aurelia and nodded with pride once again.
My daughter saved us all, and she's going to save the realms as well.
That's little Aurelia. The man cocked his head to the side as he rushed to us from his spot on the dais.
You're so big,
he exclaimed. I'm an adult now, yes, Aurelia said, crossing her arms, a prominent brow raised.
Yes, of course. I apologize. I simply meant you've grown up. The last time I saw you was when you were 9.
He shook his head. Before Malcolm kidnapped me, she confirmed as her shoulders slumped. I didn't know if that would ever stop being an issue for her. She'd lost out on so many memories as a child because of it. I pulled her closer to my side and kissed her temple. Things had to work out exactly as they had, unfortunately, or else I never would have met her, and we never would have set out on this journey together to save the realms.
Right,
Centauri said.
Malcolm. Has anyone taken that bastard's head yet?
No, I growled. But I plan to at the first opportunity. Centauri glanced at me and cocked his head to the side, as if confused by what I was doing here. I rolled my shoulders back and stared the Fae down. He was one of the king's friends, but that didn't mean he wouldn't have the same bias as the other Fae.
You're the Shifter King?
He asked.
Yes,
I said, even though I didn't feel like much of a king as I fought for my life against the council.
How did you get into Faery?
It was a general question, not an accusation. I pulled Aurelia a little closer.
My mate is incredible,
I answered before kissing the top of her head.
Mate? Oh my, things have been happening. Come, I want to hear everything.
Centauri spun on his heel and barked orders at the people that were now standing around gawking at us. Get back to work. We need to be in top shape to defeat the council, one of the trainers bellowed as we passed. We need your help, Aurelia said at my side, speaking directly to Centauri. We have a small army, but it's not enough to defeat the council. Their actions are unforgivable and they must be stopped.
We have the same goal, Princess. Let's go eat and discuss how we can help each other.
Centauri grinned as he opened a door that led into yet another series of tunnels. It seemed that everything the rebels did was literally underground. It would drive my wolf mad to constantly be underneath the earth and not feel the sun on my skin or the breeze in his fur. But these were dark and dangerous times, so I understood their need to hide. We followed him into the tunnels and to a large dining area. It was empty, but could easily seat 100 men. Centauri yelled a bunch of orders. Several women bustled out of the kitchen with platters of food. Well, that's convenient.
What's been happening here?
The king asked, approaching Centauri.
When the council announced that they'd arrested you for treason, I was suspicious. I could see no reason you would commit treason against your own people. A few of your guards were here on leave, so I sought them out. They said that Aurelia had been found and sentenced by the council to death, and you all fled.
He eyed our group.
Is that true?
Yes. After Ronaldo tortured me to get my powers to ignite. Aurelia folded her arms. She hated talking about her time in the castle dungeons, and I knew it wasn't because of the torture. That was where she'd befriended my father, and he died trying to protect her. My father had been many things, but that was what I was most grateful to him for. He'd protected my mate when I couldn't.
We fled, and were looking for something to defeat them with when Aurelia was sucked down a hole. The rest of us were captured and taken to a human prison to be tortured and killed, the king said. Aurelia and Asher ultimately helped us escape. Centauri eyed Ash. You're a rider of the hunt, yes? Why do you care about what the council is doing? Faery was once my home too. Ash shrugged, but his body was rigid, as if he were expecting a fight. Despite that, I have alliances to uphold, and the longest-running friendship besides my brother's is with Grey. He needs help, so I'm here for him. Likewise, brother. I clapped him on the shoulder. With that, we all dug into the delicious food set before us. I hadn't realized just how hungry I was until I'd started eating. We have somewhat of a plan in place, but we're not sure of anything after gathering allies, said Aurelia as she sat up straighter in her chair. And how do you plan on gathering these allies? Centauri raised a brow. We encountered a group of soldiers with strange blank eyes. I realized they were under the influence of the council. I was able to remove the mind control, but we suspect that the council has even more of the shadow warriors controlled in the same way. Those warriors I freed are searching for more guards that the council has under their power. If they're successful at finding them, I can remove the control from them as well. Centauri sat back in his chair and gripped his chin between two fingers. The soldiers only come out to police the people. If you want to find them, you're going to need bait. I stiffened at his words, not liking the sound of that at all. I glanced at Aurelia at my side and shook my head, already knowing what she was going to propose. No, you're not going to be bait. I clenched my hand into a fist. Not just me. Isn't there a bounty on all our heads? She grinned. I'll be bait then, and you stay here. I can't. I have to be the one to release them from the mind control, Grey. You know that. Aurelia crossed her arms and glared at me. She wasn't wrong, but I couldn't help my instinctual desire to protect her. She was my mate. I needed to know she was safe. I tilted my head back and squeezed my eyes shut. My wolf was banging against the cage inside my chest like a rabid beast. He wanted to shift and show her who the true alpha was. He wanted to snarl at anyone who got close enough to harm a single hair on her head. I took a few calming breaths and pushed him back down. His instincts to protect his mate were right, but she didn't see it like that. And I had to try to stop the caveman shit, or I'd drive her away. Fine, I conceded. You glamour yourself like someone from the town, and I'll be bait. Ronaldo wants me alive to experiment on. I shot her a pleased look, but I already knew it was no use. No, we all act as bait. It's the only way we can explain all the backup we'll have when they bring us in. Aurelia shook her head. I sighed in defeat. How many men can you gather to take us to the guards? I asked Centauri. There are 5 of you, so I think 10 would suffice. He shrugged like this was no big deal. What if something went wrong, though? What if this plan didn't actually save anyone and instead walked us to our doom? It's fine, Grey. Aurelia squeezed my hand. We'll have plenty of backup, and I'll hopefully be able to free more guards from the Council's mind control. But what if we're wrong, and there aren't as many controlled Fae as we think? We could be walking into something we can't escape, I said. Ash, Fenric, what do you think? I think it's risky, Ash admitted. I would much rather the princess stay behind, but I understand why she can't. We have to remember they're looking for us as a group now, and will be suspicious if she's not with us. I clenched my hand into a fist. I hadn't thought of that, but he was right. The council would never believe they'd caught us without her. They'd known she was with us when they grabbed us outside the portal. Where we were concerned, she was never far, and it was true. Fine, what do we need to do? I sighed in resignation, hoping against hope that I didn't just doom us all with my begrudging agreement. Chapter 13. Aurelia. Is this necessary? Grey grunted as one of the rebels tied rope around his wrists in front of him. They aren't tying it tightly. It's just to make the guards think we're under their control. I bumped my shoulder into his.
My hands were already bound in a similar way as we got ready to make the drop. Well, maybe we weren't making an actual drop, but the council thought we were being handed over, and that was what really mattered. We needed more warriors if we were to stand any chance of winning the war for Faery, and this was the perfect opportunity to obtain them. Santori and his men ushered us through the tunnels to the drop point. We were surrounded by grim faces on all sides, though a few sent me nervous glances of concern. It seemed like they didn't want me to do this. I was their princess and would one day be their queen if we managed to stop the council, so I understood their apprehension. I have to do this, though. No one else can do it but me. Santori came to a stop in front of us and glanced at me over his shoulder.
Are you ready, Your Highness?
He asked. As ready as I'll ever be, I shrugged.
You can still change your mind, love,
Gray said, his eyes pleading with me. And do what? I hissed back quietly. Stay behind and let the men fight? Get captured by the council again? I twisted my arms in the ropes. They were very loosely tied so I could get out of them easily.
That was a low blow.
Gray flinched at the memory.
I thought you were dead.
I'm sorry, I added, unable to hide the exasperation in my tone. I'm just tired of people expecting me to sit back and be the damsel. I'm not the fucking damsel in this story. I'm the hero. Or at least I will be. I stomped my foot, my lips set in a hard, grim line of determination. Everyone stiffened at the unexpected noise when it echoed off the walls around us. Santori nodded his head at our ranks, then opened the door. Bright sunlight filtered into the tunnel. I took a deep, shuddering breath and rolled my shoulders back. It's now or never, and never isn't happening. It was time to face the council guards. With any luck, I'd hopefully be able to bring them out of their mind control. We marched through the dark forest silently, surrounded by the rebels. They would shove one of the guys occasionally, just to make it look genuine in case we were being secretly watched. The gnarled and twisted canopy of trees above blocked the sunlight from reaching us, leaving our party in an eerie and oppressive state of gloom as we trudged along. These dark trees didn't speak to me in the same way the others in the realm could, though I wasn't sure why.
Here,
Santori barked as we came to a halt in a clearing. There was no one here yet, but the guards would be arriving soon. I was sure of that much. There was no way in hell Ronaldo would waste an opportunity to capture us again. We remained the biggest threat to him and his grand, corrupt plans to dominate Faery as well as the mortal realm of Earth.
they're coming.
Gray whispered in my ear under his breath.
They're trying to surround us.
A lone man stepped through the trees dressed in the armor of the council. His eyes glittered with malice and were completely clear of mind control. Fuck. He's a traitor because he wants to be. Shit, I whispered back between gritted teeth. He's not being controlled. More men stepped from between the trees, following the first. There were probably 20 in total, and only half of them had the blank, telltale expression I'd come to recognize as someone being under the council's mind control.
Are you sure?
Gray mumbled out of the corner of his mouth as he eyed the armored council guards. We can save the ones that are being controlled, but this is going to be bad for Santori and the others. I chewed on my lip. If any of the council soldiers get away, they'll talk, and all of these good fae will be labeled dissenters. Ash glanced at me.
So we make sure none of them get away then.
Santori stiffened. He didn't like the thought of killing the men of Faery any more than I did, but it was becoming quickly apparent that we didn't have a whole lot of options. Let's just play this one move at a time, I said, eyeing the approaching group. The man with the cruel smirk stepped forward and bowed mockingly.
Your Highness, we've been looking for you.
And why is that? So you can take me back to your master and have me murdered? I raised a defiant brow. My fingers itched to ditch the ropes around my wrists, but I had to time my actions perfectly. I let my magic build up beneath my skin and tingle down my spine while keeping it concealed.
You think the council wants your death, princess? On the contrary, You will be the most prized slave of all once they have control of your mind.
The traitor laughed. I know Ronaldo wants me dead. I spat back.
No, you're wrong. With all that untamed magic running through your veins, you will be the ultimate weapon. The High Counselor wants you under his thumb, doing his bidding, not under the ground.
I glanced at the others as a growl sounded behind me. We needed to stop talking, and soon, because the overprotective men in my life were all about to lose their shit in a serious way. The traitorous fool had just openly admitted in front of all these witnesses that the council used mind control. Is he stupid or just overly cocky? Probably both. I clasped my hands together and the ropes fell away from my wrists. The magic under my skin blasted out of me, the healing tendrils of my shadows seeking the men who were being controlled. They all dropped to the ground as they were released and granted their freedom once more. Holding their heads, they groaned, seemingly disoriented and dazed. The council guard in charge laughed maniacally and drew his blade as if thrilled by the challenge we presented.
I knew this wasn't going to be a simple drop. Do you think your resistance is secret? Nothing is hidden from the elders.
He stepped forward dramatically and swiped at Santori. Santori jumped back just out of the blade's reach. Gray freed himself and the others on our side with the help of his partially shifted claws, and then gripped the sword at the belt of the closest rebel. It was exactly as we planned. Shadows writhed along my skin and mixed with my natural purple magic, ready to answer my will. The men who had been mind-controlled blinked rapidly before rising to their feet. They were obviously confused, which was understandable, but we didn't have time to waste. We have to act, now. The traitorous leader swiped his blade out once again, and the clanging of metal against metal met my ears. Gray faced off against him with furious ease, a seasoned warrior in his own right as the head of the Syndicate and rightful Shifter King. A powerful gust of wind blasted through 3 other council guards, throwing them back into the trees on the other side of the clearing with brutal force. There was only one person outside of me that could have been. I turned to Ash. The rider was wielding his sword and his magic at the same time. He winked at me and then slashed at his next opponent.
Kill them all. I need the princess alive.
The asshole fighting Gray bellowed as he sliced into my mate's side with his sword. Gray grunted in pain as he stumbled back. My magic exploded from me like a shockwave of sparkling purple and snaking shadows. Someone was screaming, the shrill tone clawing my ears. It took me almost a full second to realize the anguished sound was coming from me. The guards who were previously mind-controlled came to their senses and jumped into action, forming a circle of protection around me. I shook my head and shouted at them. "Help him! My mate needs your help!" The guards glanced at each other before peering at my father for guidance.
Your princess has given you a command. Do it,
the Shadow King roared. He was fighting 2 of the council's guards at once, using his magic and a stolen sword. "We need to get out of here," I yelled, my gaze fixating on Gray's bleeding side. One of the shadow guards I'd just freed turned in my direction.
Go, princess. We'll hold them.
I didn't like the sound of that plan, but with Gray injured, there didn't seem to be much choice. The rebels shouldn't have even been there, but they'd come to help me. I thought it would be easy. I was going to use my magic on the guards and they would all fall in line. But we were terribly wrong. They hadn't all been under mind control, for starters, and now innocent lives were in danger. The guards unsheathed their swords in unison and attacked our enemies. The man who stabbed Gray took a step back as one of the freed warriors who spoke lashed out at him.
What? That's impossible.
He looked over the group of Fae that were now on our side with wide eyes and parried another blow from my new friend. "It's not impossible," I answered him. "And it's the very reason Ronaldo will never be able to control me." I glared at the idiotic fool as I rushed to Gray's side. The guard lunged at me in a rage. I twirled to the side, just out of his reach, instinctively throwing shadows in his face as I did. He grunted, but he swung again and again. I didn't have a sword, only the small dagger on my belt that Gray had insisted on. Oh gods, Gray. I hope beyond hope you're okay. Fenric was next to me in a breathless second, ever reliable. He slashed his sword at the maniacal guard, acting once more as my personal protector, just as he had when I was a child. The Fey man jumped back, a grin plastered on his face.
"The traitor,"
he announced with glee.
"Your head alone will bring me power with the council."
He laughed mockingly.
"You have never been a better swordsman than me, Malachi,"
Fenric warned as he held his borrowed weapon higher.
"No, I think you're remembering things backward, old friend. I was chosen for the council's guard, while you were chosen to babysit a princess."
Malachi laughed.
"I was chosen for the highest honor,"
Fenric spat back.
"It was my duty to guard our future monarch, while you were nothing but a cog in a corrupt machine. You were a grunt and no more. A power-hungry, corruptible servant chosen to do the council's dirty work."
Fenric snarled. As I held my ground just off to the side of Fenric, I glanced over at Ash. He was still battling a council guard when two of the warriors I'd freed rushed to intercept the guard attacking him.
"What are we gonna do, princess?"
One of them called back. "We need to get out of here," I asserted again as I took the opportunity to rush to my mate, leaning down to inspect his wound. Something didn't look right about the stab wound. I peered at Gray. His skin was ashen and his breath rattled in his chest. I ran my fingers over his face, my heart in my throat. He blinked up at me in confusion before he recognized who I was.
"Go. You need to go on without me,"
he urged as a cough racked his body. "No," I said, firmly putting my foot down. "I'm not leaving you behind." He leaned up on his elbows and tried to roll to his knees, straining with the effort. I pushed him back down. There was no way he was moving like this, not under his own power. Fenric stood at my back, the clash of swords ringing in my ears. What do I do? I have to do something. All the council guards were fighting with the shadow warriors I'd freed from their mind control, and Santori's men formed a wall around us. Two men rushed forward and picked Gray up more gently than I would have thought possible for trained warriors.
"We can't go back to base. If they follow us, then we will doom everyone,"
Santori warned as he stepped forward, his eyes on the fray of battle. Agreed. We have a place, but sifting is still difficult for me, and I'm afraid with his injuries it'll be too much. I wrung my hands together as I stared at my mate.
"Go, princess. Go, now,"
one of the warriors shouted.
"We'll hold them off."
"Do you know the way to the house?" I asked Fenric.
"Yes."
He nodded. "Let's go then." I waved a hand for him to lead us back to the house. It wouldn't hold everyone for long, but we could get away from the assholes trying to kill us. We followed behind Fenric, and I prayed to whatever gods might be listening that the men we left behind would be okay. I had so many others to worry about, it was overwhelming. I had to worry about the realms as well as my mate. He couldn't leave me now, just when we were coming to the crux of the war. "I need you, Gray." I glanced at him as the two warriors carried him. His eyes bored into mine.
"You should have left me behind, my love. I'm nothing but a burden right now."
"Stop it. We aren't leaving you behind, you self-sacrificing idiot," I said as I jogged beside him.
"Why the fuck would we leave you behind?"
Asher roared from behind and shook his head.
"I'm only slowing you down,"
Gray rasped.
"Shut up,"
Fenric growled and rushed ahead. "I don't care if you slow us down. We will fight if we need to. I refuse to let you die out here. It's you and me against the world, remember? Just hold on." I rushed past him to catch up with Fenric. I couldn't take another word of Gray's self-sacrificing bullshit. I needed him just like he needed me. I was pretty sure I'd proven that again and again. But I would prove it a million fucking times over if it meant he would be sitting safely by my side when the time came. The only problem was no one was safe. Not really. Even if we got back to Gray's hideout in time, something wasn't right. And I had a deeply unsettling feeling nothing ever would be again. Chapter 14. Gray. They were being unreasonable as they trudged through the dark forest, carrying me, a damn burden. They needed to sift back to the house and lose the council, but Aurelia refused to sift because it might be too much for me in my current condition.
Leave me behind,
I demanded, but they had all stopped listening to me about 10 minutes ago. Aurelia didn't even turn at my order. Her shoulders stiffened, but she continued to stomp forward. She would sooner die than leave me behind.
Maybe we should just knock him out. His hollering to be left behind is probably bringing attention we don't want.
Santori chuckled. No one hurts my mate, Aurelia said with a growl, flashing him a warning glare.
But he's being a pain in the ass,
Santori mumbled. I don't care. Ignore him. She grumped at me over her shoulder. No one is leaving you behind. It's not an option, so just stop it.
You would already be at the safe house if you had,
I retorted as I narrowed my eyes at her. My wound wasn't healing, and I didn't know how much time I had left. It would kill Aurelia to watch me die, and I couldn't stand that.
We're almost there, Gray. Stop with the bullshit,
Fenric barked, adding his authority into the mix. I hated being weak, but I couldn't deny that the pain I was experiencing was visceral. Agony sliced through me every second. The wound inflicted upon me itself had stopped bleeding, but it still wasn't knitting and mending like usual. There was something terribly wrong. The wound was turning an ugly shade of greenish black. I suspected poison, but I couldn't be sure. It had been centuries since I'd been back to Faery, and the Fae could have developed God's only known what since then. The rebel warriors carried me across the tree line, stopping just outside the wards to the house where we were staying. I groaned as they walked across the wards, and 1,000 fire ants lit me up from the inside out. It wasn't actually fire ants, but rather the way the wards affected me as we passed. Since we'd made it safely without incident, I finally stopped arguing as I was carried into the house to the bedroom Aurelia and I had shared. Only the 2 men who carried me and my friends followed inside. Aurelia wrung her hands as I was put down on the bed, her face etched with concern. I reached a weak arm out to her. Despite my state, I yearned for nothing but to comfort her, to take the sadness from her eyes. She sat on the edge of the mattress next to my hip, worrying her lip. What's wrong? Why isn't he healing? She asked, her voice a breathless whisper. The king stepped forward and bent at the waist to check the wound. His expression turned grim.
You knew,
the king snarled at me.
I had an idea, yes,
I said, glancing at the wall. His accusing stare was too much. He knew as well as I did that there was only one way to stop the poison coursing through my body.
That's why you were so adamant about being left behind.
The Shadow King crossed his arms over his chest, his lips a thin line. What's going on? What aren't you telling me? Aurelia asked. Tears pooled in her eyes, and she placed her hands over the wound in my side. A green glow lit her palms as her power rushed through me. She's wasting her energy. I reached for her hands. She batted mine away and kept pushing more magic into me.
Aurelia, stop,
I whispered. Fenric, help me, she begged, turning to the Fae Guardian.
You're the strongest of us, Princess. If you can't do it, then I certainly won't be able to either.
He hung his head. No, I don't accept that. What's wrong with him? Aurelia turned her pleading gaze on her father. The king stared at me. I begged him with my eyes not to put this on her. I didn't want it to be like this. Why can't the fates give me just one good thing that isn't shrouded in sadness?
The blade had poison on it, Aurelia. A poison that's resistant to healing magic. That's why he's not improving,
he said, glancing down at the blackened wound. Poison? What kind of poison? How do we cure it? There must be a way to save him. She jumped to her feet and paced. her mind already working through a million possible scenarios to save me.
No,
I said as I reached for her hand and pulled her back down on the bed next to me.
let me go. You can be happy again after you defeat the council. I don't want it to be this way.
She only resisted a little bit, finally sitting down and glaring at every man in the room. Someone better tell me right now how to fix this. Tears stained her cheeks as they slid down in rivers, her gaze landing on mine. I reached up, wiping them away as my chest burned with agony. This will destroy her. Was I being selfish by not telling her the only known antidote to the poison?
I've only ever heard rumors about this working, and there's a cost involved.
The king glanced at me before returning his attention to Aurelia.
Doing this could put your life at risk as well, daughter.
I don't care, she said, her voice raised. I will do anything to save him. Just tell me what I must do. She squeezed my hand.
It's all just rumors and speculation, but from what I have heard, the blood of a Fae is the only way to heal that poison. Grey would have to bite you and tie himself to you in a completed mate bond. I won't do it. Not like this, I growled.
But it will save your stubborn ass. Aurelia threw her hands up in frustration.
We don't know that for sure, I growled. Your father didn't tell you the risk. If the rumor isn't true, and your blood can't save me, then you will die along with me. Your fate will be tied to mine, and everything will have been for nothing if you die and the council succeeds.
I winced as the black veins from my wound to my stomach spread a little more. Pain pulsed through me, but the anguish in my heart was worse. My chest cracked wide open at the mere thought of leaving Aurelia behind. But it's the hand I've been dealt. I don't care, she screamed, her tight grip on her temper fraying under duress. I will not lose you. Let the fucking world burn for all I care. Her shadows pulsed and writhed angrily on her arms as she stared me down with the fire I didn't know she possessed. In that moment, I saw her for who she could have been if the council and Malcolm hadn't gotten away with her kidnapping.
Aurelia, think about this,
Fenric whispered, beseeching her to see reason. I have thought about it, she snapped as she rolled her shoulders back and pinned him with her stare. I don't want to live in a world without him in it. Is that selfish? Maybe. But I have been running around the realms trying to stop the council for everyone else. Grey is mine. I think I'm allowed to be selfish this once. Fenric's shoulders slumped in defeat. He knew as well as I did she wasn't going to budge on this. She called me stubborn a lot, but she was even more stubborn than I was when she got something in her head.
She's not wrong,
Ash said, speaking for the first time since we arrived.
If anyone can survive this, it's the princess. You said so yourself, Fenric. She's the strongest of us all.
See? I can do this. I can heal him if he does what he's supposed to. She glared at me.
It's not a risk I'm willing to take. You're meant to be queen. You're meant to save the supernaturals and usher in a new era for them all. You can't do that if you're dead.
I flinched in pain, grimacing as I shifted on the bed. Everyone out, Aurelia whispered, her voice deathly fierce. He won't do this with everyone here watching.
I won't do this at all, so they might as well stay.
Get out, Aurelia roared, rising from the bed to face them all, her shadows going ballistic all over her. I shook my head. There was no reasoning with her now. The others obediently filed out of the room, closing the door firmly behind them. Traitors. Though I probably would have done the same if that anger had been directed at me. You will do this, Grey. Aurelia clenched her fists at her sides.
No.
If you don't, I'll follow you right into the beyond. I will let the world burn regardless. She placed her palm on my chest over my heart defiantly. My wolf was eerily silent throughout the entire argument. He didn't really understand what was happening or why he felt so weak. His emotions were more of an impression in my mind than an actual feeling.
You wouldn't let everything be destroyed, my love. I know you're a better person than that.
I shook my head and placed my hand over hers. Please, Gray, don't make me live without you. Try, please, she implored. Pain, sadness, and anger warred inside me that it had come to this. Aurelia leaned her head down on my shoulder, her hot tears dropping on me one after another. I didn't dare wipe them away. If our roles were reversed, would I be begging her the same? I would do anything to keep her safe and in my arms, yet I was denying her that same right. But I'm not the one who's meant to change the world. She is. If she died, all would be lost. We would be in the beyond together, though, and we wouldn't have to live in the world without each other. My own selfish desires argued with my need to fix the world, and the longer she sobbed over me, the harder they were to fight.
I didn't want our actual mating to be a time of sadness, of a desperate need to save me,
I whispered and wrapped my arm around her. We won't have a mating at all if you don't stop being so bullheaded, she sniffed. I chuckled and then groaned as the pain seared through me more deeply. It was getting worse, and I was getting weaker. If I didn't make a decision soon, I wouldn't be able to. That authority would be denied me.
Okay,
I said, relenting. Her head shot up from my shoulder, her eyes full of hope.
I'll do it.
This will work, Gray. It has to. Aurelia grinned as she helped me sit up in the bed. I winced as the black veins crawled up my abs toward my heart. She pushed her hair away from her neck and tilted her head to the side, offering me everything in that one moment. This selfless, beautiful, perfect woman was mine, and was providing me yet another chance to prove I was worthy of her. I wasn't worthy of her, but for every second I continued to breathe, I was going to do my best to show her how truly perfect she was, and that she was mine. I kissed her neck on the spot where I intended to claim her. My mate gasped at the contact, but only leaned closer to me. I love you, Gray. Please make me yours for eternity, she whispered. I can't do this without you. My wolf howled in my head. It was the first sound he'd made since I'd been stabbed, and my teeth elongated in my mouth. I kissed her neck again, hoping I didn't hurt her when I claimed her as mine. Aurelia fisted the sheets at my sides as my teeth grazed her skin. Not in a bite, but a tease. I needed her to relax. This was meant to be a euphoric experience. But since we were in a dire situation, I wasn't sure how it would go. I prayed to whatever gods might be listening that I wasn't about to doom the realms, as I closed my eyes and sank my fangs into her throat. Chapter 15. Aurelia. As Gray held me close, his nose trailing over my skin, he plunged his teeth into my throat, hard. A scream tore itself from my lips. White-hot euphoria blasted through me, and rainbows danced behind my eyes in a dizzying kaleidoscope of flashing light and swirling geometric patterns. I couldn't comprehend how anything that felt so good and so right could have inspired such fear in my mate. He's truly my mate now. The bond snapped into place in my chest, and my body shook with unparalleled pleasure. Gray, I breathed, my breath rushing out of me as I relaxed. My mate pulled back and licked my neck with a sensual groan. I blinked away the fog in my brain and grinned at him. We're linked.
We are, and we didn't die.
He glanced down at the puncture wound in my throat, but it was already knitting itself back together. I gasped as my eyes fell on his injury, my heart filling with relief and hope. You're mending. I reached for him and ran my hand over the healing skin. It was rejuvenating, the toxic black veins clearing and vanishing before my eyes at an amazing speed. You don't usually recover this quickly, I said with awe.
I took on some of your healing abilities.
he explained before he brushed my hair out of my eyes and leaned forward, kissing me hungrily.
You are truly perfect.
I told you this would work. Gray wrapped his arms around me and pulled me into his chest.
Yes, you're apparently smarter than me too.
I'm glad you're seeing that now. I snickered, biting my lip with a smile. Gray cupped my cheek and kissed me again, not waiting a second before he was seeking entrance to my mouth. I pulled back and frowned at him. You're still healing, I protested. You nearly died. We can't do that right now. I shook my head.
It's part of the bonding, love. We must.
He kissed down my throat, over the mark he'd just left on my skin. I shuddered under his touch. We can't, I groaned. We're not alone in this house. Gray ignored me as he rolled us, so he was pinning me to the bed.
I don't give a fuck. I need you, princess. Now.
He ripped my shirt over my head with a growl of hunger and tweaked a nipple through the fabric of my bra. I wiggled my hips even as I tried for a third time to slow things down. But Gray wasn't having any of it. A claw extended from his finger, and he sliced through the thin material between my breasts as if it were butter. He flung the scraps off the bed and attacked my breasts with vigor, sucking a nipple into his mouth and teasing it between his teeth. My back arched, pressing into his mouth even more aggressively. Gray growled against me, sending tingles dancing over my skin. I ran my fingers through his silky hair, pulling him down closer instead of pushing him away.
I can't wait another second to taste you, sweet mate.
He licked down my stomach to my jeans and growled. I didn't exactly have time to get undressed, I breathed as I reached between us. Gray slapped my hands away impatiently.
I'll do it.
Don't rip. I stopped when he did exactly that. The sound of ripping fabric tore through the room and I flinched. He was tearing all my damn clothes. I won't have any left. Gray, I'm not gonna have anything else to wear, I groaned. He wasn't listening as he spread my legs wider, picking up my calf to place a kiss there before moving higher. I shivered, anticipation thrumming through me. Gray's eyes glowed with his inner wolf as he watched me and licked my inner thigh. I squirmed, wiggling my hips, needing something tangible. Part of me both loved and hated how easily Gray got under my skin, setting me ablaze with the faintest of touches. I need him. The golden cord that had formed between us strengthened as I stared at his neck, where a dark black ink-like blotch that resembled the human's depiction of a simple fairy silhouette was etched into his skin. That's my mark. I trailed my fingers over the blackened skin in awe, pleased my instincts had served me. I'd marked him in return, just as he'd desired. He groaned even as he was spent.
What does it look like?
He rasped as he pulled me down. It's a black fairy, I explained. Like a shadow fae. I smiled at him, my heart full.
Perfect.
He grinned back at me and pulled me to his side. I laid my head on his chest, listening closely to the strong beat of his heart. He was here, and we were connected. I didn't have to worry about him dying anymore. You know, we should probably get up and do something. I shifted in his embrace, but his arm banded tighter around me.
Not yet,
he whispered and kissed my forehead.
I'm not quite ready to face the world yet after our mating.
I glanced up at him with a frown. So, what does this bond mean for us, exactly? You healed faster than ever. You said something about adopting some of my abilities?
I don't know what it means entirely,
he admitted.
I just know there will be changes in both of us over the coming days and weeks.
He peered down at me with pure adoration in his eyes. My heart swelled with love for the man holding me. He is worth every risk. I just wished he'd realize it more than he did. I never again wanted to have another argument like the one we'd had. It pained me to know that he truly believed in his own mind that risking everything for me was acceptable, but me doing the same thing for him was not. I hope you understand now that we're in this together, no matter what. If you can risk your life for me, then I can do the same for you. I poked him in the chest with a defiant smirk.
You are literally the only hope to save the realms, my love. I'm sorry if I don't want to jeopardize that along with your life. Especially when we both owe Ronaldo a gruesome final death.
He rubbed my back as he spoke. I understood where he was coming from. I had no intention of dying. We were fighting a war against oppression. It was important. But how good will victory actually feel if I don't have him there by my side to share it with me? With that thought, I spoke my mind. I don't care about anything if you're not there to share in the victory. I kissed his chest over his heart. We're in this together, Gray, for eternity. Our bond is a promise, an oath that neither of us can break.
Fine. No more decisions without consulting each other first. And I'll try to contain my wolf instincts as long as we can try to come to a mutual agreement where your safety's concerned.
We're linked now, Gray, I answered. Our life forces are tied together, so your safety matters just as much as mine. He opened his mouth to protest. My hand covered his mouth. I wasn't having any of it. No arguments. I know you feel the connection as strongly as I do. If something were to happen to you, I would die too. So no more unnecessary risks for either of us. We need to be smart if we're going to win the war for Faery.
Very well, mate. But there's no way in this realm or any other that I won't always worry about your safety. I will protect you with my last breath,
Gray said.
Even if that means it's yours as well.
Chapter 16. Gray. I think it's time to go back, Aurelia announced to the others. We need to start planning for war. Santori ran a hand over his face.
Are your supernaturals ready for war? They're some of the best trained fighters I've ever seen,
I said with a nod. Some of my people had been with me since I first opened the Syndicate. They had been training for centuries to take down the Council. They're ready. They have to be. What about your people? Aurelia frowned. I saw many just learning how to use their shadow magic.
When the time comes, the rebels will use whatever they have at their disposal to take down the Council,
Santori assured her. Fenric leaned forward in his seat, eyeing us all.
Are we sure about this? What do you mean? I asked. We don't have a choice but to take them down. No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm just wondering if we're moving too quickly. We only have one shot at taking down the Council, and I don't want to blow it because we weren't prepared. We're as ready as we're ever going to be, I replied. And I think we need to move before any of their experiments are successful. Currently, their mind control serum doesn't work on shifters. But what if they figure it out? They could take control of over half our army during the height of battle, and then all would be lost. What about the rest of the controlled warriors? Fenric drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair. Some of them were manipulated from the start. They didn't choose a side.
They will be freed as soon as the Council is gone. They might already be on to the fact that I can free their guards. So I agree with Gray. It's best we move quickly now, Aurelia said.
It depends on the possibility the mind-controlled guards that fought against those assholes in the forest let any of them get away. We have to operate under the assumption that the Council does know what you can do.
I squeezed Aurelia's hip, drawing her nearer.
Okay then. When do you leave, and how will you contact us when the time is right? Santori asked.
The man was obviously ready for a fight. I couldn't blame him. After seeing for myself the destruction the Council was bringing to the Fae, I was ready for this battle as well. I glanced at my mate, and a thread of nervousness tore through our shared bond. What will happen to us during this war? War was violent, and there was never a real winner. People were always lost on both sides, and lives were changed forever. We were fighting for our survival, though, not just our own, but that of the entire supernatural population of both realms. The fact we were fighting for our very right to exist gave me hope that we stood the better chance. We had a reason beyond power to fight. We will leave as soon as possible. If you could allow Fenric to sift into the tunnels, he will send word directly when it's time to fight. Aurelia sat up straighter in her chair, her posture rigid and regal. She looked every inch the queen she would one day become, though her doubts continued to trickle through the bond. I glanced over, flexing my fingers on her hip to get her attention as I poured all my confidence in her and our armies into the bond. She peered at me with a small smile. "I'll ensure the wards permit Fenric's passage." Santori agreed with a nod. "Okay, I guess it's time to go back and rally everyone together." I stood, pulling Aurelia up at my side. I didn't like returning to the human world after having been in Faery, but hopefully once we defeated the council, that wouldn't be an issue. I scanned the old house, imagining a whole different life for myself and my mate. One where we could make the place a home. It wasn't realistic. We were both royals, and the house wasn't well defended, but it would still be ours. Fenric clapped us both on our shoulders and grinned. "Ready to get back? Let's go. The faster we do this, the faster we can end the council for good." We swirled through time and space, and the landing wasn't as difficult this time as my feet crunched the gravel as I touched down. Aurelia didn't even stumble. Were we just getting used to sifting? Or was it the bond that made things easier? I was stronger now than ever before, and power thrummed beneath my skin, but I didn't dare use it until I knew what it did. We landed outside the wards of the Syndicate, and I immediately stepped in front of Aurelia at the scene that played out before me. The wards to the building were surrounded by human military. What the actual fuck? Guns were drawn when they caught sight of us, and blank eyes stared us down. "Fuck it. We're in trouble," I mumbled under my breath. Malcolm stepped out from the crowd, a smug smile on his face. "I can save them the way I did the Fae guards," Aurelia whispered behind me, though she didn't move to stand next to me. I was grateful for that. She was letting me protect her. "They're just humans. What if you break their minds?" I asked. Even the Fae she'd saved had been affected by her breaking the control over their minds. It wasn't painless, and humans were far less resilient than even the weakest supernatural. "What else can we do?" she asked. "We're outnumbered." Ash and the Shadow King stepped up next to me with their swords drawn. "We're going to have to fight and let Aurelia at least try," said her father. "All right, but Malcolm is mine," I growled. Aurelia spun me toward her and kissed me hard. "I'm gonna try to break the control, and then I'll race across the wards to get help." "That's a good plan." I nodded and turned back to the military. If Dan grabbed some of the others who were trained to fight, then we could even the playing field out a bit. How long have they been outside my wards, waiting to ambush my people? "Malcolm," I roared. "Fight me." "Why would I do that, when I could just have the humans kill you and bring the princess to me?" Malcolm planted his hands on his hips. "You mean my bonded mate?" I asked with a grin. Malcolm's expression became murderous as his face turned red. "You lie." Malcolm unsheathed his sword. "Why would I lie about that?" I crouched into a fighting stance. He stalked forward, his face coloring almost purple with rage. "You would lie to avoid death. You think I won't kill you if it means her death." He slashed his sword at me, brazen and full of rage. I jumped back, bringing up my own weapon to block the blow. We were evenly matched. We'd fought several times before, and the slippery bastard had always gotten away. I lunged forward and sliced at his midsection, but the clang of his sword meeting mine filled the air. Magic bubbled up inside me, begging for me to unleash it. But I didn't know how to use magic. I was a shifter, and the only thing I'd ever learned to do was shift. Malcolm swung his blade, going wide with his sweep. I parried with my own blow as static electricity crawled up my arms and tingled at my fingertips. My sword glowed blue with power, and I swiped out at Malcolm again. The electricity hit his blade, and he cursed, dropping the weapon. The scent of charred flesh burned in my nose as he glanced down at his blackened hand. "You really did bond with the princess," he hissed as his good hand pooled with magic. Fuck. He's gonna fight with magic now. I didn't even know how I'd allowed power to flow into my sword. The magic seemed to have a life of its own. I gripped the sword in both hands, unsure what I was gonna do next. More and more magic filled Malcolm's palm.
"I told you I had. You're the one who didn't want to believe it."
I shrugged with the nonchalance I didn't feel.
"All this time you believed Aurelia was yours to claim. But she's mine."
Enraged, he threw the ball of magic at me with a wild battle cry. I swung the blade at it like a human baseball bat, running on pure instinct alone. When the magic connected with the blade, it soared back toward him with the strength of my strike and blasted Malcolm square in the chest. Malcolm screamed as his own magic burned a hole right through his chest. With a horrified, twisted expression on his face, he dropped to his knees. I stalked forward with my blade.
"I told you, one day I would have your head."
I growled and swung the sword still crackling with magic in a wide arc. His head tumbled from his shoulders and rolled away like a gory game ball. The human military stopped battling with the supernaturals that Aurelia had brought out to help, and they all blinked at each other in confusion. I scanned the battlefield, only caring about finding one person. Aurelia was several feet from the wards, squaring off with a human. He stopped mid-attack, his weapon falling from his grasp as he blinked at her, confounded to the predicament in which he found himself. She held her magic, summoning it back at the last second before spinning on her heel. A brilliant smile lit her face up with relief and pride when she glanced at the body at my feet. "You did it!" she yelled and ran into my arms, letting her guard down. "He's finally gone!"
"Aurelia!"
the king bellowed. I spun just in time to shield her from the man that rushed us.
"What did you do to us?"
the man shouted. He held his gun at the ready, with his finger on the trigger, willing to take us out if necessary. Aurelia squared her shoulders and rose up to her full height as she stared the human down. "We did nothing but save you from being controlled by that monster."
"You're all monsters. But that man was helping us round all of you up."
This soldier had obviously been drinking the Kool-Aid before his mind had been controlled. "These monsters have been living among humans for centuries, and you never knew it. They've been your neighbors, or possibly even your friends, and you turn on them so suddenly because they were born with magic?" Aurelia said.
"They were biding their time, waiting to enslave all humans."
The soldier spat back. I scoffed.
"Yeah, because we sat back and waited for human technology that could literally destroy the world before we were ready to attack you and take you out. We watched the human population grow to an unimaginable size that outnumbered us 100 to 1 before we decided it was time. Do you even hear yourself right now?"
He's completely brainwashed, Gray, even without the mind control. There's no reasoning with him. Aurelia turned to Dan. "Lock him in the cells. He's a danger to us."
"Are we sure that arresting human soldiers is the best idea, love?"
I asked, but nodded to Dan to do as she said. Dan stepped up to do as commanded. The soldier swung the butt of his rifle straight for Dan's head in response. But Dan's supernatural reflexes kicked in at the last second, and he gripped the gun as it came at him, tossing it to the side before he tackled the idiot. More soldiers raced forward, but the majority hung back to see what was going to happen. They weren't shooting at us, so we still had an advantage. One moron raced toward Aurelia. My heart thumped in my chest, and before he could get there, magic buzzed beneath my skin, and suddenly, without having taken a single step, I was in front of her, blocking the blow of his weapon with my forearm. I reached up and ripped the gun from his hand and turned it on him, hitting him right in the face. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious. "Gray, did you just sift?" Aurelia whispered behind me, excitement and wonder in her tone. I glanced at her with a smirk. I think I did. I turned back to the chaos. All the men who'd rushed us were being carted away by my team. The remaining humans still stood around, a mixture of awe and trepidation painted on their faces. "We are no threat to you," Aurelia called out to the soldiers. "The Fae who have wormed their way into your government are the real threat. All we want is peace." A man dressed in all-black tactical gear stepped forward and glanced at Malcolm's headless body with a frown. "We can't have peace. Now that supernaturals are known to the world, I fear there will never be peace between us." It was the fear I'd harbored for centuries. It was why we'd worked so very hard to stay hidden all this time. As long as we were in the human realm, no supernatural would ever be safe again. Chapter 17. Aurelia. The soldiers milled around the battlefield outside the ward. Most had no memory of anything that happened during the last few weeks. How did the council control them so thoroughly that their memories were wiped clean?
Are we sure letting them go is a good idea?
Ash asked.
What if they lead the government right to us?
The troublemakers are in the cells now, Ash. I can't hold the human army in prison because we're scared.
She's right. They'll see it as an act of war.
Gray agreed as he wrapped his arm around me. We hadn't had a chance yet to talk about the new powers he was displaying. He'd sifted right in front of me. I hadn't even learned how to control that particular power yet. It only worked when my emotions were running high. "We don't need a war with the humans," I sighed. "Once we defeat the council, everyone can return to Faery and leave the humans alone once and for all."
It won't end there, love. Humans know we exist now. They will always be looking for us.
Gray pulled me in close. The soldiers wandered away in groups, speaking frantically to each other in hushed tones, but at least they were leaving. All except the man in the black tactical gear who'd spoken before. He stepped up to me with a nod.
"You're the princess everyone is looking for,"
he said. "I am."
"I remember more than the others, it seems. I'm a Secret Service agent. I'm not even supposed to be working with the army."
He shook his head.
"You were at the gala,"
Gray informed him, narrowing his eyes on the man.
"Yes. I don't remember everything, but most of it. I have some information you might need. Is there somewhere private we can talk?"
The agent asked. I glanced at the building, unsure if I should even suggest it. He'd been the one to say we would never have peace, and now he was asking for a private place to give us intel. I wasn't sure if that was the best idea.
"Why should we trust you?"
Gray asked.
"You said yourself that we will never have peace. The information I have is what you want, and I'm risking everything, including my life, to give it to you. I can't talk out in the open like this."
He scanned the clearing, but all the soldiers had already left. "How important is this information?" I asked. "Are we talking life or death?"
"It could be, for a lot of people."
The agent glanced between us. I didn't know if we could trust him, but he was sticking his neck out on the chopping block just by having the conversation with us. What if we dismissed him and the intel he had could have ended the war in our favor? I think we should go inside, Gray. We should hear him out, especially if what he has to say may save innocent lives. I chewed my lip.
"Fine, but I hope you understand we'll need to take your weapons, and you will be guarded the entire time you're inside the wards."
Gray stepped forward, waving a hand. Dan and 2 other shifters stepped up, flanking the man.
"I understand,"
the agent replied and held his arms up.
"Search him. Take any weapons he has, or any kind of listening devices, and then we'll step into the building."
Gray directed Dan. The man had an impressive arsenal of weapons strapped to his body. It was a little terrifying. I never would have checked some of the places where they'd found guns and knives.
"Take off your boots,"
Dan ordered. He untied the laces and took them off one at a time. Dan pulled 2 small daggers and a handgun out of each.
They also have compartments in the heels, the agent told Dan and clicked a button. A blade shot from the back of the heel of the boot. I gasped. Holy crap. That's cool. Dan wrenched it out of the heel and handed the boot back to the man before doing the same with the other. These certainly aren't standard military issue, Dan grunted. I counted 15 weapons pulled from various places on the man's body, but they found no listening devices. Use your magic, Dan, Gray commanded. What magic? I asked. I knew he was half Fae, but I'd never seen him use any powers before. Dan's hands glowed midnight blue. He can detect and disable electronics, so if there are any hidden devices on him, they won't be recording anymore. Gray crossed his arms over his chest. I told him where the blades in my boots were. Why would I do that if I was hiding listening devices? Asked the agent. You may not even know they're hidden on you. You were being mind-controlled, remember? That's fair. He nodded and allowed Dan to continue his search. I found something, Dan said with a growl. It doesn't matter now, though. It's completely fried. All right then, let's go. I stomped forward with purpose. I was probably too curious for my own good. What information does he have for us? And why is he risking his life by giving it to us in the first place? He was Secret Service, and the president wasn't exactly the biggest fan of supernaturals. In fact, the complete opposite, as far as we knew. My shoulders slumped as I followed the men into the garage. It was hard to think back to the gala. We'd lost Zeke that night and had been forced to leave him behind. We all got into the elevator and Gray pushed the button for the interrogation floor. That was on the same floor we just had all the unsafe humans sent. Are you sure this is a good idea? I asked him. We need to make it look like he's on their side, and we're locking him up too for the time being. But they'll all be released to the authorities once we get a witch to wipe the memory of our location from their minds. Gray grasped my hand. You have a tactical mind. The agent nodded subtly. I appreciate you taking these steps to protect my life. Like I said before, we aren't the monsters we've been made out to be, I answered, shuffling my feet as I waited for the ding of the elevator. The wait was torturous, even though it was probably only a minute. The elevator doors finally opened, and Dan shoved the man out into the large room where magical cells lined the walls. Karma screamed obscenities at us. Ah, just another day at the Syndicate. You can't leave me in here with humans, she yelled. You're lucky I didn't put any in the cell with you, Dan barked back. No, shut up before I cut your rations. Karma closed her mouth and sat back against the wall, glaring at us, specifically me. She hated me after what had happened when I'd first come to the Syndicate. Both she and Gray's second-in-command at the time had involved themselves in some shady dealings with Malcolm in an attempt to get rid of me. She deserves to be locked up. She's a traitor. Don't bother with her. I forgot she was even here. Gray waved a hand as we continued past the cells. Put him in the box. We need to have a chat, he said aloud. Gray glared at the men in the cells as he walked past them. They had attacked us of their own free will. They thought we were monsters, but they were. They were the ones rounding up supernaturals and persecuting them for simply being different. Have they learned nothing from their own history? Apparently not. We followed Dan into the box with the Secret Service agent. It was a 15 by 15 room with no windows. It had a single metal table in the middle of the room that was bolted to the floor. I closed the door behind us with a soft click and turned to the agent. This is the most secure place in the building besides my floor. You can speak freely here. Gray sat in the chair in front of the table and pulled me down on his lap. You're the ones who've been rescuing the supernaturals from the prisons and the intake facilities, the agent said. It wasn't a question. Yes, I said. Why is that important? Well, there's a secret facility that no one but the president and a few of his top advisors know about. My shoulders slumped. We haven't been able to get to all of them yet. I wanted to, but there just wasn't space here, and we had to gather an army to march on the council. The fact that so many supernaturals remained incarcerated and were still being tested on weighed my spirit down. This place isn't on any list you may have. It's top secret, and only for the high-profile supernaturals that the High Counselor wants for special projects. And why are you telling us this?
Gray asked.
You said you've been breaking in and getting people out. I'm giving you the top secret location of one of these places, so you can continue to do just that.
The man sounded frustrated as he growled the last word. You lost someone. I cocked my head to the side, a bubble of empathy forming in my chest.
My wife is a witch. They somehow figured it out and detained her and my 19-year-old daughter. They've been holding them there, over my head, so I'm forced to do their bidding.
He rubbed his eyes with his forefinger and thumb. I glanced away from him and swallowed the lump forming in my throat. I'm sorry about your wife and daughter, but we have a war on the horizon and more people already here than we can deal with. Once we defeat the council, we'll try to get everyone out of those facilities, and hopefully even make a treaty with the president. But until then, we're spread too thin. I hung my head. Tears clogged my throat and burned the backs of my eyes. I hated leaving people in those facilities even a day longer than they needed to be. It broke my heart and left a horribly sour taste in my mouth.
You don't understand,
the agent replied.
I'm not just asking for them. There's someone you love there as well.
His gaze bored into mine. What are you talking about? I sat forward on Gray's lap with a frown.
The man with you at the gala, the one who was shot, he didn't die from that wound. He's still alive and being held prisoner.
Ash's fist slammed into the man's shoulder, toppling him over in his chair. The agent grunted but didn't fight back, simply raising his hands in surrender.
You think you can get us to save your family faster by lying to us?
Ash growled low and threatening as he leaned over the man with a snarl. Dan clapped him on the shoulder.
He's up. There are ways to find out if he's lying, man,
the half-face said. Ash straightened to his full height. His body was rigid and his expression contorted with rage, but he backed off the agent.
I'm not lying. I was ordered to stay with the president after you all fled, and what I saw was terrifying. The man who was shot lay there bleeding, but a few minutes later, the bullet popped loose from his side all on its own and the skin healed. I was forced to knock him out again, and they took him out through the back.
My eyes widened, and hope flared inside me. Could it really be true? Was Zeke really alive? I glanced at Gray. He was staring intently at the man, keeping his cards close.
How do you know he wasn't taken to a different facility?
Gray asked.
Malcolm ordered them to take him to the secret facility. I was there. I heard the command. He's there right now with my wife and daughter. They knew he was important to you, so they didn't want to risk putting him in a lower-level facility.
He stood and brushed off his clothes. Ash's eyes watered, but he held his emotions in check.
Zeke's alive,
he said softly as his gaze met mine across the room. A grin tugged at my lips. Fuck yeah, we're doing this. There's no question. Where is this facility and how do we get them out? I asked. He wrote down coordinates and handed them to Gray, but his expression was still grim.
One last thing. You need to hurry, because Ronaldo almost has his mind control serum perfected. Once he does, they will be the first ones he uses it on.
My breath rushed out of me as I nodded at my mate. Once more, we were fighting against the clock. Why can't anything ever be simple? Chapter 18. Gray.
This could be a trap,
I said once we were back in my office, away from prying ears.
He certainly dropped a bomb on us. Was it simply so he would hurry up and free his family? That being said, we can't risk giving the council the opportunity to complete their serum.
Dan ran a hand down his face. Fenric pulled Zeke's laptop closer and powered it on, gripping the coordinates in his other hand. How do we even know if this place exists? The guy could be lying through his teeth about everything to lure us into the clutches of the government. If Zeke's alive, we have to do something, Aurelia said, arms folded. She held an insane amount of guilt bottled up inside her for what had happened to Zeke. I wish I could take it away or soothe it somehow.
It's in the Nevada desert, according to these coordinates. But there's nothing there from what I can see. Just sand.
Fenric frowned at the screen.
Could they have them in an underground bunker of some kind?
Ash suggested as he leaned over Fenric's shoulder.
It's possible.
Fenric tapped a couple keys.
There's no surveillance. It's also a no-fly zone. It seems suspicious as fuck. What is this place? You have got to be fucking kidding me, I said and rubbed my chin, my mind worrying.
What is it? Aurelia asked, glancing up at me.
You don't think...
I sighed.
No, it's too crazy to even fathom.
Everyone in the room would laugh if I said what I was thinking, but the rumors surrounding the location suggested it was some kind of weird alien testing facility the humans had set up decades ago. Could it have been real all along? And now they're using it to test on supernaturals like us?
What are you thinking?
Ash asked.
Nope, nothing. It's stupid. I want a tactical team out there immediately. We need to see firsthand just how good their security is and where the best entry and exit points are.
I turned on the news and sighed. Just like every other day, the camera showed supernaturals in magic-blocking cuffs being shuffled onto buses. It made me sick to my stomach.
I'm on it, boss,
Dan said as he typed something on his phone. Even without the council controlling them, this is still going on. Aurelia gestured at the television and slumped down in her seat.
We don't know who else they have keeping them under control. I doubt Malcolm was strong enough to control all the humans. There are still a lot of unknowns here, beautiful, but we'll figure it out. I have a team of 5 heading out in 5 minutes. The Fae warrior guy that the princess brought back from Faery is going to transport them,
Dan said, still staring at his phone.
Good. The sooner we get some intel on this place, the better. I refuse to go in blind and risk everyone.
I squeezed Aurelia's hand. Her worry for Zeke flooded the bond, and I pulled her into my side. I was worried about the rider as well. I'd thought along with the rest of them that he was dead. It was a massive relief to find out he was alive. But was it all an act? Was the human government trying to draw us out? The news droned on in the background, like nothing else was going on in the world other than this supernatural infestation, as they called it. Other countries had followed the United States' lead and began global witch trials, locking up anyone with a drop of supernatural blood. New developments in science today, the newscaster said brightly. Scientists are one step closer to identifying and creating a blood test to check for supernatural heritage. This breakthrough will be a huge win for the war on supernaturals. They can do that? Aurelia gasped, her expression one of horror.
I would assume it's similar to those DNA kits that they use to check paternity.
This was not good news for the supernatural population. We'd become adept at hiding in the shadows for centuries. But you couldn't hide your blood. If they made everyone take those blood tests, even more supernaturals could be revealed and rounded up. Possibly even those with such diluted blood, they didn't even know they had any supernatural heritage in them. We are well on our way to a national database for supernatural species, the news presenter continued. It's a huge victory, and to be honest, I can't wait to take this test to prove that I'm a human. It will be a relief to have that piece of paper to show everyone that I'm not a monster. I'm sure others will feel the same. The woman flipped her hair over her shoulder and smiled for the cameras. The man next to her put a finger to his ear and held up a hand.
It seems we're getting word that the president is about to address the nation. We'll take you to the Rose Garden, live.
I wonder what this is about, I groaned.
It can't be anything good.
Ash straightened, crossing his arms over his bulky chest. The camera flipped to the Rose Garden, where the president walked out to the podium, his expression grim. If this was about the new breakthrough, he wouldn't have looked like that. Dread pooled in my gut, but it wasn't all mine. Aurelia's feelings rushed through the mate bond as well.
Hello, America. I have a heavy burden to bear today. 10 American soldiers have been declared missing in action. Yesterday, they were sent to a supernatural stronghold to detain everyone in the building, but they were ambushed with magic. Some of the men who managed to return to us said they were knocked out and detained by these supernaturals.
He paused dramatically, as if to let that sink in.
I had a feeling that was what this was about. Any word on a witch that could erase the humans' memories of where they've been?
I asked Dan.
We don't have a witch here that can do it, and the ones from the outside I called didn't answer. I'm hoping they haven't been rounded up like the others.
Dan hung his head.
These are dangerous criminals,
the president went on.
There is body cam footage of a shifter beheading a trusted ally of the American people. He will be sorely missed.
He paused again.
Not likely, I grumbled. Did you check all the men in the cells for body cams and listening devices?
Of course, answered Dan promptly.
But that was during the fray. The good news is that I've been informed these supernaturals are the very same ones who blew up the Dallas prison, and we have a powerful alliance that will eradicate them. We are also only weeks away from a federal mandate that will make testing for supernatural blood mandatory for every American citizen.
The crowd of reporters around the president all started shouting questions at once, vying to be the one chosen for their question. He held up a hand for silence, but it didn't do a thing to stop them all from yelling. Mandatory testing was a controversial topic, apparently, and not welcome by all. We must do something. There's no space here, but we can't just leave people in those testing facilities. Aurelia clenched her hands into fists on the table, her lips thinning into a grim line of determination.
There has to be something we can do other than sit here and watch this vitriol.
Ash grumbled in agreement. He was itching to get Zeke back just as much as we were, probably more. They were riders of the hunt, and had been brothers for millennia.
There isn't much we can do but research the other facilities and work out a plan of attack. You all don't have to be the ones who go into every single one of them to rescue people. I can send tactical teams so that you can focus on the war with the Council,
Dan said.
No, we need to keep everyone we can here. We need them training and ready for war when the time comes. I'm only sending one tactical team out to scout that place for a reason, I said.
Fenric peered closer at the computer screen.
We can still do the research for after the war. I don't think humans are going to suddenly stop persecuting supernaturals just because we win this war.
I agree, Aurelia said. She was still staring at the TV, where more and more lines of supernaturals were being herded like cattle onto buses. I wanted to turn the thing off, but couldn't. We needed to keep tabs on what was happening in the world, especially when it wasn't pleasant.
Don't watch it, love. It's only upsetting you more,
I suggested as I rubbed her back in soothing circles. I can't just turn a blind eye to it, Gray. She answered with stoic grit. I have to watch it. If I don't see how the people are suffering, how can I hope to be a leader that will end that suffering for them?
But it's hurting you, Aurelia. I can feel it through the bond how much.
My chest tangibly ached with the pain she was feeling. My mate is going to be an amazing and most empathetic queen. I'm sorry, I don't know how that works. I can't shut it off, she frowned.
I don't want you to turn it off. I like knowing how you're feeling, I said.
It's hurting you too, though. She glanced at me with watery eyes.
Only because you're hurting, love. I'm strong. I can handle it, I promise. Gray?
Fenric frowned, interrupting.
I think there's some truth to what the agent said. Why? What did you find?
I got up from the table and stalked around to look at what he'd come across.
I hacked into the database for one of the testing facilities we have yet to hit, and found some videos of test subjects.
Aurelia rounded the table and was at my side in a second. What's happening to them? She asked.
Don't look, Princess. Some are pretty gruesome.
Fenric shuddered. I have to look. I must know. I already told you all not to try to shield me from this. She crossed her arms defiantly. These are my people. Fenric glanced up at me for approval. I shrugged. I wasn't here to tell her what to do. As far as I was concerned, we were equals, except when it came to her safety. Fenric turned back to the keyboard and typed a couple of commands before a video played on the screen.
This is test subject 77, and we may just have a breakthrough today,
the scientist on the screen said almost giddily. The woman on the bed was blonde and had cat-like features. She must have been some kind of cat shifter. Her eyes were closed, but her face was contorted in pain as her body convulsed on the bed. The scientist turned to her, and a look of horror crossed his face as he screamed.
"No!"
Foam frothed from her mouth as the convulsions that racked her body became even worse than before. She was dying. It resembled a human overdose. How much of that damn serum have they given that poor woman? Pain sliced through my chest as I watched with bated breath. Her hands shifted into black claws and then back again. It was clear that she was a jaguar shifter, and they were rare. I wished I had known she was out in the world. I would have brought her to the Syndicate to train. That's why I started the Syndicate. I collected and protected rare supernaturals and gave them a purpose. She'd fallen through the cracks, though, and I felt sick. The machines hooked up to her flatlined, and the scientist screamed in apparent frustration as he grabbed some paddles to try and restart her heart. I hoped for the woman's sake that he was unsuccessful. She wouldn't suffer in the beyond. "That poor woman," Aurelia whispered, her voice shaking. "We have to stop this. They're killing supernaturals in the name of science."
"There's more,"
Fenric said as he clicked another video regretfully.
"After the unfortunate incident yesterday,"
the scientist started speaking,
"we're going to try something different today." "Do I even want to know?" I asked.
"Probably not," Fenric shuddered.
"This is test subject 82. She is a known witch, and we are going to practice transference."
What the hell? Is that what it sounds like? Are they trying to remove her magic? I stared at Fenric, wide-eyed. The brunette was tied to a table with tubes and electrodes riddling her frail frame. The scientist flipped a switch and waited. The woman gasped as electricity flowed into her and magic pooled at her fingertips. The giddy scientist brought over some kind of suction device and attempted to literally suck the magic into a canister connected to it, but it wouldn't work.
"Release your power to me and the pain stops,"
the scientist barked at the girl. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suck away her magic.
"This is disgusting," I growled. "I don't need to see any more to know we have to do something. The question is how."
We'd have to wait on tenterhooks for the tactical team to report back, because there was no way we were going in half-cocked or blind. If there's any chance of saving Zeke, we're gonna make damn sure we don't leave without him. Not again. Chapter 19. Aurelia. "Sit down, Ash." I glared at him. We were all frustrated, but my face softened when I saw the worry in his eyes. We'd all been affected by the horrific videos of the testing facility. I shuddered as I remembered the witch dying on the table as the scientist lost his temper and turned up the voltage of his machines. Supernaturals weren't people to him. They were merely inhuman test subjects. It was soul-destroying, and I prayed to whatever gods were listening that Zeke could survive long enough for us to get him out of there.
"I can't,"
Ash bellowed.
"Where is the tactical team? It's been 2 days of complete radio silence. We need to go in."
"We don't have any information on the place, Ash. We could be walking to our deaths if we try our luck without any kind of recon." I reminded him for the 100th time. I glanced back down at the book in front of me. It was the golden spell book I'd been searching for, but so far it hadn't given me any insight into how to defeat the Council. Have I been wrong all along? Is the book not important? Had I been banking all my hopes on a book that didn't have a way to stop them? I'd been poring over the book for days now, but nothing in it had called to me. We'd risked our lives for this book. There has to be a reason for it. There has to be something. "Where's Magna?" I asked Dan.
"She's helping with rations today. Why?"
"I need to speak to her about this useless book." I pointed to the gold book with a huff of frustration. Why had she thought this was the key?
I'm sure it's not useless if Magna sent you to find it, knowing she would end up in prison and tortured after, Princess.
Dan raised an eyebrow. I slumped back in my chair. He had a point. Magna was a powerful seer, so she would have known what would happen when we went to get the book. But the sneaky woman never told us all the facts. It could mess up the future. She told us that all the time. The news played in the background as I continued flipping pages. They were all still excited about the breakthrough that had been made in identifying supernatural DNA via blood. It was a lot more complex than human DNA, apparently, and had taken scientists a while to figure it out. But now they had it narrowed down and were working on getting the tests mass-produced. The lengths they were going to, simply to eradicate us from existence, were terrifying. We would be gone. Nothing more than fairy tales come to life only to disappear into obscurity if I didn't find a way to defeat the damn council. I glanced back at the book, feeling flat, and continued flipping through the pages.
Magna will be here soon,
Dan informed me.
Don't be harsh with her. She carried a heavy burden. She also went through hell in that prison,
he said as he sat next to me at the table. I would never be harsh with her, I responded. Magna is my friend, even if she is frustratingly cryptic half the time. I flipped to another page, but I was barely paying attention. You asked to see me, Princess? Magna said as she glided into the room. What's with the princess shit? You've never called me that before. I crossed my arms over my chest, my brows furrowed. I figured I should get used to calling you by your title. She grinned, winking at me, and sat down on my other side. You're just screwing with me, I huffed. You already knew I was going to get frustrated and ask to see you today, didn't you? Of course I did. I know all, remember? She chuckled. Sadly, you don't know all, I said as I shook my head. I wish she did. It'd make all of this so much easier. How could she be so light-hearted when everything seems so bleak? I was drowning in misery and responsibility. There were so many things I needed to do. I needed to free the supernaturals from the testing facilities and defeat the council, but I had no idea how I was going to do either realistically. There's nothing in here. I stabbed my finger at the page of the book. I've gone through it 100 times and I'm still not finding anything that can help us stop the council. Are you sure? Maybe you're not looking for the right thing. She raised a brow as if prompting me to think more deeply. You're telling me what? That I need to put my intentions into scanning the pages? I scoffed. No, but perhaps it's the spells you're looking for that are the problem. I'm looking for something that can defeat the council. I threw my hands up. What else would I be looking for? If you're looking for a death spell, then you definitely won't find what you're looking for in that book. Magna tapped the golden pages knowingly. How else am I supposed to defeat the council then? I asked. They wouldn't stop coming after us all until they were eradicated. How could I possibly win the war and not kill them? That didn't make sense. War was war. One side had to pay the price. When one army defeats another, is the other army always slaughtered? She asked in her usual roundabout riddles. No, the survivors are usually spared. But in this case, the council must atone for their crimes. You didn't see the videos of the experiments they had human scientists performing. I shuddered. Yes, they need to pay, she agreed. But why does a book of light magic need to be the answer? How do you stop them and then try them for their crimes? Isn't that the real question you should be asking, Princess? Magna grinned. I sat back in my seat and glanced over at Dan, exhaling my frustration as I did so. He was typing away at his phone, pretending he wasn't listening, but I knew he was. So I can't kill them in battle or I would be unjust? I asked. Magna nodded sagely. How is that just then? I'd watched videos of supernaturals dying because of the experiments they were performing on them. How many had they murdered in their quest for ultimate power?
I can see the wheels spinning in your head, Princess,
Dan said, never glancing up from his phone.
You will be a just ruler, We all know that. But I think what Magna is saying is that if those assholes die in battle, the people of Faery won't get the closure they need. That's why it would be unjust.
When did you become a philosopher? It had to have happened after you shot me with a sedative dart and put all this into motion. I snarked back at him. Dan grinned at me. We'd become fast allies since that happened. I didn't exactly know when we had, but he was a good person, and I knew he'd just been following Gray's orders. No one could have foreseen that act would start this whole mess in which we found ourselves. Well, except for probably Magna.
You're still going on about that?
He laughed.
I thought we'd moved past that, Princess.
Never. I bumped his shoulder with mine and turned back to Magna. So, this book will give me the answers I need to defeat the Council as long as my goal isn't their death in battle. It wants me to seek due process?
Correct,
Magna said and rose from her chair. Where are you going? I asked. She walked back to the door.
Gray will be here soon with news, and I am still needed elsewhere. You know what you're looking for now, Princess. You don't need my help.
I slumped back in my chair, unsure if I really knew what I needed. The way to defeat them wasn't death. It couldn't be. I glanced back down at the book, and something on the open page snagged my attention. I leaned in closer, my brows furrowing as I read. It was a binding spell. Well, I'll be fucked.
Did you find something?
Dan asked with a grin.
I know that phase.
That crazy seer led me to the exact spot I needed without me even noticing, I grumbled.
Did you expect anything less from her? She may speak in riddles, but she always leads you to exactly where you need to be, precisely when you need to be there.
Dan laughed. I ignored him, mostly because I didn't want to tell him he was right. I scoured the pages, mentally devouring the binding spell. It was the first flicker of hope we'd had, and could be used to bind the Council's powers forever and make them basically human. It wasn't until I got to the last page of the spell that I noticed there was a stark warning. This spell should only be used in the most dire of circumstances, and only by a powerful royal fae. If the gods don't deem the caster worthy of binding, all will be lost. Binding fae is almost as gruesome as death. They will become human without their magic. Heed this warning. The penalty is death if the gods don't approve. Chills raced down my spine upon reading those words. I was a powerful royal fae, probably the most powerful in the realm, and the council deserved a hell of a lot more than just becoming human. The warning still chilled me to the bone, though. What if the gods don't deem me worthy of performing the spell? What if they decide I'm not worthy of the throne? Will using this spell kill me? I chewed my lip nervously as I mulled it over, my gaze fixating on Ash. He continued to pace, walking back and forth across the room with glassy, unfocused eyes. He hadn't paid any attention to the conversation we'd just had, so he wouldn't know that the spell I'd just found was dangerous. I decided then and there that I wouldn't tell anyone about the warning in the book. I had to keep it to myself. I had no doubt whatsoever that they would stop me from using it if I revealed the potential toll it would demand.
What did you find?
Dan asked with a raised brow, breaking into my thoughts once more. Something that could turn the tide in this war with the council, but if I told you, I would have to kill you. I closed the book so no one could see the page I was on. It was written in Fae, and even though Dan was half, he'd never been taught to read the language. My secret was safe from him, but I didn't want my father or Fenric potentially seeing the page it had been opened to. They would tell Gray in a heartbeat, and all would be lost. This must begin and end with me. Just as Magna had said, Gray came rushing into the office a moment later, his eyes wide with worry and anger. What is it? I jumped from the chair and rushed to his side. The expression on his face was grim as he glanced between the three of us.
The scouts are back, and the news isn't good at all.
What do you mean? What happened? I asked and wrung my hands together. Please don't tell me they're all dead. Please don't tell me we're too late to save Zeke. It was my fault he was taken in the first place. If I had fought harder against Gray and Ash, we would have seen he wasn't dead. We could have dragged him out of the gala and he never would have been in that place at all.
It's fortified and guarded to the extreme. My scouts barely made it out with their lives,
Gray said as he wrapped his arms around me.
Did they manage to get inside?
Ash asked.
No. It was exactly as I suspected. The humans have been using that base for years, but everyone thought it was an urban legend.
What are you talking about? I frowned.
The place they took the supernaturals that only a few people know about, he began, is none other than the site where it was rumored they were testing on aliens. It's top secret and a no-fly zone. No one's ever thought it really existed, but we know it does now. Our high-profile supernaturals are being taken to Area 51.
You have to be joking, I said. How the hell are we supposed to get into Area 51? It was supposedly the highest security military base in the entire world. Hopelessness tore through me. The human and potentially alien technology securing that hellhole would be far too advanced for us to just walk in and rescue people. Even with the best tactical team the Syndicate had on its payroll, we were totally fucked. Chapter 20. Gray. I grabbed Aurelia's hand and we rushed to the elevator. I hadn't seen the tactical team yet, and I couldn't bring myself to tell my mate the news I knew in my gut already. We can't get Zeke out. Not yet, anyway. My mate's hopelessness flooded our bond. It seemed I wouldn't have to voice what I was thinking after all. She knew as well as I did that we couldn't go busting into fucking Area 51 to get people out. It didn't seem possible, even for supernaturals.
Let's talk to the scouts, I suggested. And then we'll see if we can come up with a plan.
I rubbed her shoulder. Okay, she said softly. The elevator doors opened to the infirmary, and I scanned the beds.
I thought you sent a team of 6,
I said to Dan, my brow furrowed.
Shit, where are the others?
Dan cursed, his expression fraught. This is all that made it back? Aurelia asked, covering her lips with trembling fingers as she walked over to the bed nearest us. I recognized the Fae warrior she'd brought back from the castle. He lay there, beaten, bloody, and barely conscious.
Ambush,
he said weakly.
It was a trap. The agent lied to us.
I clenched my hand into a fist, my knuckles cracking. Anger pulsed through me. I wanted to go down to the cells and beat him bloody. The warrior pushed himself to sit, wincing in pain all the while.
I don't know if he lied, or if they were just ready for any possibility. We were scouting the area for an entire day before we were ambushed by the military. There are definitely people being taken there, though. Did you get close enough to see any entry or exit points? I asked.
Even though we weren't going to be able to go in and get them now, it didn't mean all the information we could gather wouldn't be useful.
No, they must have high-tech sensors or something, because the second we were past a certain point, we were ambushed.
The Fae warrior shook his head. Fenric crossed the room and held out his hands, ready to heal the survivor. The warrior shook him off.
No, I'm Fae. I'll heal. Save your strength.
Aurelia cocked a brow at him, her lips pursed. Don't be stubborn. Let Fenric help speed up the healing process.
Yes, Your Highness.
He smirked briefly, clearly remembering her dislike for royal protocol. You look half dead and you're still acting like a smartass. She rolled her eyes, but offered him a warm smile.
So you saw them bringing people in?
I asked, getting the conversation back on track.
I did. The same buses that have been all over the news were coming and going on that first day.
Dan stepped up next to me, his face pale.
And the rest of the team?
He ventured.
Either dead or captured. I tried to get us all out of there, but they closed ranks on us and split us up. I couldn't get a handle on everyone. I thought Duke was the one with the worst injuries, but I was stabbed in the gut right before I sifted us out.
4 more casualties in a war we never wanted to fight. If they were in the testing facility there, we were going to have to get in and free our people. I just didn't have the faintest idea how.
Is there a chance they're still fighting, or we're left out there to die?
Dan ran a hand down his face.
I tried to go back, but before I could, the scouts manning the wards here brought me in. I don't think I could have done much anyway. I passed out the second we got inside. No, you did what you could, I said,
clapping him on the shoulder with a somber nod. We need to speed up the timeline on this war. Aurelia sat down in the chair next to the Fae's bed. Maybe if we establish the new rule of law in Faery, we can reason with the humans. They might let our people go home to Faery. I mean, ultimately they want to be rid of us, so pulling off a mass exodus home would achieve that end.
You think that's remotely possible? Dan asked. Right now, the Council is controlling the testing, and I'm sure they're controlling what the humans can access. But if we take them out, the humans will still have free reign to test on anyone in their custody, I said as I gripped the back of Aurelia's chair.
I need to believe they can be reasoned with. We don't want to go to war with the humans, but by the same token, they can't detain our people like this either. Aurelia glanced up into my eyes, her lips pulled down in a worried frown.
We'll figure it all out when the time comes, love.
I patted her shoulder and leaned down to kiss her forehead. Aurelia licked her lips, pausing to take a sharp breath before she whispered, I think I found a way for me to defeat the Council. Her unease pulsed through our bond. She didn't want to tell me what she'd found, at least not the whole story. What has her so freaked out?
How?
Dan asked. The Golden Book, she said, shaking her head at him. You were there when Magna told me I was looking at this all wrong.
Yes, Princess, but you didn't tell me how.
He crossed his arms, eyeing her as if trying to figure out what was going on in her head. It's complicated, she answered. I'll need to get close to them. She chewed her lip. There's definitely something she isn't telling us. Even Dan can sense it.
It's too dangerous going anywhere near the Council, I countered.
Gray, you know I have to do this. It's always been me. She stood from her chair and faced me, her chest rising and falling with each anxious breath.
No, whatever this is will be too dangerous. We just need to take them out and be done with it.
Dan was shaking his head before I even finished my sentence.
Magna said that approach won't work.
That's how I was looking at everything. All wrong. Aurelia tipped her head toward Dan. The book doesn't kill. It's a book of light.
So how the fuck do we defeat the Council without killing them?
My knuckles turned white as I gripped the chair. They need to be tried in front of the people. If we don't, we'll ruin our relationship with them. I'll be seen as unjust if I set out to kill them. I won't be worthy of the crown if that's the path I choose to walk, Gray. My people won't respect or follow me if slaughter is the best solution I have to offer.
This is war, Aurelia. People die in war, I said.
She hung her head, not meeting my eyes. She knew how dangerous this plan of hers was. Is she expecting she won't survive? I understand that more than you know, Gray.
We're not discussing this any further. We'll figure out another plan that keeps you safe, I growled.
Oh, we're not discussing it? And suddenly I don't get a say? We're bonded, Gray, but that doesn't mean you get to make decisions for me. Her face turned red, and anger flared through our bond. Shit. I've really stepped in it now. I sent my regret through the bond to her. I'd promised at my hideout in Faery that we'd always discuss matters as equals, and at the first mention of a threat to her life, I broke my word. She wasn't having it and glared at me in return. Like the idiot I am when it comes to her well-being, I doubled down in the face of her wrath.
Aurelia, we have to do this my way. I can't lose you.
I hung my head. Aurelia was my one weakness, and it was plain as day for one and all to see. You're not hearing me, she snapped. You're letting your stubbornness rule your damn brain again. We can't kill the Council. She threw her hands up in the air.
I don't care what Magna said, or what the people of the realm think.
I roared right back.
I care about your safety.
Dan planted his hands on his hips with a grimace.
Killing the council is the safest option, tactically. You are the princess of the realm and meant to rule, regardless of what the people think or feel. We have to consider your safety above all else, princess.
You too? She scoffed, rounding on Dan, her temper flaring anew.
You shouldn't even be fighting in the war,
he said. It was totally the wrong thing to say, and I flinched in sympathy for him even as he tried to back me. Aurelia poked him in his chest. Then, clenching her hand into a fist, she pulled her arm back to punch the idiot. Fenric grabbed her arm at the last second and pulled her back behind him.
The royal family of Faery has boasted many proud warriors over the centuries, and Aurelia is no different. She has proven time and again that she is more than capable, yet you all still doubt her? Shame on all of you.
Thank you, Fenric, said Aurelia, glaring at me and Dan in turn.
I'm not done yet, princess,
Fenric said, raising a brow at her over his shoulder.
At the same time, you need to remember that their worry comes from a place of love and respect. Everyone wants to return to Faery, but they want to go home to the place they remember. You are the only one who can give them that, and as such, you must be protected. You are the golden daughter of the prophecy. Without you, Faery has nothing.
Aurelia instantly deflated, her expression souring. Fine, we need to find a compromise then.
You're gonna put that secret plan of yours into action whether I like it or not, aren't you? I asked.
There was no way my stubborn mate was about to back down. I knew her too well to ignore that fact. She was as stubborn as me. But what if I can convince her to at least accept guards while she executes it? Surely she can't reject such a reasonable compromise. The riders of the hunt loved her like a sister. I bet they would willingly take up positions around her and protect her while she got close enough to the council to enact her plan. A commotion in the hall ensnared my attention, dragging me from my thoughts. I spun to the door to the infirmary. Fenric and Dan moved almost as fast as I did to block the possible threat to Aurelia. She rolled her eyes. A shifter burst through the door with heaving breaths. He was a scout entrusted to watch the wards and no threat to her. I sighed with relief as I waited for him to catch his breath. Did he run up the stairs to get to the infirmary?
You have something to report?
Dan asked.
Yes, sir,
he wheezed.
Give him a second to catch his breath.
I shook my head at Dan.
If it's so important he ran all the way here, we may not have time for that,
Dan said.
Council,
the scout breathed. The council? What about them? Aurelia asked, her eyes wide.
Here,
he answered, still gasping.
Are you telling me the council are inside the building?
I growled, my inner wolf rising.
No. Wards. Shit. They found the Syndicate?
I asked. The man nodded, relieved he'd delivered the message. I grabbed the remote for the TV and switched it to the surveillance footage from outside the building. It seemed they were bringing their attack to us. Half the people in the infirmary were on the council's most wanted list. We were out of time.
How did they find us?
Dan asked, though he didn't appear to expect an answer.
Were you followed?
I turned back to the warrior still in the bed.
It's possible. I have heard that the council has the power to follow the signature of sifting, but I thought it was just a rumor. It's not, Fenric confirmed. But the person has to be in close proximity during the sift to follow it, so there were Fae there when you sifted out, and now they've alerted the council to our location.
Fuck, the warrior said, hanging his head.
I failed you, princess.
It's not your fault. You couldn't have known, Aurelia said with unexpected determination. We wanted to move up the timeline so we could get our people out of the testing facilities. This might have just given us what we already wanted. I glanced at my mate warily. Her determined gaze ate away at something inside me. She wasn't going to listen to reason, and that announcement had gotten us out of our argument without a solution. I glared at the surveillance footage. The council had their entire army at our wards and were using magic to try to get past them. They couldn't, of course, which offered some relief.
We need to sound the alarm. War has come for us, I said resolutely. Whether we wanted it or not.
Aurelia turned to the scout with a frown. Get all the civilians to a safe place now. Everyone else needs to get to the garage. The man glanced briefly at Dan. He nodded to do as she commanded. Aurelia growled low in her throat, her eyes flashing as she made her displeasure known. Dan glared at the scout.
Do not defer to me when the princess of our realm gives you an order. She outranks me.
A deafening boom rocked the wards, and I stumbled. It seemed if they couldn't get in subtly, they were going to use brute force. Fuck. The war was inevitable, and it was happening now. Chapter 21. Aurelia. Rage poured through me, but I couldn't act on it. I had to keep it in check and use it when it benefited us most. But right now, we need to get the army together. As soon as the elevator doors opened, I was racing through the garage, searching the myriad of faces for my father. He needed to find the warriors we freed from mind control while Fenric went to warn our rebel army. Fenric, follow me! I waved a hand at him. Fenric fell into step and kept pace with me. I continued my search for my father. He had to be there with everyone. He was a warrior king. Like Fenric had said, we came from a long line of warriors. He would not be sitting this battle out. I finally spotted him in the back corner of the garage, where weapons were being handed out to the army. I waved a hand high above my head to get his attention. Spotting me, he nodded and made his way over to us, raising a brow in question at me as he approached. I need you to go to the house in the dark forest and alert the warriors we freed that war is starting, I said. My father grinned.
Why don't you go alert your army, and I'll fight the council in your place?
I bristled at the thinly veiled attempt to keep me out of battle. All these overprotective males were going to turn me prematurely gray. Nice try, Dad. But we all know I have to be the one to end the threat of the council. I squared my shoulders, holding his gaze.
It was worth a shot.
He chuckled and kissed my forehead.
Don't put yourself at unnecessary risk, daughter.
Any risk I take will be calculated and necessary. I can promise you that. I hugged him hard. My father gasped like I'd shocked him, and when he pulled away, tears shined in his eyes.
I'm so proud of you, Aurelia. Give them hell. I know our future is safe in your hands.
I didn't know if I would ever see him again. The binding spell was complicated and could result in my death, but at least the council would no longer have their magic, and my parents could try them for their crimes. They could usher in their own new era without me, if that's what the fates and gods decided. I will, I said, with tears streaking down my face. I wiped them away and turned to Fenric. He was the friend I'd tormented as a child. The one person I could play hide and seek with, even though he hated it. He'd never figured out how I always managed to hide so well from him. I smiled softly as the memories of laughter and smiles came back to me.
Don't do that, Your Highness. You're not sacrificing yourself. Promise me.
Fenric choked on his words. I'm not sacrificing myself, I told him. I'm doing everything I must to take them down. I rolled my shoulders back, mentally preparing myself for what was to come.
Why do you look like you don't expect to see me again, then?
He gripped both my biceps in his hands, his gaze searching. This is war, Fenric. There are always going to be casualties in war. I sighed. Not even I can see all ends here. If anyone can, it's Magna, and she's the one who advised this path.
If I come back with the rebels and find you took unnecessary risks to protect the realms, I will be so angry with you, Princess.
He choked out. We need the rebels here now, Fenric. I don't have much of an army without them. Just go. Please don't make this harder than it already is. My heart deflated like a balloon, but I nodded at him with what resolute courage I had. I didn't want to disappoint anyone. It was the last thing I wanted. But the truth was, I didn't even know if I would survive the binding spell. These goodbyes weren't what I would have liked them to be. but I needed to make sure my loved ones understood I wasn't being reckless. I'm making sure they all live. I would do whatever it took so they would be free of the Council's atrocities and be able to rescue our people from the human detention centers. We needed to save our people no matter what. And when I said we, I knew deep down in my bones that it would all come down to me. I've always known it.
I'm going to the rebels now. Be careful, Your Highness.
Fenric bowed his head, stoic and formal as he sifted from the garage. Why is he suddenly so formal? Was it something I said? Strong arms wrapped around my waist from behind, and I stiffened. My anger bubbled to the surface, and I attempted to break the hold.
My love, I'm sorry.
Gray spun me around in his arms. I glared at him. In the next instant, he leaned down, taking my breath away with a hard, desperate, passionate kiss. I gripped his shirt in an attempt to push him away, but my hands didn't get the memo, and instead they pulled him closer. When he deepened the kiss even further, it was like our souls connected on some primal and celestial level. Gray growled into the kiss, the vibrations pouring through me.
I just need you safe, love,
he said when we parted. The army was all around us. We didn't have time for another argument. Gray, we always knew from the beginning that this was going to come down to me. And the fact you don't think I can do what I'm destined to do hurts beyond belief. I shook my head, biting my inner lip.
What?
He said, his brow creasing.
This has nothing to do with your capabilities, my love. It's the fact that we just bonded, and we're supposed to spend eternity together. I want a good deal of that time spent on this side of the veil. I want little princes and princesses we can spoil rotten. I want a life with you. I'm afraid there's a chance we won't get to share that. It's never been about how strong you are, Aurelia. We all know that if anyone can do this, it's you.
Tears streaked in rivers down my face at his words. That was the future I wanted for us too, but it was up to fate now. I had to do this. I had to defeat the Council and ensure they were tried for their crimes. And the only way to do that is with the binding spell.
No, love, don't cry.
He leaned his forehead against mine. If the gods deem it so, then that's what we'll have. It's everything I want for our lives too, Gray. But the realm needs to be safe first, and the only way to make it safe is to win this war and defeat the Council my way. I stared directly into his eyes, hoping he would finally listen.
Fine,
he agreed.
But not alone. I will be leading the army, and you'll hang back until you can get a look at the Council and do your thing.
I just sent my father and Fenric to get our allies in Faery. They can surround the Council guards, and we can win this fight faster than we first thought possible. Especially if my plan works. It has to work. The book wouldn't have opened to the page with the binding spell unless it was the only way. Magna had said I needed an option that wouldn't be fatal, and it was definitely that. I stepped out of the garage and into the bright sunlight. It shouldn't have been a beautiful sunny day when there was a battle about to take place. Were the gods laughing at us? Mocking us with one last picturesque day as we fought for our own survival? Is that why it was a perfectly pretty and warm day when blood would water the earth in untold volumes? The army all stared at me with trepidation. Most of them worked at the Syndicate and knew how to hold their own, but many were those we'd rescued from regular lives among the humans. They weren't trained, but they'd wanted to help and had been working hard to make a difference. I was proud of them. We were still far enough away from the wards that Ronaldo and his army of assholes wouldn't see or hear us as I turned to face the crowd. I held up a hand, and the chattering stopped as all eyes focused on me. I was an orphan, or at least I thought I was, I began. Even so, from the age of 9, I have been working toward this day, the day we would take down the Council. Those we once trusted have betrayed us and want to enslave us. The crowd roared, and a figure among them stared back at me. What the hell is Magna doing with the warriors? She shouldn't be fighting. A sprite zipped around her shoulders. I gasped in surprise. It seemed like an eternity since I'd last seen her. I couldn't hear my little pixie friend over the crowd, but I could guess she was cursing the council with all her heart and calling for their deaths to avenge her sister. I smiled at them and nodded. They had their reasons for wanting justice, and who was I to deny them that chance? I held my hand up to calm the crowd. We're about to go into battle. We aren't going into this for the same reasons the council is, though. We aren't even at war for the same reasons the humans have warred among one another for centuries. We go to war now for our very survival. Gray stepped forward then, addressing them all.
The council wants to control us, and if they can't, they would see us all dead. I've seen the videos of the experiments they've been performing, and if we don't defeat them now, we may never stop them.
Gray wrapped an arm around my waist and pulled me closer. Another cheer came from the large crowd. They liked the fact that we were presenting a united front, even though I wasn't quite sure how long it would last. There was no way to know if either of us would live to see the end of this day, let alone a future ruling Faery together. King and Queen! King and Queen! King and Queen! The crowd chanted. I wasn't the Queen of Faery yet. My parents were still alive. And even though Gray was technically the Shifter King already, I couldn't be the Shifter Queen. I'm not a shifter.
The army is letting us know who they're fighting for, my love,
Gray said as he sensed my inner turmoil through our bond, before kissing my temple and pulling me closer. The crowd roared louder, their cheering full of genuine heart. But I'm not a queen, Gray, I whispered as I stared out over them.
You're a princess, Fae royalty, and bonded to the Shifter King, your fated mate. You may as well be queen.
He raised a hand to silence the masses and addressed them once more.
The council is trying to destroy everything, including our way of life. We won't let them take that from us, will we?
Gray roared. Our army stomped and screamed their enthusiastic agreement. I was sure they could be heard all the way back to Dallas's city limits. They were going so crazy. Seeing Gray and me together obviously gave our army hope. I just prayed they would still have that same hope after I did what I had to. Dan stepped up beside me and handed me my bag. I glanced inside and saw the golden book. It was exactly what I needed. He winked at me, then nodded and squeezed my shoulder. That was all the affirmation I was going to get from him. Even though he'd voiced his concerns earlier, he was still behind me. It warmed my heart.
So, are we ready to win this war?
Dan roared, riling the army up again. The warriors went insane, banging on anything and everything they could get their hands on, while still stomping their feet.
Get into position, and let's show the greedy Fae Council who gave them their power in the first place.
With that, the warriors roared one final time, then dispersed into their positions. Gray spun me around once more. He kissed me hard, and his arms wrapped around my waist. My heart broke in half. It felt like a goodbye. Tears streamed down my cheeks. This can't be goodbye. It won't be. Why did the fates have to be so cruel? I couldn't have even a year with my mate before everything went to hell. Gray, I love you. No matter what, please remember that, okay? No matter what happens. I kissed him softly in return.
You're making me want to put you in the cell with Karma until all this blows over.
He leaned his forehead against mine, his eyes momentarily closed. I think that might be worse than facing the council. I snickered with a frown.
Whatever you do, love, don't die. Promise me.
Gray pleaded. I can't promise you that any more than you can promise me. But I will do everything in my power to come back to you. In this life and in any other. That I can promise, my love. I called him my love for the first time, like he so often did to me. Because that was exactly what he was. Gray was the love of my life. And even if I didn't survive this day, I would always fight to come back to him in the next life. We would be together for eternity. Even if taking out the council killed me, I would make sure of it. Chapter 22. Gray. As I pulled away from Aurelia, Her words made me feel uneasy. They sounded romantic and passionate, but I could read between the lines. Is she planning on dying in this war? The mere thought was completely unacceptable. She had to survive. She was meant to usher in a new era. That was what the prophecy said. But now that I was thinking about the prophecy, I cursed myself in my head. It said she would usher in a new era for supernaturals, but it never specified whether she would live to see that era for herself. Was she destined to die? I couldn't bear the possibility. She'd promised not to take unnecessary risks, but what was the spell she'd found in the book? She hadn't divulged its purpose, other than the fact it would stop the council but wasn't of a mortal nature. I turned her in my arms and cupped her cheeks. I need you to promise me you'll stay back a safe distance to complete the spell on the council. I need to know you're at least somewhat safe. I will stay back as far as I can to complete the spell, she promised. But I have to do this, Gray. I must complete this spell, or everything will have been for nothing. I know, love. Just be safe and come back to me, I said just as I spotted Magna. I wanted to have a conversation with the seer before we went to war. Kissing her one last time, I tore myself away from my mate with a regretful gaze and made a beeline for Magna. What is she about to do? I asked. I don't know what you're talking about, Gray, she said far too casually. Yes, you do. What is she planning? You told her we couldn't kill the council in this war. I want to know what you showed her, I growled. The Book of Light doesn't contain death spells, the seer answered. She was searching in earnest for something that wasn't the correct answer. I simply pointed her in the right direction. Does the right direction end in her death? I asked, crossing my arms, my pulse racing in my ears as I tried to maintain my outwardly stoic and grouchy demeanor. If Magnus said yes, then I didn't know what I was going to do or how I was going to cope. We'd been allies for centuries on Earth, but if her directions resulted in me losing my mate, I didn't think I could ever forgive her. Every decision the Immortals make shows me a different timeline, Gray. A different fragment of a possible future. One of many. You know this. We have discussed it many times. I cannot be certain if this time the decision to use the spell will end in her death, but the depth of your love for her, and the love of those closest to her, makes it highly improbable. That's not good enough for me, I snarled under my breath. I knew you were going to say that, Gray. We have had this same conversation in my head 100 times. Magnus smirked. You need to trust in your mate and your family. That's how you make sure you both survive this battle. Family, I scoffed. I have no family, Magna, and you know it. You don't? She asked, hurt lacing her tone as she regarded me. So the found family that you've been working with for centuries doesn't count. We mean nothing. That's not what I meant, and you know it, Mags. I'm sorry. I'm just lost and confused. I just need direct, solid answers, not riddles. I sighed. They're not riddles. Trust your gut and the people closest to you. They won't let you down. They would rather die than see the princess fall. Trust in us. Together we are stronger than you know. Ash and the other riders were huddled in the corner, watching Aurelia like they knew something was up, which concerned me. I nodded to Magna. This was happening whether I liked it or not. I trust you all with my life, but I would give that up for her to live. Trust that we all know that and would do the same. I wouldn't have helped her if it wasn't the only way. Magna lowered her gaze. And just how many futures have you seen, and how many does she die in? I asked. I have seen infinite futures, some more terrible than others. But out of those where she enacts this plan, there's more that end with her alive than her death, Gray. Trust your people and trust yourself. She nodded and then walked away. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? Again, there were more riddles than truth. Magna hadn't told me exactly what the plan was, but the odds were higher this way that my mate would live. Only if the right decisions were made, though, which left a hell of a lot of room for error. With that, I stalked toward the riders. They were a somber bunch now that Zeke was possibly locked away in a seemingly impenetrable bunker in Nevada. I made eye contact with Asher, tipping my head to one side in a join me gesture. He broke off from the group of his brothers to speak to me.
"You love Aurelia like a sister,"
I said, beginning the conversation.
"Is that even a question?"
Asher asked, a heavy eyebrow cocked.
"No, it was a statement," I clarified. "She agreed to hang back and take down the council with the spell she's casting. Meanwhile, I need to be on the front line to lead our troops, so I need someone to protect her. I don't know exactly what she's planning or how it works, but I do know there's a chance she won't survive it." "How do you know that?"
Ash asked, his tone one of anger, like the thought of Aurelia not surviving the battle made him murderous. Believe me, I feel the same. She had to survive, and if I couldn't be right there with her to make sure of it, there was no one else I wanted more at her back to ensure her safety than Asher and his brothers.
"Magnus said there's a chance she might not survive, but free will and our choices always play a part in how fate's hand plays out. She said to trust myself and trust in my family, so I'm trusting in my brothers. The riders of the hunt will protect Princess Aurelia, even from herself. You have my word as a rider, Gray. I will do everything in my power to keep the princess safe. I would have done it even if you hadn't asked. She is our hope for a new world."
Ash shook his head and held out his hand. I took his hand in mine and nodded in return as relief flooded through me. I trusted Ash with her life. He'd protected Aurelia on numerous occasions, even from me when that was what she needed. He would watch out for her, and that meant my focus wouldn't be divided in the upcoming battle. We will emerge victorious, even if the council thinks they have us cornered. War was bloody, and we would have our fair share of casualties. But in the end, the council would fall. I would make sure of it. I have to. With Aurelia's safety secured, I raced out of the garage to the front lines with our warriors. They were beating their swords against their shields, and many of the shifters had already shifted into their animal forms. My gaze followed Ash and his brothers. They made their way to Aurelia and circled her, creating a shield of burly flesh and ready magic. Aurelia's irritation flared through the bond. She said something to him that I couldn't hear. Ash shrugged and pointed in my direction. Fucking traitor. He was selling me out to my mate, but I didn't have time to think about that. Besides, she'd promised to accept a reasonable compromise. Ronaldo's high-pitched squeak of laughter grated on my ears. You think you could defeat my army that has been fighting for centuries with that pathetic ragtag group? Ronaldo laughed again.
We have something they don't,
I roared to my warriors. And what is that? Ronaldo asked mockingly.
We are fighting for our right to live. We're fighting for our families and our children. We're standing today so they don't have to fall, so they aren't oppressed or sent to testing facilities to be lab rats and casualties in the Council's quest for ultimate power over all the realms. They're fighting for greed. But us, we're fighting for our lives, and that makes us far more dangerous, I bellowed, amplifying my voice with the power of my inner wolf. Our army roared, and I even spotted Aurelia's whoop of encouragement at the back of the throng. The riders of the hunt surrounded her, and her irritation continued to flood our bond over that fact. But she was also impressed and inspired by my speech. For life, for a new dawn for Faery, I bellowed as I turned and raced toward the wards with the army at my back. How long would it be before Fenric and the king returned with reinforcements? We needed them to win this thing, and I'd hoped that my and Aurelia's speeches would have given us enough time. The council hadn't been able to get through our wards, so all they could do was wait until our ranks crashed through them and into their soldiers. I wondered where Aurelia was as I began to cut down council guards. Avoid the ones with blank expressions,
I yelled at the last second. Those who were under the Council's mind control would still come after us, but if we could detain them instead of killing them, it would be beneficial for everyone in the future. They were mere puppets at this point. Several shifted warriors leaped up in front of me and took out the guards with their arsenal of teeth and claws. I recognized them as shifters from the prison, the ones we liberated. They had as much of a vendetta against the Council as I did. They hadn't been experimented on, but the only reason they weren't was because of my mate. She'd saved them from that fate. They were loyal men, but I didn't need to be protected. I could take care of myself. I flinched at the thought. Aurelia had said something similar, and now when it came to it, I was getting angry I was being protected. I internally chastised myself. I was the Shifter King, and I needed to realize people would try to protect me above all else, just like I expected my mate to understand. Shit, I've been an ass. How could I expect people not to protect me, but get mad when she felt the same? I'd been a major hypocrite, and if we lived to see another day, I'd have to make it up to her. I sent apologies through the bond to her, but nothing came back in return. Terror flooded me as I realized I couldn't get a read on my mate's emotions. What was she doing that she wasn't pouring her feelings down the bond? She didn't know how to shut them off, as far as I was aware. Is she already casting the spell? I roared out a battle cry in rage and frustration, and my sword sliced through a council guard. His eyes were clear as he fell, which meant he agreed with their greed. He'd committed to this war and the atrocities of the Council willingly and knowingly. Did he think they would be on the winning side? If so, he was sorely mistaken. My army fought for the right to tomorrow. Because if the Council won, we would be eradicated. We all knew this was our final stand, and we were going to make sure it counted. As we plowed forward, my sword clanged against a guard's with blank eyes. I spun around him and hit him on the back of the head with the hilt of my dagger. He wasn't here of his own free will. He was just as much a victim as the rest of us. I only wished I had Aurelia's power, so that I could release them from the mind control. Their numbers would certainly swell our ranks. My fingers tingled, and magic whispered up my spine as I had a thought. My heart pounded in response. Was it possible I had that power too now that we were properly mated and bonded? I didn't even really know how magic transferal worked, or what happened when a Fae mated with a shifter. It rarely happened. With nothing to lose, I raised my palm at the next blank-eyed warrior I came across and let the magic simmering within me fly. The blast hit him square on the forehead. He crumpled to his knees on the ground with a groan.
What happened?
He asked as he blinked up at me in confusion.
Whose side are you on?
I asked as I pointed my sword at his throat.
What do you mean? Are you at war with the Shadow King?
He asked, his eyes darting from side to side as he surveyed the battle raging around us.
You were fighting with the Council a second ago against the Shadow Kingdom and the rest of the Supernaturals,
I growled.
So whose side are you on?
The man's eyes widened, and he shook his head as he brought his fist to his chest.
My allegiance is to the Shadow Kingdom. I told the Council to go fuck themselves.
Good, I said and helped the man up.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
He pushed me out of the way just in time to block another sword coming at my back. Fuck, that was close. I grinned at the man before we stood back to back. A circle of clear-eyed guards and mind-controlled guards formed around us.
Did you free me of whatever they did to me?
The warrior asked over his shoulder as he kept his eyes on our enemies.
I did,
I said.
Then free them too. We can turn the tide of this uprising.
He pointed to the others around us.
I don't know if I can do it again,
I admitted.
I wasn't even sure how it worked on you. You need to try, or we're all screwed, and even more people will die,
he said. I had to admit he was right, but how could I do it? There was only one way to find out.
I'll do what I can,
I called back.
But I can't make any promises.
Chapter 23. Aurelia.
Where do you think you're going, Princess?
Ash grabbed my arm and pulled me back. I'm going to find the council. I ripped myself from the rider's grasp, my irritation flaring.
You're going to find the council. Princess, you do realize what a bad idea that is, right?
He asked. I have to end this before too many people die, I argued as I turned to leave. Asher's brothers staunchly blocked my path.
You're going to get close to the council and do what? I was asked not to leave your side, and I need to know what we're getting into here.
Ash crossed his arms defiantly. I gripped the book in my hand more tightly as I looked over the battlefield for a place I could start casting the spell. I don't need to be super close to them, but close enough that I can see them and perform the spell.
Fine,
he agreed.
We can make that happen, but I want you out of the way of the fighting. We'll protect you, even if that means we have to protect you from yourself.
Compromise, Aurelia. You might be the one the prophecy foretold, but it's gonna take a team to make this happen. With a small grimace, I nodded. Thank you, Ash. I flipped the book open to the page I needed as I ran behind the riders of the hunt. They were a formidable shield wall, but one by one they broke off from the group as council guards attacked them with their swords. I glanced up at the clanging of metal and into the blank eyes of a council guard. My heart lurched with empathy. I knew I shouldn't risk it, because the spell to defeat the council was already going to take almost everything I had. But my magic swirled inside me, yearning to rid the man of the mind control he was under. I flung my magic and it struck him in the face. He crumpled to the ground at Ash's feet and groaned. He blinked up at us from the ground in confusion before his eyes widened in understanding. The council was controlling your mind. We're at war for Faery, I shouted. Go! The soldier scrambled to his feet, weapon in hand, and sprinted toward the council guards to champion our cause. I sprinted to a less chaotic spot, and the trees moved to give me cover as I read from the book.
Princess, you can't use that spell.
Ash appeared at my side once more and reached for the book in my hand. I dodged him, keeping hold of the golden book. You can read it? I asked in shock.
Yes,
he growled.
And that spell is too dangerous, even for someone as powerful as you. It's meant to be a last resort. It's meant to require everything the caster has.
I know that, I retorted. This is our last resort, Ash. Don't you see that? We don't have any other option. I scoured this book from cover to cover for something to help us, and this is the only way forward. I shook my head, willing him to understand just how dire our circumstances were. Victory for Faery hangs on a knife edge, Ash. Ash deflated, knowing with a soul-crushing certainty that this was what I had to do.
Do what you must,
he said as if each word pained him.
I will protect you until my last breath.
The battle raged on around us, and more council guards poured into the forest near the Syndicate's headquarters by the second. I couldn't risk using any more of my power on the ones that were still being controlled. They would have to wait until the spell was complete. A great battle cry filled the air all around us. I glanced up, my heart jolting in my chest with hope. Fenric and Centauri, charging the enemy from the back of their ranks with a roar. Our reinforcements had arrived. Thank the gods they made it in time. Our people from the Syndicate were more than capable of holding their own, but they'd been outnumbered at least 2-1. The battle raged on. Supernaturals fighting against each other for the very right to exist. I hated that it had come to this, and that I was thrust into the middle of it.
You're not gonna let me talk you out of this, are you? Does Grey know?
Ash asked with a sigh as he placed a hand on my shoulder and leaned down to read more of the spell. He knows I have something that will stop the council, but he doesn't know what it is. We fought over it earlier. I glanced away, my eyes prickling. I let my gaze rove the battlefield for any glimpse of Grey, but he was in the thick of the fight and not visible to me. I sent up a prayer to the gods. Please let him be okay. Afford him the opportunity to live up to the title of Shifter King for a long time to come. I turned back to Ash, my expression solemn. I'm doing this. If I don't, then all is lost, and the council will continue with their tyranny until every last one of us is a lab rat or a slave. Ash snapped the book closed in my hands, his inner fears and personal feelings for me getting the better of him.
You're not if I take this from you, Princess. You didn't tell Gray what a dangerous spell this was.
I don't have to run everything past him just because he's my mate. We've all known from the beginning that defeating them was going to fall squarely on my shoulders. And it has. I must do this. A scream tore through the battlefield, ringing out over the clanging of metal, sword on sword and sword against shield. I turned to see a shifter in their tiger form tearing through an enemy soldier. There was so much blood and death, it threatened to drown the landscape in crimson. I'm the only one who can stop this carnage. I had to do or say something to convince Ash that this was my decision and the right thing to do. His hand still trapped mine around the book. He wasn't letting go, no matter how hard I tugged on it. Don't make me waste my magic on you, Ash. I must do this. We both know my magic might not be enough as it is, so I can't afford to waste any more. This has to work, I said, glaring at the rider with desperation thrumming through every fiber of my being. Ash growled, his lips tight and pursed, but then his gaze softened and he sighed, hanging his head. He finally released the book and stepped away.
You better survive this, Princess. They call us Riders of the Hunt for a reason. We can ride anywhere, and we will ride straight across the Vale and drag you back if we have to.
I took a huge breath and opened the book. The pages fluttered instantly to the one I needed. This is it. A loud voice boomed over the sounds of the battle.
We can stop this right now. Just hand over the princess.
Ronaldo thought he could bargain with us? I almost snorted in derision. It wouldn't change the ultimate outcome of this battle. If they handed me over to the council, they would all still be eradicated, one way or another. The idea that he thought this war was something we could, or would, just give up on was laughable. I turned away from his voice and asked the trees to lift me up into the air so I could get my eyes on the council. They resisted at first, knowing from my mind what I was about to do. But finally, a branch wrapped around my waist and lifted me high. I could see the entire battle from this height. The council guards were surrounded by the supernatural army and the Fae rebels. I couldn't make out anyone's faces, so I had no idea how my family was doing. Are they still alive? Gray's reassurance flooded through the bond. He was still there. He was still fighting with his people. He would protect my family from the council to the best of his ability. I sent back all the love and regret in my heart. Confusion returned to me, and then his terror. I did my best to shut down the link between us so I could focus. It wasn't anything I'd learned, but more an act of instinct and trust. There was a definite possibility, just as Ash had said, that I might not make it out of the spell alive. But I had to do it. I have to try. It occurred to me that perhaps it wasn't the best idea to distract my mate while he was in the heat of battle. I looked out over the battlefield again, but couldn't pinpoint him. But I knew he was still out there, somewhere, fighting for us, and my heart swelled with pride. Our mate bond was strong, and if by some twist of fate the spell didn't kill me, I would tell him just how much I loved him and how proud I was that he was mine. The book flared with magic as I began the difficult and intense chant. It was intimidating, but I did everything I could. I'd been practicing the words inside my head all afternoon to get them right. Magic poured from me in an incredible stream of power as I stared at the council members surrounded by their guards. They had a protective shield around them, but it wouldn't stop the binding spell from hitting them with its full force. I started the chant at a whisper, but my words subtly grew louder as the spell called for it. And with each and every moment, as the crescendo of ancient magic blossomed, I never took my eyes off the council. The weakest members began to fidget and were shuffling their feet nervously. They knew something was happening. They could feel it. I would have smirked with satisfaction, but I couldn't spare the breath. I was shouting the chant to the heavens now, pouring every ounce of magic I possessed into the spell. Ronaldo's eyes widened in terror, and the expression on his face was priceless. He knew exactly what I was doing. I was too far away to hear his whispered words as I continued my chanting, but I thought he mouthed, "The book." He turned in my direction and glared at me with all the hate and loathing in his black heart. I continued chanting, the raw power building to impossible heights. Why is it taking so long? Several of the council elders dropped to their knees, but not Ronaldo or the main assholes from my trial. They remained standing and huddled together, whispering to one another. Did they seriously think they could stop me now? The chant was almost complete, and they would be bound until they faced trial for their treason very, very soon. "Get her!" Ronaldo's voice echoed over the battlefield as he pointed to me. Our armies had already formed a wall around the council's army, and I was safely outside it. I glanced down at Ash, the words spilling from my lips by rote now. The rider was fighting off a glassy-eyed guard who must have slipped through our army's defenses. Then the tide of the battle inexplicably shifted, and the guards charged toward me. I continued the incantation, watching as if from afar, not afraid in the least. I knew the trees wouldn't let anyone get to me. By the time they did get close, the chant would be done. I poured all my heart, soul, hope, and magic into the words, my voice becoming a keening prayer to the gods, until something incredibly fragile cracked inside me, and pain like a bolt of lightning lanced through my chest. Breathing hard, I stared Ronaldo and the others down. They wailed in defeat, their hate and thirst for power pitiful in the face of hope and love, as they dropped to their knees. I leaned against the trunk of the tree and slumped to my ass on a branch. I placed a hand on the trunk, but couldn't hear anything. My lips trembled. I can't talk to the trees anymore. The realization was crushing. But I'd finished the spell to stop the council and their villainy without murdering them all in the name of justice. I blinked several times as I tried to focus, tried to make out Gray's face in the sea of fae and shifters, but I couldn't keep my eyes open. They were just too heavy, and I was exhausted beyond mortal understanding. The pain in my chest eased as my eyelids fluttered closed, and I floated away into the clouds of eternity. At least if I was dying, I was content in the knowledge that I'd done it. I'd stopped the council once and for all. My father was a good king, and would be able to try them for their crimes and usher in the new era we were promised. In the darkness of my fading consciousness, I felt my valiant heart slow its steady rhythm, but I felt nothing but peace. I'd succeeded, and the realms would be safe. Those I left behind that lived, my family, would help make it so. I knew that with a soul-deep certainty. As the last tangible connection I had was severed, a smile tugged at the corners of my lips, and a tear slid down my cooling cheek. We did it, Gray. It's over. I love you. Chapter 24. Gray. A council warrior lunged for me, but stopped short before his sword hit mine and crumpled to his knees, holding his head. He gritted his teeth, clenching his eyes shut as if he were in sudden and unfathomable agony. All around me, warriors were reacting the same way, their swords clattering to the ground as they nursed some unseen anguish. Ronaldo screamed, his voice rising above the others. But was it with pain, frustration, or fury? And why did they all suddenly fall? The few council guards that remained standing ran, closing ranks around the council. But it was no use, because one by one, the men on the ground got to their feet and turned on the council, who was soon vastly outnumbered. Did Aurelia do that just now? Was that the spell? That can't be right. I knew she could release the influenced warriors from their mind control without the need for some epic spell from the Golden Book, though. So that couldn't be all she did. What the hell is going on? I wanted answers, and one way or another, I was about to get them. I stalked toward the council, barely bridled rage boiling just below the surface. It seemed their warriors realized something was amiss, and they began sifting out one after another. Fleeing to save their own skins, they left the council to deal with their own fates alone. "My magic! She stole my magic!" Ronaldo roared, His fingers curled like claws of despair. He thrust out his palms to blast me away, but nothing happened. My heart swelled with pride. My Aurelia must have done that. That's what the spell to defeat the council was for. It had somehow left the council completely powerless and bereft of their magic. I grinned at Fenric. He strolled up next to me with a smile as wide as my own.
My mate is a total badass.
I laughed as I clapped him on the shoulder.
She did it.
That she is, he agreed.
But where is the princess?
He glanced around, surveying the sea of faces around us.
Ash is with her,
I assured him.
We need to arrest these assholes.
Dan rushed over and tossed me a backpack.
That should hold them until we can get them in the cells,
he said confidently. I opened the bag to find several sets of magic binding cuffs inside, like those used in the prison. It was probably overkill, considering they had no magic anymore. But I wasn't going to take any chances. The previously mind-controlled warriors had their swords at the ready, having recovered after their release, and were surrounding the council as they waited for orders.
I've got this,
I said, as I stepped in front of Ronaldo, the absolute worst of all the council members, and shoved him to his knees.
I should kill you here and now for all the atrocities you've committed.
Do it then. Ronaldo goaded me, his head still high, even while he was on his knees. The truth was, he'd probably rather be dead than magicless, practically human. But I'm not going to give you that much mercy.
The very least I should do is kill you for the imprisonment and torture of my father for centuries. But my mate is right. The people deserve justice above all else, and that's why you're under arrest.
Seizing his arms, I clapped the cuffs on his wrists behind his back. Fenric grabbed another set of cuffs and secured another male council member.
These are useless,
Ronaldo laughed.
Your mate probably died binding our magic with that book.
I hit Ronaldo in the back of the head, letting out some of my frustration on his cruel ass and smart mouth. He fell to the ground, his face in the dirt. I reached out for the bond, but it was eerily quiet. It hadn't been silent since we'd formed it. I looked over the battlefield for any sign of her, but she was nowhere to be found. She can't be dead. She wouldn't have performed that spell knowing it might kill her, right?
Where is she?
I asked Fenric, keeping my tone even and unemotive.
Do you see her?
There were wounded warriors everywhere, from both sides, but I couldn't think about that now. I need to find my mate.
Get cuffs on all the council members and get them to the cells,
I ordered Dan as I stalked away. I passed a group of shifters standing over a Fae warrior. He had a slash through his side, and they were trying to help him stop the bleeding. Now that the war was over, my people were helping the wounded without discrimination. That was what I liked to see. Continuing in my search, I stomped past them toward a larger group of supernaturals.
Have any of you seen Aurelia?
I asked. They shook their heads, but parted for me like a wave. The sight that greeted me had me rushing over and dropping to my knees. The king lay wounded on the ground, his chest rattling with every breath.
Poison,
he whispered, looking up at me.
The blade was poisoned. Shit. Where's the queen?
I turned to the group of shifters. She stayed back to keep the young ones calm, one of the witches said.
Someone go and get her, now,
I barked. Emotions clogged my throat. The king couldn't die. Aurelia would be devastated. She would be, because she was definitely alive. I gripped the king's hand, offering him comfort as one of the men shifted and ran back to the Syndicate building to do as I'd commanded.
Where's Aurelia?
The king coughed, blood staining his lips. I wiped them clean and swallowed hard. He was really dying. What the hell are we gonna do without the king?
I don't know. I was looking for her when I came across you.
I pursed my lips and took a deep breath before continuing.
But Ash is with her. He'll keep her safe.
I had to believe that. No other outcome was acceptable. She had to be alive.
You two will have to rule,
the king whispered as another round of blood-choked coughing racked his body. He was fading fast. Fenric rushed to me and dropped to his knees.
What happened?
Poison, I said grimly.
The council must have ordered the king's death and sent an assassin into the battle to take him out.
Fuck, Fenric growled as he tried in vain to pour green healing magic into his king. It wasn't working.
Where's the queen? I sent a shifter to get her from the bunker, but I'm not sure she's gonna make it in time.
I clutched the king's hand. I wouldn't allow him to be alone in his final moments. I'd never been good with showing this kind of emotion. It was difficult, but losing the king hurt in a way I never expected it to. It was going to devastate my mate, and that only made the pain that much worse. The queen ran toward us, crying out the king's name, hair streaming behind her and tears streaming down her face. I turned away and coughed to disguise the lump building in my throat. The king had become not just a good friend, but a part of my found family. Was this how Aurelia felt when my father died in front of her? The crushing despair racked me, and hot tears burned the backs of my eyes. The queen wailed as she fell to the ground at the king's side. His eyes cracked open, and he smiled at her. I couldn't take any more of this. It felt far too personal to watch their final goodbye. I stood up and gazed over the battlefield again. Many of the previously mind-controlled Fae were leaning over supernaturals, using their healing abilities to help the wounded. The sight gave me hope, but I still couldn't find or sense Aurelia through our bond.
Where the hell is she?
I rushed back to the wards. She was supposed to stay back behind the battle lines. I'd made sure she wouldn't get close enough to the council. But did she listen? I couldn't know. She was just as stubborn as I was. A crowd had formed at the wards, and I prayed to whatever gods that were listening that they weren't crowded around my mate's body. I grabbed a supernatural that was running past me. He stopped in his tracks and bowed his head to me.
Have you seen the princess?
I asked breathlessly.
No, my king. I haven't seen her since before the battle.
He glanced at my hand. With a nod, I released him, spinning back toward the crowd. The mass parted to reveal a somber Ash kneeling in front of me. My body buzzed with electricity, and my wolf whimpered and howled in my head. I glanced down at the bundle he carried gently in his arms. I'd recognize that golden halo of hair anywhere. The world spun around me, and I bellowed with rage as I dropped to the ground. What had she done? No, this couldn't be the way this ended. It couldn't. Not the king and his daughter. Magic pulsed beneath my skin. We were bonded. If she died, I was supposed to be taken with her. Why am I still here? How? What kind of cruel trick had fate dealt me that she was so still in Ash's arms?
No,
I breathed.
this isn't right. It's not supposed to be like this. I'm so sorry, Gray,
Ash whispered. I'd never seen so much emotion on the rider's face before. Not even when we'd had to leave his brother with the council at the gala. Wetness pooled around his eyes, and a single fat tear slid down his cheek. Aurelia still cradled in his arms. The magic in my veins roared inside me, desperate to get out. What would happen if I let it out? I would burn the world. I'd told her that if I lost her, the world would have a new monster to deal with. I tugged her out of Ash's lap and fell back on my ass in the grass. I inhaled deeply through my nose, filling my keen senses with her beautiful scent. Then, burying my face in her hair, I broke down. My chest burned with regret, anger, despair, and probably a few emotions I couldn't even name. I squeezed her close and rocked us on the grass as my magic forcefully pushed at the boundaries of my chest. It wanted out, but I was sure there was nothing it could do in this situation. Magic couldn't bring back the dead. Aurelia's eyes were closed, her expression peaceful, and I kissed each lid softly. The magic building inside of me trickled out through my palms where I was touching her,
and glowed bright gold against her skin. I glanced at the magic, shocked it had managed to slip out of me. I panicked and tried to pull it back, but it built within me like a great deluge between one breath and the next, and rushed out with the stream of my emotions to flood Aurelia with warmth. I told her I would ride across the veil and bring her back if she died. Ash choked out the words. His head was down and he swiped his eyes. Was the rider crying like I was? He was so distracted by his grief. He didn't notice the golden magic pouring out of me and into her until the light grew so shockingly bright. Everyone everywhere for miles must surely have been able to. The magic continued to flow into my mate, swelling like a glittering river of pure sunlight, bold and strong. I couldn't have stopped it even if I'd wanted to. It simply poured like a broken faucet, from one vessel to another. Then, like a fountain, it erupted from her chest, forming a sparkling dome of pale gold that shimmered above us like a bubble, before it began to dissipate. Her skin warmed, and her usual healthy glow returned before my very eyes. My mate gasped for breath, startling me as her eyes shot open. "Gray?" She lifted a hand to caress my tear-stricken face. My mouth hung open, and words escaped me as I stared into her eyes. The bond flared back to life with a vengeance, and her relief and love filled every part of me. "You're alive," I sobbed and pulled her closer, never wanting her to leave my sight again. The emotional trauma was too much to bear. How the hell had I saved her? Magic couldn't bring people back from the dead, and my magic hadn't even so much as reacted to the king's death. Why had it reacted so violently and desperately to hers? "What happened?" she asked as she gently laid her head on my shoulder. "Did we win?" "Yes, princess," Ash chuckled as he swiped away a fresh curtain of tears. "But if you ever do anything like that again, I'll lock you in a padded room for the rest of your days." "Agreed," I said as I nuzzled her neck where my mating mark was. "So, it worked? The council's magic is bound, and you brought me back?" Aurelia cupped my cheek as she eased back to look at me. "How?" "I don't know," I said honestly. "I was lost in my grief, and my magic flared. It just poured into you. There was an epic eruption of golden light, and then you woke up." I shook my head in wonder. "It's like the power of our love brought you back." I breathed, my heart in my throat. It sounded crazy when I said it out loud, but there was no other real explanation for it. She was alive and we'd won the war. The council would be tried for their crimes and we could figure out a way to work with the humans. Aurelia smiled. "And where are the others? My father, is he okay?" Fenric jogged over with a frown and dropped to his knees. He bowed his head, but his eyes were red and glassy. "The Shadow King is gone, Your Majesty." Aurelia gasped and tried to tear herself from my arms. I held her to me even more tightly. I wasn't ready to let go of her yet. "He can't be gone," she cried, sobbing in my arms. "No, don't you dare call me Your Majesty, Fenric." She was the same Aurelia she'd always been. "I'm sorry, Aurelia, but before he departed this world for the beyond, it was his final wish that you would rule together as King and Queen of Faery." Fenric nodded in my direction. The Shifter King mated to the Fae Queen. Maybe that's how we're gonna usher in a new era? Our people would all be safe in Faery and free from oppression, regardless of whether they were Fae, Shifter, half-blood, or any kind of supernatural in between. We'd lost a great and noble king this day, but the future was looking brighter than ever before, as long as we can find a way to work with the humans. Chapter 25. Aurelia. "Why are we doing this now?" I asked over my shoulder. "My queen, we've been over this. The people need some light after all the dark." Magna grinned. Gray stepped next to me in a tailored suit that looked sinful on him and kissed my cheek. "Right after the coronation, we have a meeting with the world leaders in the human realm. You want to be seen as the magnanimous queen you are. And not everyone knows I'll be your king. We need to show a united front.
Not everyone agrees with your decision to let the other supernaturals and the half-breeds return. They need to see that they're wrong, and bigotry will not be tolerated. Magna nodded. I understand. I sighed as I stood in front of the mirror in a gold gown that would have been all the rage in the Regency period. The crown was in the throne room on a dais, waiting for the ceremony to begin. We'd brought some technology to Faery, and we're going to live stream to all the towns so they could see the event without being physically present. It had taken us weeks to get everything set up, but it would be worth it. A part of me secretly hated it, though, because technology only served to remind me that every day that passed was another day that Zeke, our hacker, and the others were still trapped in human detention facilities. I need to bring our people home. Gray walked up behind me and placed his hands on my bare shoulders. He must have sensed my anxiety through our bond.
It will be okay, my love. We just need to get through the ceremony and then have a chat with the humans.
He squeezed my shoulders and pressed another supportive but chaste kiss to my cheek. It's time, Magna grinned. Finally, let's get this over with, I groaned. The king needs to go out first. Asher and Fenric will escort you, Magna said, shooing Gray out of the room. Gray winked at me over his shoulder as he left our room. Magna closed the door firmly behind him and smiled. This is what you were leading us to, wasn't it? I asked the seer with a subtle shake of my head. Was this the plan all along? Not quite, but we're almost there, she said with a twinkle of mischief in her eyes. There's more? I asked with a sigh. Not for you, princess. Your story has its happy ending, but others are just beginning. You and your riddles, honestly, woman. I shook my head with a chuckle. The doors opened and Fenric stood in front of me and bowed deeply. I scowled at him, then rolled my eyes. Stop that, I scolded. You know how much I hate this pageantry. Fenric stood with a laugh and a shake of his head.
Are you ready to be escorted to your coronation?
I would rather be getting our people out of the testing centers, but sure, let's get this over with. Magna rolled her eyes, but followed behind me to make sure the long train on my dress fanned out just right.
The ceremony won't take long, I can assure you.
Fenric held his arm out to me. I looped my arm through his and smiled at Ash as I did the same with him. Let's just get this done so we can save our people.
Agreed,
Ash said. He'd been the only one who'd agreed with me that we needed to secure our people before the coronation. He wanted Zeke back as much as I did, if not more. But we were overruled by the needs of many. I could see their point, but I also didn't like the idea of my people suffering unnecessarily for the sake of formality. If I could help them quickly, I wanted to do it.
You know the human government won't take you seriously unless you are the actual queen by law,
Fenric reminded me, squeezing my hand. I huffed out a breath. This was the same argument we'd been having for weeks. And I got it. I did. It made sense, but it didn't make me happy. Supernaturals and Fae alike lined the hall leading to the throne room, and when they saw me, everyone dropped to one knee, their heads bowed. I am never going to get used to this. And it was especially weird when we got to the rest of Ash and Zeke's brothers, and they were kneeling as well. Get up, I whispered to the riders. What are you doing?
They're showing respect to their queen,
Ash whispered in my ear. I nodded with a small smile, though it irked me to no end, and allowed Ash and Fenric to lead me into the throne room where Gray stood at the door. We'd been practicing this procession and ritual for weeks. I just had to promise to uphold the laws of the realm and protect my people, and then I would be crowned. It was simple enough, and would only take a matter of minutes. But it was tradition and mattered to the people of Faery. I took a cleansing breath and smiled at Gray as brightly as I could muster. He reached for my hand, sending me his love and confidence through our bond all the while. Together, we both made our way down the aisle lined with friends and family until we arrived at the steps of the dual thrones of Faery. We knelt and said a prayer to the gods that they would bless our reign, before standing once more and taking our seats side by side. The high priest asked us to give our vows to our people, and then we said another formal prayer to the gods for their blessing, before the crowns were placed on each of our heads. The crowd exploded with cheers and applause as we smiled and waved. Then, with the pageantries aside, we hurried from the throne room into the surveillance room we had prepared off to the side just for this occasion. We're certainly going to be a much more modern monarchy, that's for sure. Are the world leaders on call yet? I asked the tech.
They aren't, but you're a couple minutes early.
He grinned and passed a small, sleek microphone to Gray. Gray clipped it carefully to my dress before attaching his own. The shifter tech handed us both a set of ear pods to secure, then clicked a few more buttons and we were ready for the video call. A few moments later, the president came on the screen.
You.
He pointed a finger accusingly, but did a double take when he saw the crown atop my head. Mr. President, you have something that belongs to me, and I want them back, I said confidently, remaining calm.
I have something of yours. I don't have anything that belongs to you. You were supposed to be tried for the explosion of the prison. How are you suddenly wearing a crown? I would mind your tone and show respect for the new Queen of Faery if I were you.
Gray growled smoothly. The president glanced at Gray next to me, and his eyes widened. Look, before this meeting devolves any further, you have my people locked in your testing facilities, and I want them back, I said, placing a hand on Gray's arm.
No,
the president said obstinately. No? I asked, cocking my head to the side, my brow creasing in surprise.
I have citizens of the United States locked in detention facilities. They are mine to punish as I see fit.
Your citizens to punish? What crimes have they committed? Didn't you detain them because they weren't human and as such had no human rights? But now you claim they are your citizens and you can punish them as you see fit? I asked and glanced at Gray. Am I hearing this correctly?
You are, my love. It's the most hypocritical bullshit I've ever heard spewed in my life.
Gray sat forward, glaring at the president. We need to come to an agreement, I pressed. All supernaturals are welcome back into Faery, but I will not force them to. Some still have families in the human realm, and I need to know they'll be safe to return there without persecution.
Monsters will always be labeled monsters. They will never be welcome to live among humans.
The president slammed his fist on the desk in front of him. It seemed like he wasn't going to budge on his stance. I glanced at Gray. He nodded, knowing exactly what I was asking without words.
If you don't release my people from your detention centers, I will have no choice but to attack those centers and free them. I will send as many teams as necessary, and they will make the explosion at the Dallas prison look like a bonfire. Where is the High Counselor?
The president barked.
I will only deal with him.
He is currently on trial for his crimes against my people. I expect to sentence him to death any day now. I smirked.
Who gave you the authority to sentence him to death?
The president's face became an ugly eggplant color of rage. My people and the gods, of course, who just witnessed my coronation. I grinned. As the princess of the Shadow Kingdom, I was naturally next in line when the council assassinated my father on the field of battle. The president suddenly went pale.
I didn't know the Fae had royalty. I thought the council...
He stuttered. You were given wrong information, I informed, cutting him off. The council used you and controlled your people's minds to do their bidding. They will be punished, but that's not why I'm talking with you now. The matter at hand is that I want my people released from your detention facilities, and I want you to pass legislation to make sure that any supernatural who decides to stay in the human realm is recognized as a citizen. They are to be afforded rights and not be subjected to any more scrutiny than any other natural-born citizen.
That's not possible. The American people are terrified of the threat the supernaturals pose. We cannot just let them roam free on the streets.
He slammed his fist on the table again as another world leader popped onto the screen. I glanced at Gray for guidance. I didn't know who the woman was.
Hello, Mrs. Prime Minister.
Gray greeted her warmly.
Have you had a chance to look at the proposal we sent over?
The Prime Minister smiled at Gray and nodded. It was all very reasonable. If the supernaturals in the UK cause unrest, they will be sent back to Faery to be tried for their crimes. We will release everyone in our custody to you, but they will have the option to stay or go as they like. And has your parliament decided on a plan of action? I asked. The president scoffed in the background, but I ignored him. The British Prime Minister seemed much more reasonable and pleasant to talk to. We have decided that we would rather work with you than start a possible war with the supernaturals. We will agree to your terms, she said succinctly and nodded. I sighed with relief. If only the other world leaders were so easy to work with. I glared at the screen with the president. He'd overheard the entire conversation with the British Prime Minister, and his purple complexion grew even darker. You, Mr. President, have my family locked in your testing centers, and I refuse to leave them there to die. But I don't want a war with the United States. It was my home for the majority of my life. But be warned, I will take out every one of your facilities if it comes down to it. So I'll leave the decision in your hands. Make your choice. The British Prime Minister gasped. Carl, let her people go. They aren't a threat to you, she advised.
No, I will keep her people and any other supernaturals found on U.S. soil. They aren't human, and we need to know more about them, Bridget. I'm surprised you gave in to their demands so easily.
We don't want war with these people, Carl, the Prime Minister hissed at him. They might be different, but they are still people. We're all in this world together. Different realms, different countries. It doesn't matter. Bigotry and division have never achieved anything. Maybe that was exactly what the president wanted, war. But we would avoid it at all costs. Somehow we would get our people out of those centers. We have to. We don't want to start a war either. Too many lives have already been affected and lost. Simply give us back our people and we can come to an agreement we can both live with, I offered with a raised brow. The president grumbled into his microphone and started consulting with people off-screen. We'd saved the supernaturals and the realms from the council and outright disaster, but we still had a long way to go for lasting peace. I just hoped Asher could hold out until then and didn't go rogue and attempt to release Zeke. That could start a war we really aren't ready for. But I'd been through my trial by fire, and I knew that no matter what the future held, I could handle it, as long as I had those I loved by my side. Epilogue. Gray. 5 years later. A scream tore through the castle, setting my nerves on edge. I clung tightly to my son Christian as I raced through the empty hall.
Do you think it's time?
I asked. Time. Christian nodded seriously. The future king of the realm was a serious little tyke, much like his grandfather had been. He frowned and his bottom lip quivered as another wail pierced my eardrums.
Aurelia,
I called out, my stomach twisting with worry as I turned the corner. Gray? Her whimper came from our bedroom. My beautiful mate was doubled over, holding her rounded belly in the doorway.
My love, get back into bed,
I said as I set Christian down on the floor. He toddled over to his mother and rested his little hands on her stomach. Sissy.
Yes, Christian, but we need Mommy to lie down for Sissy to come out.
I ruffled his blonde hair and kept my tone calm. Bright blue eyes blinked up at me before he glanced back at his mom. Rest, he instructed sagely. Aurelia forced a small smile to her lips, even though her breathing was labored. She winced as pain tore through her again. I wrapped my arm around her back and bent forward, picking her up in a bridle hold to carry her back into the bedroom. Christian followed close behind me and jumped on the bed. I laid Aurelia down gently and helped her get comfortable. He snuggled next to her with his tiny hand on her huge belly.
I need to call the healer now,
I said, glancing down at Christian.
Protect Mommy and Sissy until I get back.
He nodded seriously again, his understanding of what I needed from him showing once more that he was much older than his years suggested. I turned around and raced from the room, almost running into Fenric, who stood in the hall on high alert.
What's happened to the Queen?
He asked, his eyebrows snapping together.
It's time for the babies to come.
I ran a hand down my face, trying to keep it together.
The first set of twins in the history of Faery is going to be a celebration. Why do you look so uneasy? He asked. I'm always uneasy when she's in pain,
I said with a shake of my head. When Christian was born 3 years ago, I was a complete wreck, and today was no different.
Everything will be fine, Gray. She's strong.
Fenric clapped me on the shoulder in a friendly effort to comfort me.
I know, but that doesn't stop the wolf inside me from pacing around and causing my stress to double. I need to find the healer.
Leaving Fenric to guard the queen, I raced down the hall. The healer should have been ready and waiting by Aurelia's side. We'd known the birth would be any day now. We'd found out just how short a hybrid pregnancy could be with Christian's arrival. She'd been pregnant for only 5 months instead of the expected 9, and with twins, we knew that would be even more accelerated. I pounded on the door to the healer's room. How can they not hear my mate screaming when everyone else can? Can I help you, my king? I jumped and turned around, finding the healer rounding the corner as she walked calmly toward me.
Where have you been?
I roared in frustration.
The queen is in labor, and you're supposed to be there.
I'm sorry, my king. I needed to go to the village for more supplies. She bowed her head and hurried off to find the queen. I groaned and marched after her. Fenric grabbed my arm as I tried to push past him.
You need to calm down, Gray,
Fenric said, slapping me on the back.
I can't calm down when I can feel her pain.
I clenched my fists at my sides.
If you act like a raging bull to the healer in there, I will remove you,
Fenric said curtly.
You need to be stronger. Your mate needs a calm presence at her side, not whatever the fuck this is.
He huffed at me, crossing his arms to show me he was serious. A fresh wave of pain stole my breath away as my mate bellowed her agony from the bed. I raced into the bedroom. Gray, Aurelia gasped out, then whimpered again. It hurts.
I know, my love, but you're doing so well.
I sat on the bed next to her and brushed the hair away from her forehead. The healer cleared her throat and met our collective gaze. It will all be over soon, my queen. Just like last time, with Christian, I need to lock on to their energies so I can bring them out into the world. Now brace yourself. We'd watched some videos of human births when Aurelia was pregnant with Christian, thinking they would prepare us better for what was to come. But we couldn't have been more wrong. Human labor was nothing like Fae birth. For starters, they weren't bloody magical. The Fae healer rested her palms on Aurelia's stomach and hummed to herself, her brow furrowing in concentration as she locked in on the baby's unique power signature. Got her, she announced brightly. With a burst of green magic and light, the first of the twins appeared in the healer's arms. With a satisfied smile, she passed the squalling infant to me. The precious little thing was a wriggling wet mess, but she was also incredibly beautiful. I stared down at her, cradling her tight against my chest to keep her warm. Her hair was a beautiful, soft chestnut color, and her big blue eyes, just like her mother's, stared up at me. Sissy! Christian called out, crawling over to me across the bed excitedly. He placed a kiss on the baby's rosy cheek. He was going to be such an amazing big brother to our girls. I couldn't wait to see them all grow up together. With a heart full of love, I turned to Aurelia and presented the newest addition to our growing family. Her eyes glowed with love for the tiny infant. Dahlia, she whispered, reaching out to brush the backs of her fingers against the girl's cheek. One more to go, the healer said. Brace yourself again, my queen, she warned as she placed her hands on Aurelia's stomach. She began humming once more, eyes closed as she sought the second twin's signature. My mate winced, her brow creasing deeply as she sucked in a shallow breath. Fae babies mightn't come out the way they did for humans, but it was clear it was still a painful process in its own right. I glared at the healer, ever protective of my precious mate. She didn't pay any heed, though, and got on with delivering our second daughter. Another ripple of bright green magic and light pulsed through the air, and then the other twin appeared, nestled in the healer's arms. She moved carefully up the bed to present her gracefully to our queen, before placing her in her arms. "Kenzie," Aurelia said breathlessly, pressing a kiss to the girl's hair. The twins were identical and absolutely perfect. With a giddy heart, I heaved a solitary sigh of relief. Before the worries of the future came flooding in. What kind of mischief would the two of them get up to? I couldn't even imagine. "We're gonna have our hands full with these two beauties," I said, shaking my head. "Maybe when they get older it'll be easier to tell them apart," Aurelia said, staring lovingly down at the baby in her arms. "Hopefully," I grumbled, already afraid of what was to come. I had no doubt whatsoever they'd have fun at some point tricking us and pretending to be one another. I stood up from the bed and rocked Dahlia in my arms. The healer returned to the rest of her birthing duties, namely using her magic on Aurelia to heal any internal damage the babies may have caused, as well as removing the afterbirth. Dahlia stared up at me, my precious princess. She scrunched her nose up as if she could hear my thoughts. "We make some beautiful babies, mate." I turned my grin on the love of my life, the incredible woman who'd helped me save our world and our people from tyranny and corruption to usher in a new era of peace, beauty, and prosperity. Aurelia was my equal and match in every way, and I couldn't wait to spend the rest of eternity with her. Aurelia, 5 years even later. "Those girls are as impossible to catch as you were," Fenric grumbled aloud. "You asked to be the twins' guardian, Fenric." I grinned back at him. "What did you expect?" He ran a hand down his face and sighed. "I expected they would stay the sweet little princesses they were as babies. But this is a reign of terror." Christian stomped into the throne room, his eyes blazing with anger. "Where's Dahlia?" he demanded in a huff. "She and Kenzie are off somewhere causing chaos again. Why?" I asked him. "She broke my tablet, and I know it was her because I have to tell her 10 times a day that it's mine and she can't play with it." "I did not break it." Dahlia jumped out from behind my throne, crossing her little arms and glaring back at Christian. "Well, it didn't just end up broken by itself," Christian argued back. "Enough," I interjected, struggling not to roll my eyes. "You have your own tablet, Dahlia. You know you're not supposed to touch other people's stuff without asking first." My children were as willful as they were stubborn, but with Gray and I for parents, I should never have expected anything less. "I didn't break it, though," Dahlia repeated. I actually believed her, but they needed to be allies, not enemies. "How about this? We'll get you a new tablet," I said, directing my gaze at my son. "And your sister won't touch it, will you?" I finished, glancing at the chestnut-haired little spitfire. Dahlia was only 5, and already she and her sister were a complete handful. They really needed a guardian each, but Fenric desperately wanted the honor. And even as one of the best in the realm, he had trouble keeping up with them. Not that I didn't have full faith in his ability to protect them when it was called for. They were just typical twins. The doors to the throne room burst open and Ash stepped through the door with his arms out wide.
"Where are my favorite princesses?"
he boomed. And right behind him, Zeke. My heart swelled with happiness to see him. It had taken some serious diplomacy to get our people back, including our favorite hacker. But it had been well worth the effort. The riders of the Wild Hunt had their brother back. I'd never take that man for granted again. "Uncle Ash! Uncle Z!" Dahlia yelled. A moment later, Kenzie popped up on the other side of my throne and rushed toward the hulking duo, too. They so rarely were able to see Ash and Zeke these days, since they'd chosen to live in the mortal world. So when they did come back to visit the kids, they were filled with excitement. I stood up and rested my hands on my hips as I watched my girls. They chattered incessantly at their honorary uncles, like tomorrow wasn't promised. Both of them wore genuine grins on their faces, listening with the patience of saints as they were regaled with all they'd missed since they last visited. Even though Ash and the other riders of the hunt weren't technically blood family, they were all like brothers to me regardless, especially Zeke. What had happened to him had really hammered home the old adage, no man left behind. It's something I'd ensure would never happen again. We've always been our strongest when we're together. Arms wrapped cheekily around my body from behind and pulled me into a familiar broad chest.
You're all smiles,
Gray observed as he kissed his mark on my neck. They were fighting again. Then Ash and Zeke came in and saved the day. It's like it's completely forgotten. I leaned my head back on his shoulder with a contented sigh.
I doubt it's completely forgotten.
Gray chuckled, gesturing toward Christian's stormy face. He was shooting subtle glares at the twins whenever the riders weren't looking. I shook my head. Moments like this would probably get mentioned every time he got mad at his sisters for the rest of eternity. Poor little man. He's outnumbered. You're right, but at least for this moment we have a little peace. I turned in his arms and stared up into his gorgeous face. Even after all these years, I ached for his touch.
I wouldn't change a thing,
Gray said as he pulled me closer to his hard chest.
Our girls are chaos gremlins and will be a force of nature when they grow up. But they're perfect. Christian's a little broody, but he's mine, so that was to be expected.
You were definitely broody when we first met. I agreed with the grin, before pressing a teasing kiss to his lips. A chorus of youthful, "Ew!" filled the throne room, egged on by a certain pair of uncles. My giggle was lost as Gray deepened the kiss, infusing it with passion and love. When he finally pulled away again, he didn't leave. Instead, he pressed his forehead to mine.
I was broody,
He agreed.
but a strong-willed Fae princess changed me for the better. One day, Christian will find someone too, and he'll become the best version of himself as well.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I didn't even want to think about the day my babies moved on and spread their wings to follow their own paths. They're still children, I said, and I want to keep them small as long as I can.
Of course, my love,
Gray soothed, kissing the tip of my nose with a grin. Our life was chaotic and messy sometimes, but it was also amazing beyond words. Growing up, sleeping on the dirty carpet inside an old wardrobe. Those days seem so far away now, no more than a distant memory. But they'd helped forge who I was destined to become and taught more than a few important lessons. I'd never take my babies or my mate for granted, and my found family was every bit as precious to me. I wouldn't change them for anything in the world. They were mine, perfectly imperfect as a family could be. And no matter what challenges we faced, we'd protect each other always. Because that's what families do. The end.